What's up? I'm Debbie Ryan, and I'm joining the cast of the new Disney Channel original series, Sweet Life on Deck.
As promised, it is now December of 2023. Here is the Sweet Life on Deck video. On March 18th, 2005, Disney Channel debuted Danny Callis and Jim Goggan's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, which followed twins Zack and Cody Martin, played by Dylan and Cole Sprouse, two mischievous teenagers living in the luxurious Tipton Hotel in Boston, Massachusetts. From stealth missions through the air vents to hosting parties in the ballroom, they often found themselves with their usual partners in crime, Ashley Tisdale's Maddie Fitzpatrick, their babysitter and the hotel's candy counter girl, as well as Zack's crush, and Brenda Song's London Tipton, the airheaded hotel heiress and a parody of Paris Hilton. The kids constantly ran afoul of the twins' mother, Carrie, played by Kim Rhodes, a singer in the hotel lounge, and Phil Lewis's Mr. Mosby, the uptight hotel manager. The series immediately became a ratings juggernaut and catapulted its cast into mainstream stardom, still making frequent headlines to this very day. Across 3 seasons, the boys aged from 6th to 9th grade. The series became less about convoluted heists with strong emotional undertones, and more about completely random antics and escapades. The boys dealt with trials and tribulations of growing up. They got jobs, they dealt with relationships. For Zack, a great many, a new girl every episode. And by the end of the series, there was a strong creeping sense that they were getting a little bit too old to still be doing this.
We've been crawling around these vents for years without any problems. And these things are only meant to carry air.
And we're bigger than we used to be.
It's amazing that these things can still hold us up.
But this was too strong of an IP to abandon in its prime. Executives began pondering ways to keep the Sweet Life franchise afloat. So in the spring of 2007, Disney Channel ordered a pilot, the next evolution of this brand, the next series that would keep the Sweet Life franchise alive for years to come. Arwin.
Intruder! Intruder!
Where? Oh, that's not good.
Two recurring characters in The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody stood head and shoulders above the rest. The hotel's bellhop, Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez, played by Adrian Ramonte, and the hotel's quirky engineer, Arwin, played by Brian Stepanek. Beloved by children far and wide. So executives set their sights on that character. While this pilot has never been released in full to the best of my knowledge, a surprising 8 minutes of footage exists online, which is wild, honestly, because we normally don't see any footage from these unaired pilots. The series would have followed Arwin leaving the Tipton Hotel and moving into a high-tech home a la Smart House, with his sister played by Nia Peoples, credited only as Miss Hawkhauser. There, Arwin would help to raise her 3 kids, Lydia, played by Jasmine Villegas, Jason, played by Logan Grove, who was the first voice of Gumball, not the one who fought with Dream, that was apparently the 3rd voice of Gumball. I guess Gumball is like Doctor Who. And Alexa, played by Selena Gomez, following her standout roles on Hannah Montana and The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Samantha Droke also plays Alexa's friend, Summer. Only 1 pilot episode was produced, by my estimate near the end of The Sweet Life on Deck's 2nd season. The series was obviously never ordered. Watching the footage, you can basically deduce the chronological order and start to figure out the storyline of the pilot episode, Housebroken. Arwin comes home to his sister's house where a security system designed by her company identifies him as an intruder, and he's beaten by Lydia and his sister with pots and pans.
Edna, abort! Sequence aborted.
You know, that welcome mat is really misleading.
We're introduced to the kids one by one. Lydia is a nerd. She likes studying.
Studying harp? Here, let me help. Oh, thank you.
Jason has just resigned himself to being the only boy in the house.
Did you put the seat down? Actually, I don't bother putting it up anymore. It's easier just to sit down like you girls.
Alexa is boy obsessed, her crush being Luke. Arwin drives the kids to school, but not before he embarrasses Alexa in front of Luke.
Somebody made boom boom in her pants.
Arwin's sister leaves to go on a flight, leaving Arwin in charge of the kids. Alexa and Summer decide to sneak out and go to a party, while Arwin babysits the others. Antics ensue. His sister's flight is canceled, however, and he has to clean up whatever mess he made.
Your mom's flight was canceled. She's on her way home. Start cleaning up!
Logan and Lydia reveal that Alexa snuck out, so Arwin has to rush to her party to bring her home.
Either your uncle's here or
Or that kid's going bald really early.
Back at home, Arwin tries to cover for his niece, but his sister figures out what happened and yells at them both.
You have no business going to a high school party.
I'm in high school. What other parties am I gonna go to?
She has a point.
In the end, though, Lydia and Logan convince their mom to let Arwin live with the family, and I guess she says yes. The pilot is interesting because Arwin, as he existed in The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, was not a leading man. At all. Like, even in some of these clips, I feel like it's too much Arwin for a scene to handle.
Pretend you don't know me.
Okay. And you pretend I'm an astronaut.
We're in a hurry here!
And yet it seems like the writers recognize this, and you can also see a normalization of Arwin in many clips of this pilot as well.
Why did you cover for me?
Well, because my brother asked me to look out for you guys. And I love you.
And when you make him a mature adult in functioning conversations, he kind of ceases to be Arwin. I think Arwin, on a fundamental level, only works as a side character, and the idea of centering a story around him, along with these remarkably uninspired stock characters, was just kind of pointless. No one actually knows why this pilot didn't go anywhere or what happened, so I decided to use a YouTuber's greatest weapon, Cameo.com.
Hey, Kian. I think it's Kian. Could be Kian, but I think it's Kian. I'm going to answer some questions for you. Why was it conceived? The producers liked the Arwin character and wanted to spin him off. Simple as that. No ulterior motive. Did it test well? I think it tested very well. But I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't in the network's offices. Did I like it? I flipping loved it. Absolutely loved it. Selena was awesome. All of our other cast members were amazing. And it was really great.
During this exact same pilot season, Selena Gomez booked a role in another pilot called The Amazing O'Malleys, as a young wizard named Juliet who liked bugging her older brother Jordan. This series was greenlit, evolving by the end of the year into The Wizards of Waverly Place.
I don't know why it wasn't greenlit. I've heard multiple reasons, but I think ultimately they thought they should go with Wizards of Waverly Place, and they did, and it did well for them, so good for them.
According to Wizards creator Todd J. Greenwald, he's glad that the series he wrote happened and Arwin didn't, which, like, yeah, I'm sure, I believe you. What I still don't quite get is why they couldn't just do both. Was Selena Gomez somehow contractually tied to the production of Arwin? Because Disney Channel obviously was really pushing for her at that time. It seems weird to me that they couldn't just recast the character of Alexa and still do Arwin, given that he's the title character, not Selena Gomez. Please allow me a 60-second tangent regarding Brian Stepanek in relation to previous videos. In my Penguins of Madagascar retrospective, I discovered a bunch of 2014 web shorts which credited Brian Stepanek as the voice of Skipper. However, these sounded identical to regular voice actor Tom McGrath, leading me to question if Brian Stepanek was able to do a perfect imitation.
The student becomes a... Wait, what am I saying? You're still the student.
I reached out at the time of that video's production, but never heard back. Months later, he did reply, and he confirmed that he was the voice of Skipper when Tom McGrath was not available. And I revealed this on a collab with Spilling the Milk. Now, I finally asked Brian Stepanek to do the voice on camera, and it turns out there is a bit of a plot twist again.
Hey, Kian. So, it's very interesting. When you sent that question about penguins, I answered your question, and then I went and I looked at the video, which I have never seen, and that's not my voice. I think that's Tom. So I went in, I auditioned for the voice. They booked me, I went in, and I did motion capture and the voice for them, and then they replaced my voice with Tom's. So I'm not going to do the voice for you, because I'm feeling like maybe it's not great. It was close enough that they hired me, but I only did that job once. I never ever did it again. They asked me back to do more of it, and I said no. I hope that answers your question.
So I'd like to formally apologize about spreading misinformation regarding Brian Stepanek's career on the internet, but in my defense, Brian Stepanek spread that false information to me. Let's keep going. Just because Arwin fell out of consideration does not mean the executives are ready to give up on this huge money-making franchise. It just needed some sort of reinvention. Information that became incredibly mainstream this year is the revelation that TV shows' constant rebranding during their fourth seasons are actually just exploiting contractual loopholes to avoid giving the actors and crews any sort of pay raises or increased residuals. Daredevil showrunner Stephen the Knight tweeting, "It's an old Disney scam where they slightly rename a series to reset contracts back to the first season. Needs to be addressed by all the guilds/unions and crushed. Think about Lab Rats, Bionic Island. Think about Hannah Montana Forever." But what would the Sweet Life of Zack and Cody's rebrand be? The second to last episode of the series, Let Us Entertain You, sees the twins embark on a cruise liner vacation on the SS Tipton, causing chaos and catching the ire of the nasty cruise manager, Mrs. Klotz. In the episode, Zack says,
I think I'd like to live here.
As you may have surmised, Let Us Entertain You was a backdoor pilot to the next iteration of this franchise, with Miss Klotz very much so feeling like a stand-in for Mr. Mosby, as a failsafe perhaps in case Phil Lewis wasn't willing to renew his contract. On February 4th, 2008, Disney Channel president Gary Marsh announced in a press release Disney Channel's newest spin-off comedy series, The Sweet Life on Deck, which would follow Zack, Cody, and London as they enroll in a semester at sea program aboard the SS Tipton. To his chagrin, dutiful hotel manager Mr. Mosby must go aboard too, assuming responsibility for all three. Our audience has shown us that after 88 episodes, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody remains one of their favorite sitcoms ever, said Marsh. I'd like to point out that there were only 87 episodes of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. To get the 88 number, either they're lying or they're counting the That's So Raven crossover episode which had Zack and Cody in it, but either way, that's not an episode of Zack and Cody. So he lied, and he didn't think anyone would notice, but I did. Ha! Zack and Cody still have their compass pointed towards mischief. That goes hard, I kinda like that line.
I've been watching The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody on Disney Channel, and the chance for me to be on the sequel was just incredible.
The Sweet Life on Deck is a chance to continue the wonderful Sweet Life show. What we all decided to do was put the boys on a boat.
The series was advertised as a vehicle for teaching kids about other cultures in the world, as the cruise liner would dock in other countries, multiple times per season. To assist me in this commentary, I have tracked down a representative from every single country that the show visits, to watch the episodes with me on a call and weigh in on the authenticity of the cultural representation. Spoiler alert, the representation is often inauthentic.
What the hell is this image? You can't just park it there.
As they simply burn through every stereotype associated with a culture and then leave. Such as the episode where Zack and Cody go to India to seek enlightenment at a Hindu temple, only to learn that it's a front for a call center.
Excuse me. Thank you for calling tech support. This is Steve.
Going into this rewatch, my memory of The Sweet Life on Deck was as follows. Cody gets a new girlfriend named Bailey, played by Debbie Ryan. They have a dramatic breakup at the end of season 2 in the finale. Breakup in Paris, parts 1 and 2 left me traumatized, convinced me they'd never fall in love, and they get back together by the end of season 3, during a 3-parter set on Bailey's home farm. It starts off fairly grounded and realistic in its approach, akin to the first series, but midway through On Deck, there's an episode where Bailey gets possessed. I believe she has a brawl with London in some sort of muddy or rocky environment, and that opens the floodgates for the show to go completely off the rails and rapidly devolve into nothing short of utter lunacy. And that turns out to be a remarkably accurate memory, but what's odd is that that is basically the only thing I remember about The Sweet Life on Deck.
We did a nationwide talent search, and we were incredibly lucky to find the perfect person that we envisioned as Bailey.
Hey, I'm Debbie Ryan, 14 years old. I read about the role of Bailey, and I knew I wanted it. I just instantly fell in love. I just can't go home yet. I can't. You have to promise you won't tell anybody I'm a girl.
And when she walked in, she was Bailey.
By the time the show aired, I was watching Disney Channel religiously. The first season of 21 episodes aired concurrently with the second season of Wizards of Waverly Place. I remembered the broad strokes of every single episode of the first 2 seasons of Wizards. I was overwhelmed with nostalgia, and that experience was really enjoyable. There was one singular episode of On Deck Season 1 that I remembered in the same manner, where I could specifically recall the plot, the problem, and what the character was doing. That being the International Dateline episode. Beyond that, I felt a vague and fuzzy sense of familiarity while watching every episode. Maybe some little visuals and lines felt a little bit tangible, but beyond International Dateline, there were only about 8 scenes across the entire first season that I recalled somewhat vividly. Something I wasn't expecting going in, despite the fact that I was watching this show at the exact same time as Wizards of Waverly Place, and enjoying it as much as Wizards of Waverly Place, is that I apparently have no nostalgia for The Sweet Life on Deck almost at all. And across the last decade, it disappeared from my memory almost entirely. And I think rewatching the series now, the reasons are fairly obvious. The longest intro I've ever done, now out of the way, let me just remind you to subscribe to this hit YouTube channel because it could be really cool, and I love you. You specifically, like, a lot. That's not true, by the way, I don't know you. I'm gonna put my epic clothes on. You know, I have to wear this goofy ass outfit for consistency. And, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin.
Hi, we're Zach and Cody, and on our new Disney Channel original series, The Sweet Life on Deck, we've invited some old friends.
You did not just call me old.
We're bringing some new friends.
Hey, I'm Bailey from Kettle Corn, Kansas.
And we're even bringing along Mr. Mosby.
Welcome aboard!
Mr. Mosby!
Maybe we're not bringing Mr. Mosby. Oh well. Do you hear something?
The world premiere of The Sweet Life on Deck. Coming next month to Disney Channel.
The series pilot, The Sweet Life Set Sail, debuted on September 26th, 2008. The ship is clearly docked at the port of Miami in Florida. Here it is on Google Maps. Here's the exact address. It doesn't count as doxing if it's 15 years later and the people in question are fictional, does it? I don't think so. In the cold open, we see Mr. Mosby acting as a cruise manager on the luxury liner, the SS Tipton. In carts London Tipton, who we learn was forced by her father, Mr. Tipton, to attend Seven Seas High School, trapping her in the middle of the ocean where she can't escape. This follows the Sweet Life's trend of London attending a different school every season due to expulsion for low attendance, poor grades, etc. We quickly settle into a comedic rhythm fairly reminiscent of the original series.
Ow! Wow, bumpy seas.
That was my foot.
Well, what was it doing under my trunk?
Throbbing.
I bring this up because very quickly, after only a few episodes, On Deck will largely stop feeling like the same show. Enter our protagonists, Zach and Cody Martin, accompanied by their mother Carrie. To Mosby's horror, we learn that Zach and Cody both decided to take a semester abroad at Seven Seas High, which Carrie was able to afford with her employee discount. Mr. Mosby responds to this information accordingly. The specifics of Carrie's financial situation were described dubiously at best, though she was pretty consistently scrapping for cash. I guess it's hard to judge how plausible it is for Carrie to afford this semester, given that we don't know how significant the discount is or how much the semester costs as a whole, so I'll buy it. I started working on the On Deck retrospective in August. I edited about 90 minutes in September, and then I just put this on the back burner and have not touched it until now, which is late April, when I'm finally wrapping it up. Here is a paragraph that I recorded on September 13th, 2023 and edited within the week. And on the note of Carrie, something I neglected to mention last time is that Kim Rhodes became pregnant with her first child during the back half of the third season. It was so obvious that I never wound up writing it down anywhere and it never got mentioned in that video. The show never acknowledges the pregnancy, which is probably for the best because it would have been Zach saying, "Geez, Mom, you're getting a little pudgy," to which she'd reply, "I just went on a jog this morning." Alright, fine, it was last month. She appears to still be pregnant during this pilot, as her stomach is concealed whenever possible. Back in early December, Kim Rhodes made headlines after an appearance on the Back to the Best podcast on November 15th, where she described the dialogue exchange exactly like I hypothesized.
I got pregnant when I was on the show. And of course, the show dealt with it by making fat jokes. And one of my favorite memories is Dylan had a line that was a fat joke, and he just kept skipping over it. It was like in the middle of a chunk of dialogue. So he kept skipping this laugh line and skipping it and skipping it and skipping it. And finally we get to in front of the studio audience and he skips it. And the executive producer screams, it's like, "Cut!" And it's the director's job to cut, by the way. So he goes, "Cut, Dylan, say the line." And he goes, "I would not disrespect any woman that way, let alone this woman. You write something funny and I'll say it." That's my little man. They're both my little men.
I was so ecstatic reading that because I just know this show is so intuitively. I knew exactly how it would have happened, and within mere months, I was validated as being exactly correct. Now let's address Mosby. We learn Mosby left the hotel for the SS Tipton about 3 months ago.
Without you, the last 3 months on this floating paradise have been sheer torture.
While I'm willing to hand wave away Carrie's finances, Marion's sudden change in occupation is a bit jarring. The previous show established that, for whatever reason, he's obsessed with the Tipton Hotel and cares about it more than anything in the world.
Blame me if you must, but please do not punish this magnificent hotel. I'd rather die.
When he's fired in an early season 1 episode, he decorates his entire apartment like the Tipton's lobby and spends his free time building a scale model of the structure out of popsicle sticks. Zach knocks it down. So the fact that he apparently abandoned the Tipton Hotel entirely feels concerningly out of character, and this is never acknowledged or rectified in any capacity. Mosby never seems to exhibit the same emotional attachment to this boat as he had with the hotel. And after all of that analysis of the information established in the first 2 minutes of the episode, we're introduced to the green-screened masterpiece that is the show's theme song. And I like to say that musically, it's my favorite Disney Channel sitcom theme song of all time. I did not skip it a single time during this rewatch, which I cannot say about the original series theme song.
Come along with me, let's head out to see what this world has for you and for me now. Whichever way the wind blows, we say, hey ho, let's go. This boat's rocking, ain't no stopping us now. 'Cause we're living the sweet life. This boat's rocking, rocking the whole world round. And we're living the sweet life now.
Me when I'm trying to get a hoe's attention. Hey ho! Me when I'm trying to get a hoe's attention because we have to go. Hey ho, let's go! As Cody anticipates studying oceanography on the ocean, and Zach anticipates studying anatomy, that is to say staring at women, Carrie says goodbye to her children. Cody is ready to say farewell, but in something of a sweet, pleasant surprise, it's Zach who cries and clings to her. And I think this is a great moment because Cody was traditionally the sensitive mama's boy, but he's grown up and dealt with his emotions maturely, while Zach's buried it all inside to appear macho, only to have unexpected outbursts like this as a result. Carrie formally leaves the series' main cast, though we'll occasionally see her again. Across the way, a farm girl named Bailey Pickett bids her mother farewell, before slinking away into the girls' bathroom to do something shady. Once out, she takes on the appearance of a boy and disappears. That seems pretty mysterious to me, guys. What do you think she's up to? Comment below. London uses her Tipton privilege to cut to the front of the enrollment line, and after mistaking her roommate Padma for a maid, bribes her to drop out of 7 Seas High and leave her the room. The other characters meet their roommates. Zach shares a room with Bailey. He finds her bra, and she quickly cooks up a cover story that it's her boyfriend's.
She's very intelligent, and she's got a great personality.
Arf, arf.
I would not disrespect any woman that way.
Bailey determines he's gonna need a lot of privacy from Zach, who's rubbed the wrong way and thinks he's bunking with another clean freak. Cody meets his roommate, Woody Fink. Let me tell you about Woody. He has 2 primary interests. 1, he enjoys eating.
You ate the rest of them? It's Woody. He once ate a tetherball, remember? We had to pull it out by the rope.
2, he enjoys flatulence.
Wait till you hear me fart Stairway to Heaven.
That's like a 10-minute song.
That's all. I suppose I'll rip the band-aid off and discuss this now. Woody is the first comic relief character in any of the shows I've revisited who is painfully unfunny. I expressed gripes with King Julian during my Penguins of Madagascar retrospective. At least he made me laugh. Woody doesn't.
Breaking news? Yes, very broken!
Not a single thing Woody said or did made me laugh in this entire show. And it's not hard to make me laugh. I laughed 40 times per episode of Mighty Med. I laugh hysterically every night at Instagram reels of weird-looking cats.
What's that?
Why is he so ugly? With Woody, we just get 2 jokes over and over and over, and with all due respect, Matthew Timmons doesn't have the charisma to elevate the material the way Wendell Middlebrooks does as Kirby, a similarly one-note character who we'll meet soon. On a conceptual level, the idea is, what if Cody had a roommate who's his polar opposite? But Zach is already Cody's polar opposite. There was already an Odd Couple homage episode titled The Odd Couples that centered around their struggle sharing a room. Zach is a slob, Zach is gluttonous, and Zach treats women wildly inappropriately. But the thing is, Dylan Sprouse is charming and makes Zach a likable character. Woody Fink is Zach Martin with all of his redeeming qualities stripped away. He's a conceptually pointless character with an obnoxious execution, and I don't know if this will be viewed controversially or not, but I do not enjoy him. The class is led on a tour by the teacher, Miss Tutwiler. London is a student in Zach and Cody's class. When the previous show began, London was 4 years older than the twins, and that she was 6 months older than Maddie, who was 3 years and 6 months older than them. They started at 12, 15 and a half, and 16, but throughout the show, Zach and Cody aged at a faster rate than London and Maddie, who the writers wanted to be perpetual teenagers. When Sweet Life ended, Zach and Cody were 14 years old and freshmen, while we hadn't heard any update on the girls' age since early season 2 established they were both 16. In season 3, they go to high school with Zach and Cody. Now, we learn that Zach and Cody are officially 15.
After 15 years of sharing a room, we're finally going our separate ways.
It's never explicitly stated if 7 Seas High starts in the second half of the twins' freshman year, or if it's some point during their sophomore year. But in either instance, Zach and Cody have more or less become London's age, despite her starting as an older character and their occasional babysitter. As the class leaves to the next step of their tour, our 4 roommates stay behind for whatever reason to admire a wonderfully fake octopus. Zach bonds with Woody, and Cody bonds with Bailey.
They're highly intelligent. They can be taught to open jars.
Stupid jar!
The 2 twins agree to swap roommates. At this point, the octopus begins squirting ink on everyone and they chaotically toss it around until it flies out the porthole. Cody leans down to grab it, his pants fall down in the process, and he finally tosses it back in the tank just as Tutwiler arrives to look for them.
Nothing.
Are those Share Bears?
That was a mildly intrusive question for a teacher to ask. 2 things strike me as notable in this scene. First, this is the second time a group of characters have tossed around an octopus as it squirts ink on them. Almost every episode of On Deck contains at least one comedy beat derivative of a similar scene or line from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
Unauthorized cookies in my lobby. Hoppin' hippos, these things are fantastic.
Satisfied with mac and cheese and teeny weeny.
Sweet mama, that's good. How good can it be? Sweet mama from Yokohama, that is
good! Sometimes whole jokes get repeated.
We want him to cheer up, not throw up.
We want her to cheer up, not throw up.
3 words. Hideous.
I have 3 words for those cheap Charlie outfits. Hideous.
Ideas would occasionally be retread in Zach and Cody's back half. And they've just been doing this for so long, they're forgetting the jokes they've made. And in their defense, I've done this. In the last Zach and Cody video, I freaked out when a spider was on the wall in front of me. And then I got a comment on an older video saying, wow, if I had a nickel for every time Kian's been scared by a spider. And obviously I don't control when spiders spawn, I didn't fake either spider attack, but I genuinely had no memory of the previous instance. And if I did, I wouldn't have included the same thing in the edit again. The Sweet Life, just as a byproduct of how long it's been on, is going to face an exponential increase in repetition of jokes. As the writers tap into bits they probably don't remember already coming up with. Secondly, there was no broader narrative purpose to those 2 minutes of octopus hijinks. 1/10 of the episode could be excised without consequence. Compare this to the original Sweet Life pilot, which was a tightly written heist to snap a photo of a wedding to win prize money. Every scene had a purpose, and by the episode's midway point, Mosby declared the following.
You do anything to disrupt this wedding, and it will be the last song your mother ever sings at the Tipton. Over, and you're almost out.
That pilot established the Martin family's money problems as a broader series issue, and Mosby as a looming threat who could terminate their mother's employment. Here at the midway point of On Deck's premiere episode, we've just seen some loosely connected scenes of things happening, and I think that's a perfect encapsulation of the show's slow decline in concisely written stories. By the second season of the last show, we were no longer seeing these insane multi-layered plots, and we were just seeing silly goofy hijinks happening around the hotel. But those things still had stakes. The food critic will leave a bad review if we can't cook his meal. Most people sell Tippy the horse to the glue factory if we don't hide him. By the end of the show, not every episode had stakes, but the vast majority did. Every new location the characters visited, their high school, their summer job, My Lady of Perpetual Sorrow, had an authority figure built in who was bearing down on them. Principal Militich, Wayne, Sister Dominic. Here, Mosby is scarcely used as a narrative authority figure, and Tutwiler is a complete pushover who never feels any need to punish her students. They all stayed behind in the class to mess with the octopus, but they're not in trouble. No worries. The Sweet Life on Deck is a show where, as you'll see, the majority of episodes have absolutely no stakes or urgency whatsoever. And this seems to be a problem with sitcom spin-off / sequel shows for whatever reason. There is scarcely a ticking clock, and there's never pressure mounting on the characters to do what they need to do, which makes the show itself feel lethargic. On February 3rd of next year, you will wake up at this intersection with no memory of your identity or your occupation. Back in their dorm, Zach leaves the restroom earlier than Bailey's proposed bathroom schedule indicated, and he sees her with her hair down. Already, after mere seconds, he's attracted to her.
Please tell me the explanation is that you're a girl, because strangely attracted to you right now.
All it takes to catch Zach Martin's attention is to be a girl and be taller than him. Bailey doesn't acknowledge this quip and explains that she signed up as a boy because all of the girls' cabins were full, but she desperately wanted this experience and to escape from her boring farm life in Kettle Corn, Kansas. She apparently thought she could get away with this for an entire semester without anyone noticing. She gets mad at him for violating their bathroom schedule.
Lucky I was raised by a woman, so this sort of irrational behavior doesn't throw me.
I want to take a step back. When the hell has Carrie ever acted anything like this? Growing up with Cody should be the reason you're not fazed by getting yelled at for violating a rigorous bathroom schedule. A massive component of Bailey's personality is that she acts similarly to Cody, since she is his ultimate love interest in this franchise. Zach agrees to keep her secret and immediately changes his mind on switching roommates. So Bailey's dressing as a guy. Normally it's fun to analyze stuff like this from an LGBTQ perspective, but in this instance I don't think there's much to it. Bailey doesn't consider herself a man. She doesn't really seem to enjoy any aspect of it. She's just doing this as a means to an end. The show only makes a minimal amount of anti-gay jokes with this premise, a shocking amount of restraint in comparison to the previous show. Also, Zach used her hairbrush to scratch his balls, I believe.
To scratch your back.
Back? Yeah, let's go with back.
I don't think the episode's execution of this premise acts as a vehicle for much meaningful trans analysis, so I'm gonna just slap the text transmasculine icon on the screen and call it a day. In the ship's arcade, which was just the marine biology lab 5 minutes ago, Zach is getting physically intimate with Bailey, which she's very clearly into, at least not opposed to. It's actually really interesting that the show featured Bailey and Zach as a possible romantic pair in its early episodes. I've seen that arcade machine before. As the gang minus Woody straps on headphones to play a video game, a mandatory shipwide evacuation drill begins. I asked around my Instagram story if this is a thing that actually happens, and a lot of people said yes. Thank you, Chris Milchev, Kenzie Sauer, and Brooke Air Conditioner. Cody thinks this alarm means the ship is sinking, so everyone puts on life jackets and rushes through an exit. Humiliatingly, they all crash into the hot tub. People laugh at them. There's a handful of things wrong with this scenario regardless. First off, if they're playing games and the provided hardware causes them to fail to hear the alarm, that's not their fault. That's the ship's problem. And secondly, and all this could be explained by nerves in a high-stress scenario, so it's not a big deal, but their plan is apparently to jump through an exit into the ocean rather than head to a lifeboat when the ship is sinking.
Look, an exit! Let's get out of here!
You know, the people on the Titanic who jumped into the water famously all lived. One guy actually did because he was too drunk to notice the water was cold. Shout out to Charles. In the hot tub, Bailey's disguise falls off and the entire world learns she's a girl. She had by far the most impressive application to the program, something which throws Cody off. Unfortunately, she'll have to be kicked out if they can't find a cabin for her.
She can stay in my room. I'm willing to take one for the team.
She's into him, look at that. When London gloats about not having a roommate, Mosby and Tutwiler quickly turn around and swiftly see a solution to their current problem. They'll be roommates. And they were roommates. Bailey's overjoyed and London is not happy. So for now on, Zach does not have a roommate, despite the fact he loves Woody and Cody is miserable with Woody. Apparently no one has the idea to bunk Zach with Woody. In the episode's final minute, London leaves a note declaring that she's abandoning the SS Tipton via helicopter and fleeing to the nearby Parrot Island. Mosby trips over a railing that's taller than him.
The gigantic Sweet Life on Deck premiere weekend event continues right now.
The real ones remember having to wait a whole day to see what happened next. Episode 2, Parrot Island, debuted the following night on September 27th.
Don't move. The Sweet Life on Deck will be right back on Disney Channel.
Lately, indie animation has been starkly on the rise, and I'm working on another animated pilot that I want to tell you about. Para Not Normal follows the exploits of a paranormal investigation curriculum at a rundown, haunted community college. Think of it as a cross between Invader Zim and Community.
I'm a medium.
I didn't think you were a large.
What?
We're currently knee-deep in the production of our pilot episode, The Extraterrestrial Extracurricular, which we expect to release within the next year. I think this is the ultimate evolution of everything my team and I have learned from previous projects like Transformers Combaticons and Gravity Falls Return to the Bunker.
It's called a Galien. Half ghost, half alien.
My golly, we could always use more mixed-race students. Wonderful optics for us!
If this project's of interest to you, please follow @PNN Pilot on Twitter and consider donating to our Indiegogo campaign where we're trying to raise $30,000 to fund the production, paying for hundreds of backgrounds and animated shots. Not sure how much overlap there is with the indie scene and my typical channel's audience, but this is a fairly typical amount to crowdfund, and a decently typical budget for an animated project like this. Donations of $5 or more will get your name in the credits of this pilot. Check the Indiegogo for more information if you have questions, link in the description.
Let's sail on back to the Sweet Life on Deck on Disney Channel.
Where's London?
He sent my luggage to Daddy's villa on Parrot Island, even though that's not where I'm going.
Can Zach and Cody find her?
I checked the docks and ran the whole perimeter of the island. Well,
You can watch the next exciting episode right now. Go to disney.com/sweetlife.
Most every 2000s Disney Channel sitcom aired its episodes wildly out of order. No real reason, just for fun, just for vibes. However, The Sweet Life on Deck's first season, and just its first season, airs in order, with only 4 minorly displaced exceptions. Among them is Parrot Island, which was filmed 7th. I can think of 2 explanations for this. 1, they were conserving their set budget and didn't have an opportunity to make something like the island until a little later in the season. Or 2, they didn't have the idea for London to flee until a little later in the process, at which point they filmed and tacked on the final 30 seconds to episode 1. Given the fact that both scenes are populated with the exact same extras wearing the exact same outfits, I almost consider that likely, because that's more attention to detail than these shows usually bother with. After Mosby orders the entire ship to turn around, Cody accidentally spills a smoothie on him and it makes Bailey laugh. And her laugh is so genuine, it really does feel like a group of friends just getting to know each other and getting along. Also, notice how his jacket's already wet from a previous take. This episode introduces something that I can't help but find incredibly distracting. In some episodes, the aspect ratio of the theme song keeps changing. Look at the red box on the side of the screen. I put that there myself. The black bars on the sides keep cropping inwards, especially during Debbie Ryan and Phil Lewis's intros. I've tracked when it happens, and I honestly don't think there's any super obvious pattern. It's like they accidentally exported 2 versions of the theme song and no one noticed there was a difference as they dragged them into the timeline for final deliveries. The next morning, the ship's unplanned detour is much to the ire of the many passengers.
I'll just swim in my birthday suit.
Something tells me that birthday suit needs ironing.
Ms. Tutwiler decides to bring the class on an impromptu field trip. She explicitly states that all of the classes here, keep this in mind because we will meet countless students in the show who are simply not here at the moment. Cody is very rapidly developing feelings for Bailey. There's a moment where she finishes Tutwiler's sentence by saying a random historical fact, which Cody finds impressive, prompting him to respond with another historical fact that impresses her. I really enjoy the little detail that Cody values intelligence. He values hers, and his method of flirting is flexing his own intelligence. That's his knee-jerk instinct to court a female, and in this instance it seems to be working. Zach picks up on Cody's interest in Bailey and calls him out on it. Once again, they're both interested in the same girl, something we saw in Season 2's French 101 episode. Though here, they're older and they're able to maturely talk out their feelings. You get the sense that they'll sort out a resolution instead of fighting over her. Now, you might recall that Cody was in a committed relationship with Barbara when the last series came to a close. How does this show address that? By having Cody forget who she is.
You have a girlfriend. Barbara?
It seems that Cody's enthusiasm for that relationship wavered at some point between these 2 shows.
Before we left, I told her it might be hard for me to resist the advances of beautiful exotic women from around the world. What'd she say? She laughed. But I took it as a go for it.
Also, Bailey finds a pig. In his search for London, Mosby comes across a man named Sims, who simultaneously acts as a pie salesman, constable, taxi driver, and judge.
I'm looking for a young lady.
Aren't we all?
Mosby was most commonly paired with Carrie in the original show. Now that Carrie's gone, this episode being her very first absence in the entire franchise, there's a staggering rise in episodes where Mosby's just off by himself, maybe paired with a one-off side character. Mosby's brought to London in prison, but he's swiftly locked inside. It turns out that Mr. Tipton's company has cut down all of the trees on the island, prompting the parrots to leave and destroying the small town economy. Sim seeks retribution from all associates of the Tipton enterprise. London's calls to Mr. Tipton aren't going through, as he's up on the Tipton space station that apparently exists. He runs a hotel chain, a cruise ship company, and a space station now. Running out of time before the boat leaves, the group splits up to search for London and Mosby. This episode does have stakes. I feel like Bailey senses Zach and Cody's strife over her and leaves the situation.
Me too. Don't lie.
Great. Then we'll use the buddy system. You guys go that way, and I'll go this way with Woody.
She digs the woodman.
Woody and Bailey are rounded up and thrown in the cell as well for association, though Bailey sends porkers to Zach and Cody with a note. Bailey establishes that pigs delivered mail and kettle corn until 1995, and it's quite clear that kettle corn is this show's equivalent of Esteban's home country, where we'll constantly learn throwaway facts about his bizarre backwater culture. Porkers waddles to the twins. You can see the handler's rope floating up in the air here. Something that I was clearly noticing by the second episode is that the show is just less funny. Not every line in Zach and Cody was a banger, most weren't, but the comedic day-to-day operations of the Sweet Life on Deck is just this.
We're looking for our friend, London Tipton.
Ah, yes. Right this way. Taxi! Fancy a ride, Governor?
Why are you wearing a cowboy hat?
Welcome to the Who's Gal.
I feel like it's paced slower. The gaps between the lines are longer. There's a laugh track for every little thing. The twins are swiftly thrown into a cell, and within earshot of Bailey decide to settle who gets her love by having a spitting contest. Mosby shuts that down, and they decide he should pick for them.
Pick a number between 1 and 10.
Oh, I am not going to participate in your objectification of women.
7.
How did you know? Okay, never mind.
Off screen in the cell, Mosby apparently overheard Bailey musing about how she's not over her ex-boyfriend Moose, and advises them that she's not looking for a relationship. And this is interesting, because this is the sort of line that would have gone to Carrie. Mosby shifting into a gentler authority figure is willing to stop and give the twins life advice. And Zach immediately resigns from the competition, telling Cody she's all his because...
She's all yours, dude. Really? Why? She's taking way too much baggage, and I like a babe just to carry on. Unlike you, I'm willing to do the work.
Just the mere fact that Bailey has residual feelings for an ex is more work than Zach is willing to commit to in a relationship whatsoever. But that doesn't deter Cody. Bailey prompts porkers to grab the key. The handler has just pulled that pig backwards here. The group escapes, but on the way to the boat, Bailey notices a postcard showing the island's former beauty, and he convinces London that she should make up for what her dad did. London decides to write a check for $10 million to replant trees and restore the island. All of a sudden, here, I realized, Bailey is everything the show claimed Maddie was. Maddie was pegged as an environmentalist and an activist from day one, yet she never once tried to hold London accountable for anything her dad did. Many episodes revolved around her trying to get London's money and London's clothes. She advocates for the homeless, yet as commenter ShadeKitty9473 points out, she's repulsed the moment she's actually face to face with one.
Ew.
Maddie is a hypocrite. Don't get me wrong, we know she does some charity work, and in Let Us Entertain You, she convinces London to use her web show as a charity drive to feed the hungry. But Bailey, who isn't characterized as an environmentalist at all, has accomplished more for the environment by episode 2 of On Deck than Maddie had in the full duration of the prior series. Back in the boat, London apologizes for her harshness to Bailey, or at least as close to an apology as London Tipton can give, and decides to stay on board the ship. Sometime later, Mosby and porkers read about the restoration of the island in the newspaper.
Really? Is that your mother?
To me, nothing about Parrot Island particularly felt like classic Zach and Cody, but it was the 7th produced. Returning to the chronology, episode 3, Broken Yo-Yo, the second one they filmed, feels more homey and in line with the first show.
I'm Debbie Ryan from The Sweet Life on Deck, and you're watching Disney Channel.
Zach's been burning through his travel card, which contains all of his food money for the entire semester, by buying extravagant gifts for the ship's women, in particular, the bird girl from Minutemen.
Oh, good morning, Magpie.
He throws a party and buys her an expensive watch, but unfortunately he burns through his entire card. And to make matters even worse, he burns through Cody's.
You took my card? Well, you left it lying around. It was in my wallet, under my pillow. That was all the money we had for food for the entire semester.
This, to me, is the worst thing Zach has ever done. The most selfish, inconsiderate act. And we're at a point now where it's not cute anymore. Let's wind our minds back to the greatest show ever conceived, a television program so excellent that it arguably proves the existence of the good Lord God himself, Lab Rats. In season 1, Leo was a little troublemaker. He'd stow himself away in a mission bag by taking out the tool that needed to stop a runaway train from blowing up a town. But he's just a silly little guy, you forgive him. However, the writers continued depicting him this way through the entire show, even as Tyrell Jackson Williams aged into a grown-ass man. By the end of the show, when we see Leo's jealousy-motivated anger issues prompt him to punch the island off its foundation and then blame a 12-year-old, it's hard to root for him as the protagonist. The exact same issue applies to Zach and Cody. They're still written as if they're spunky middle schoolers, and this becomes particularly jarring because Zach is a compulsive liar who treats women horribly. He's gonna be done with high school in a couple years, and he is going to have serious issues in adult life.
Howard was a wonderful grandfather, and father, and husband. As an avid sailor, he wanted nothing more than to spend eternity on the shuffleboard course.
Zach politely asks for his watch back from Bird Girl, and she decides to be so bitchy and overdramatic that she rips it off and stomps it on the ground so Zach can't get a refund. So now the twins decide to fish for food off the side of the boat, but accidentally keep pulling up the clothes of passengers from the lower decks.
I've had some complaints of passengers' hats being whisked away by fishing hooks. Any thoughts?
Love the yellow jacket.
Mosby hooks the twins up with jobs on the ship's skydeck. Zach works the smoothie joint, while Cody functions as a towel boy. The twins learn there's an upcoming yo-yo competition with a cash prize of $1,000, and see this as their opportunity to win their food money. This is a very Zach and Cody premise. Cody practices yo-yo tricks night and day, which Bailey finds impressive, whoa, and Zach does both of their jobs. Unfortunately, Cody's competing against a yo-yo master on board the ship.
You're going down, then up, then down.
The night of the competition comes, and the yo-yo prodigy puts forth a fantastic display. Zach's towel cannon also goes haywire. Then Cody comes out, and he's so pathetic in comparison, it's not even funny. And I was gritting my teeth, because I wouldn't have even been surprised if Cody just won it then and there. This is the kind of show that would give Cody that hero moment and pretend he was somehow better than the other kid. But no, the other kid wins, then he's publicly disqualified at the discovery that he's a professional, which no one running the competition checked and wouldn't have known at all if Bailey hadn't said something. Cody now wins the competition, but the prize money is revoked to pay for the damages caused by Zach's cannon. Now Mosby says something that actually pissed me off.
So you mean we still have to work if we want to eat?
Boys. Maybe there's a lesson in all of this. And maybe in the future, you two will become more responsible.
This isn't Cody's fault! Zach stole and spent all of his money.
Good news, guys. I spent all my money.
As such, they keep their jobs for the duration of the show. Cody will be forced to work part-time in addition to his studies for the next 3 years because of Zach's decisions, which Zach does not ever apologize for.
I hate being towel boy. Thank you, Zach. You're welcome.
One little story component that probably isn't even significant enough to be called a runner is Mosby getting hooked on a Banana Fofana smoothie. He's introduced to it in the cold open, then maxes out his card by purchasing them during the tag. In a season 3 episode of Sweet Life called Tipped Online, Mosby became terminally addicted to a game called Medieval Magic Quest. The fact that the show is retreading this comedy beat unintentionally paints Marianne Mosby as being extremely susceptible to addiction.
No. Check again.
I'm gonna have to cut you off.
In the B story, London's being a generally terrible roommate and taking the entire cabin for her possessions.
Where are my textbooks? I put them in that little cubby hole. That's the porthole. You dumped my school books into the ocean? Maybe a school of fish will find them.
School, fish, you get it?
Yeah, I get it. Good, can you explain it to me?
When Bailey suggests they divide the room in half, London decides to give Bailey the top half of the room, causing her horrible physical pain from the cramped living space. We never learned where she got the materials to build this on a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. That kind of happens a lot. At Zach and Cody's advice, Bailey tricks London and tells her sea snarks have infested their room by playing a sound out of a tape recorder. Eerily similar to the rap roaches from Zach and Cody season 3.
no! We better hurry!
London's scared into trading bunks, but then becomes genuinely traumatized with fear to the point that Bailey feels bad, apologizes, and explains the truth. London, seeing how cramped the loft is, agrees to take it down and restore their beds. Now, throughout the first show, I loved London. Even as her character lost all layers and dimensionality, became a one-note joke machine, I just found it funny. But very early and on deck, this chick got old to me. And I don't think they're necessarily doing anything differently with it, it's just run its course. One factor, however, is that Bailey cannot really counter London. Maddie was feisty, hot-headed, she and London gave as much as they took from each other in their delightfully toxic friendship. But here, all the toxicity comes from London, and Bailey's too nice to properly dish it back. Zach and Cody had to advise Bailey to pull the Sea Stark stunt, and she felt bad doing it.
Oh no, that would be lying. I don't lie. Well, except that time I told our turkey everything would be okay right before Thanksgiving.
I don't like to complain, and I really want us to be friends.
It definitely helps her feel like a distinct character from Maddie's, and she's kind of replacing her role narratively, that and her being in Zach and Cody's age bracket. But as a result, London's rude, abrasive personality goes fully unchecked. Miss Tutwiler is a complete pushover.
I mean, if that's okay with you.
It isn't.
And that's okay with me.
Padma threw some sass back, but she was promptly discarded. The show treats Bailey as the one person London can't bribe, the one person too pure of heart to fall for London's games. And she's forced to live with her, but in execution, it's just Bailey taking abuse from London for 73 episodes, and it makes her seem like an asshole. Which she is, but she never felt like one when surrounded by Maddie.
And we can be real roommates and best friends and share the room and maybe even some clothes and jewelry.
Hold your plow there, farm girl. One ugly shoe step at a time.
This episode also introduces the series' long-running trend of Bailey saying fake country swear words.
What the feathers happened to our room?
How in the haystack am I supposed to get up there?
Do it for the halibut.
What the feathers?
What the feathers?
I immediately knew when she said what the feathers that they were trying to sneak in a bit of an adult joke. Clever. Also, Bailey's southern accent completely disappears after this episode. I guess she assimilated to the culture in about a week. Though of course, she didn't even have it in the previous episode, Parrot Island, because that was produced 7th. Did it not test well? Was she told to stop doing it? Did she forget? We'll never know. I love eating people alive!
What if I told you you don't have to eat people alive?
What?
HelloFresh delivers meals straight to your door!
That sounds amazing!
Are you tired of going out? Well then cook restaurant quality meals right in your home, you lazy ass. Fuck you! There's over 45 meals to choose from. That's more than over 44. Quick and easy meals, including 20-minute recipes designed to reduce stress and, quote, spend more time savoring your supper.
Looks scrum-diddly-umptious.
I think so too. Prioritize delicious food this winter. This was one of the talking points they gave me for this May ad read. I think they forgot to change it from last year. You should put a Band-Aid over your arm.
That's not from my arm.
Click the link in my description or use my code and get 10 free meals plus free dessert for life while subscription is active.
I'm physically debilitated and even I can plate food from HelloFresh. It's that easy. To friendship.
Bottoms up. All right, now that you've got that, can I eat that guy?
Yeah, sure.
No! No!
Episode 4, The Kidney of the Sea, is a spoof of James Cameron's Titanic, except there isn't a budget to have the ship sink, so it's just everything except for the ship sinking, aka the main part of the movie people know. I love that this was one of their very first episode ideas. Sitcom spin-offs have a long history of doing guest star episodes, or members of the initial show's cast walk on for a brief hello again. This happens to be the Sweet Life's first, not counting Carrie, and it brings back a character who was absolutely integral to the original show. A character who, in my opinion, the series fundamentally doesn't work without. Ivana, London's cute puppy. She's a dog. During the drop-off, Zach leaps in front of Ivana's flying cake and protects a guest named Violet, prompting a liberating love connection, much to the frustration of Violet's wealthy partner, Ashton. Zach saving Violet from a cake is this episode's equivalent of Jack stopping Rose from committing suicide. We're off to a great start. Violet invites Zach to eat dinner with her family in the grand dining room, but her elitist mother, Mrs. Berg, doesn't like him one bit. However, she's wooed by Ashton. He reveals a beautiful necklace called the Kidney of the Sea and gifts it to his beloved Violet. But Violet's heart lies with Zach. The two have a lovely romantic montage. I was watching this in disbelief. I was like, is Zach's love interest today a fully grown adult woman? No, it turns out they're the exact same age. So for this episode, they apparently tracked down the world one 16-year-old who looked 27.
It seems I'm always cleaning food off of you.
You know, if we were apes, that would make us married.
Ashton decides to sneak the Kidney of the Sea into Zach's pocket during Mrs. Berg's birthday gala, and when Violet reports that it's missing, he accuses that nasty Zach of its theft. His pockets are searched and oh shit, how's he gonna get out of this one? Fortunately, Mosby does it for him.
I know Zach Martin, and he is many things. He's annoying, lazy, unreliable, often unkempt, careless, reckless, tardy, obnoxious, destructive. Zach is also loud, irresponsible, devious. However, he is not a thief.
Mosby, are you sure? Are you sure about that? He literally stole all of Cody's money in the previous episode. Meanwhile, let's follow up on Ivana's arrival. Porkers has emerged from quarantine post-Parrot Island and he's joined Bailey as her pet. London thinks Porkers is disgusting and stupid. And instead of having any normal reaction to that, Bailey says out of the blue,
I challenge you to a competition to see whose pet is smarter.
Which is so random, only in a sitcom, dog. So the two of them have all sorts of random pointless competitions, like doing tricks and playing dead. Cody's the referee, and Bailey, by the way, is kissing him on the side of the cheek and seducing him, which means she's gotta know he's got a crush on her, because why else would she think that would work? London thinks she'll earn points with Ivana's ability to sniff out diamonds, and she then sniffs out a diamond which fell off the Kidney of the Sea in Ashton's pocket. He's exposed as a liar, and a big chase scene breaks out. They run into an ice sculpture of Mrs. Berg.
Iceberg, get it!
Get it? Ashton's caught. Violet dramatically saves Zach in the hot tub. London and Bailey turn against Cody when he declares a tie, and in the end, Violet soberly casts the Kidney of the Sea into the ocean down below.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of last year's jewelry also. You might want to get rid of those earrings too.
After this episode, we actually never see Porkers again. In my opinion, they ate him. After this episode, we actually never see Ivana again. In my opinion, they ate her.
An all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Saturday at 9:30, 8:30 Central. Part of the Sweet Life on Deck Marathon on Disney Channel.
The next episode is titled Showgirls, though it was later rebranded as Show and Tell. We start with some silly hijinks in class. Woody does a report on a movie he watched, despite the class being world history. Cody and Bailey both raise their hands to answer a question. London says Miss Tutwiler looks like a waitress, and Zach listens to a Red Sox game under his hat. Pretty typical stuff.
Do you think this class is a joke?
Yes!
In every sitcom retrospective, a very clear pattern has presented itself. The shows in the early 2000s have an unlimited amount of speaking characters, and as we go forward in time, every season has less and less and less as the budgets constrict. In this cold open, a classmate silently stands up to do his presentation. Tutwiler tells him to sit down if it's also from a movie, and he silently sits down, and it clicked with me, oh, this is gonna be one of those shows where no one ever speaks.
Why, hello there. And how are my highly qualified and underpaid educational leaders doing today? Hey, I'm not in your class. Give me that apple back!
When the kids overhear Mosby asking Emma Tutwiler if she's free tonight, Bailey and London become convinced they're secretly dating and follow them. Meanwhile, the twins plot to sneak into a restricted adult show. Woody expresses his interest in joining them, whilst clipping his toenails, and I bring this up because just 3 episodes ago, he claimed to have 11 toes.
11? It's saying 10.
Not when you got 11 toes.
You got 6 toes on 1 foot?
Nope, 8 and 3.
I'm personally choosing to believe that Woody is a pathological liar. And also, I just rewatched my Lab Rats Elite Force video on a boredom the other day, and my mind was blown because that show stole this joke verbatim.
I wonder if they have anything for girls with 14 toes.
Wait, you really have 14 toes?
Duh, I'm an alien. 8 and 6.
Now it's time to sneak in. Eagle-eyed, nerdy losers may notice that this is just the lobby, and this door normally leads out to the deck. Today, the camera is always framed so you can't see that vantage point. In just this one episode, that's not an exterior exit, but that's the door to the ship's lounge. Kirby, the security guard in his first appearance, stops them from entering.
I'm gonna need to see some ID.
Wow. Haven't been asked for that since law school.
London pretending to be their mom doesn't work. Zach and Cody dressing as Navy servicemen doesn't work.
I can spot a phony disguise a mile away.
I'm here to relieve you.
Okie dokie, let me get me a sandwich or something.
Zach and Cody are able to enter, though Woody's caught. There's a weird disconnect because supposedly in-universe this show is supposed to be very adult in nature, but what we're actually seeing is mundane enough to be on the Disney Channel. They take notice of a heart-shaped anklet on one of the dancer's legs, though Kirby is quick to drag them away. In class the next day, Zach happens to note the exact same anklet on Emma. Now the kids argue back and forth on whether or not she's secretly dating Mosby or secretly a showgirl. What was she doing last night?
No way.
Way.
No way.
Way.
No way.
I'll handle this. Way.
Then that's not proof. Proof of what?
This woman needs to mind her own business lately. Granted, so does everyone today. Zach devises a plan for Bailey and London to dress as showgirls, then invade the green room and look under their masks. Cody is very on board with Zach's plan and tells Bailey to stop questioning it. Where the hell did Zach get the costumes? Did he just have these? Inside, someone says, "Guys, you're on!" Bailey and London are swept on stage to participate in what is implied to be in-universe, a sexual show for adults. Zach and Cody look for the girls and run onto the stage to do so. Hold on a minute, I've seen this happen before. Bailey and London decide this is their last shot to examine every dancer's face.
Hi, sorry. Pardon me. Oh, never mind.
And they realize that none of them are Emma. Then they're caught. After Woody ratted them out off screen in exchange for raising his grade to a D+. The adults refuse to disclose if they're dating or reveal if Emma's a showgirl. This is the kind of shit that would easily get them expelled in real life. Fortunately, this is not real life. This is superior in every way. In the final moments though, we the audience learn the truth. Emma used to be a showgirl, so Mosby asked Emma if she was free to fill in for one of the dancers that night. It was her anklet. She was fooled by Zach and Cody's disguise. And they laugh at the idea of them dating.
As if I see you as anything other than a teacher.
About damn time. A handful of instances per season, the show will toy with the idea of Miss Tutwiler and Mr. Mosby as a romantic pairing. The show will gradually develop this thread, ever so slowly. Will Mr. Mosby prove to be a Riz god? Will we as a society exclusively refer to him as the Riz Dizzler? Let's wait and find out. Episode 6, International Dateline, is the sole episode I remember the plot of from childhood. The one where Cody becomes trapped in a Groundhog Day style loop every time the vessel crosses the international dateline.
London, can you tell me what this is? A bad manicure?
A strange phenomenon strikes the SS Tipton.
A bad manicure?
What's going on here? I swear, I've lived this day before. Your life is just so boring. It seems that way. I'm living the same day over and over again. Okay. I told you, I know everything that's going to happen. Okay, now you're freaking me out.
Catch an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday at 8/7 Central, part of Disney Channel's Wiztober.
We briefly learn about the Dateline in class during the cold open. After the theme song, Cody rushes into Zach's room because Woody has been farting for 1 consecutive hour. That's not relevant to the plot, that's just the narrative justification for Cody entering Zach's dorm. Cody relays his master plan to ask Bailey for a dance. Unfortunately, stormy conditions have forced the dance to be held indoors. Woody gets electrocuted. His Tutweilers move the dance into the lounge and completely ignores Haggis, the ship engineer, when he insists that the karate class is supposed to be held in here instead. Did she just straight up not arrange for this change in venue? Can she do this? Now it's the actual dance. Cody keeps getting held up by countless distractions. Woody telling him a bad joke, Zach demanding a bribe to pay Bailey's favorite song, London needing her dress sewed, and an old lady named Mrs. Peppermint looking for her karate class. Even though we previously saw her in Parrot Island, remember that one was produced later. This was actually her introduction. And this actress is so funny that I think they just decided to keep bringing her back.
No, it's our school dance.
No.
No, it's our school dance.
No.
Well, it must have gotten moved.
No.
And it won't cost you anything.
No.
Also, Woody does 2 things of note. First, the writers use him to make fun of themselves.
The number one thing girls look for in a guy is a sense of humor.
Nah, that's just what comedy writers say to feel better about themselves.
Secondly, he sees this girl Addison passed out from a sugar crash and decides to hold her hand and cuddle with her while she's unconscious, so it looks like he has a date. The slow dance starts before Cody's ready, and Bailey accepts a dance with a boy named Holden. Cody watches sadly, but as the ship crosses the dateline, he abruptly finds himself back in the opening scene, the only person with a memory of the dance. Cody rushes back into Zach's dorm and lives through the exact same sequence of events from before, though now he believes fate is giving him a second chance to escape the friend zone. He rushes through the dance, putting out all the fires one by one, and has London extend her leg to trip Holden. All this preemptive action, and yet he is not saving poor Addison from Woody. Cody finally gets the opportunity to dance with Bailey, and she's stupid.
You know, Bailey, I really like you a lot.
Me too. We've really become great friends.
He asks Bailey out, and she throws up after eating some bad shrimp. Cody relives the day once again, and believes that time will be forced to loop infinitely if he's not able to ask out Bailey. Now he's extra prepared. He feeds Woody the shrimp, awards Miss Peppermint her belt, hires London a seamstress, and uses bear repellent on Holden's eyes. Bailey and Cody finally dance, and he's able to woo her, and then...
London, can you tell me what this is?
No!
You're probably right, Cody, but let's give her a chance anyway.
Cody explains to Zach that they're trapped in a temporal loop caused by a lightning disruption of the space-time continuum. Zach says, huh? In English? And there's a laugh track. Cody realizes they have to slow the ship's speed to avoid the lightning strike. Haggis says the exact same thing once happened to him, and hands Cody the key to the bridge.
Why are you sitting so close to me?
Oh, I was just,
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Oh. The ship crosses the dateline, formally escaping the time loop. Cody watches sadly as Bailey dances with Holden, though Zach tells Cody not to give up on Bailey after 1 day, even if he has lived that day 87 times. Zach always brags that he's 10 minutes older than Cody, but now we have to keep in mind that Cody is 87 days older than Zach. Zach mischievously reveals that he fed Holden the bad shrimp, causing him to throw up all over Bailey's feet. The end. Unironically, this is one of the strongest episodes of this entire franchise. Granted, its plot is heavily lifted from Groundhog Day, but still, it's so tightly scripted, everything's set up and paid off really well. They take this existing movie, put it in a new context, a school dance, on a boat, crossing the international dateline. It's inspired, it feels like something Gravity Falls would have done. It's supernatural and spooky and fun. This episode also happens to be Mr. Mosby's very first absence in the franchise, meaning Dylan and Cole Sprouse are officially the only actors who appeared in every single episode. Now there's a strange question here. Why is only Cody cognizant of this loop?
What's going on here? We already learned about the international dateline.
I would like to point out that this isn't the first time Cody's expressed heightened awareness of the supernatural. In The Ghost of Suite 613, Cody is the first to feel deeply uncomfortable in the haunted suite, which we learn was in fact haunted by the ghost of Irene. In the 3-show crossover That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana, Cody is the only character who suspects Raven Baxter is a psychic.
Do you believe in premonitions? It's just freaky how Raven seems to know about things before they happen.
What are you worrying about?
Likewise, in this episode, Cody immediately recognizes that something's wrong.
Whoa. I'm having the strangest sense of deja vu.
Oh my god. Later this season, another crossover will canonically tie Zack and Cody to the Wizards of Waverly Place via Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana. And Deja Vu plays a story role in that show as well. In the second episode of the first season, entitled First Kiss, we learn of a spell that reverses time, McReary Time Reary. In it, Jerry firmly establishes that all deja vu is a side effect of this spell.
Do people remember if there's been a do-over spell?
Only people in the magical world. Regular people have deja vu.
So that's where deja vu comes from.
Canonically, factually, International Dateline time loop must be caused by a wizard. The question becomes, who? At first I was thinking Haggis. He believes Cody immediately. He's this mysterious old man, and apparently he lived this all before. He's a strangely memorable character given he's only in this episode. But what's his motive? What would he possibly have to gain from that? And why would he let Cody stop him? Then I realized something. This episode premiered on October 24th, 2008. 2 nights later, on October 26th, Wizards of Waverly Place's second season debuted a 2-part special entitled Saving Wiz Tech, which saw Alex Russo fall in love with an evil wizard womanizer named Ronald Longcape Jr., who took control of the school and turned Alex evil alongside him by playing tetherball. He was portrayed by actor Chad Duell. Guess who played Holden? I'd like to propose to the jury that Holden is Ronald Longcape Jr. But why would he be messing with the timeline? What happens during these instances where time loops? Well, Holden got tripped and sprayed with bear repellent, and Cody Martin was dancing with his crush. This phenomenon only stops when Holden successfully secures his date. Cody spent 87 days neutralizing Holden in an effort to secure a dance with Bailey, not realizing that was exactly what was causing the time loop, as Holden performed a McReary Time Reary to achieve a perfect slow dance with Bailey himself. Now, let me patch 2 potential holes. During the first timeline reset, Bailey is dancing with Holden. Well, keep in mind that she eats bad shrimp in the original flow of events. Logically, she should have thrown up in this first timeline, and this is possibly what prompts Holden to reverse time. We just didn't see her throw up on him.
Attention, everyone! We will be crossing the international date line in 3, 2, 1.
The episode ends with Holden vomiting on Bailey's feet, a seeming failure for him. Well, here's my pitch. He simply performed the spell one more time after the episode ended until he did get his dance. Or he was called back to WizTech by his father to aid in his evil plan to fill the school with plastic in 2 days, the inciting incident of saving WizTech. In First Kiss, only a small handful of New Yorkers seem aware that time has changed.
Good, but kind of familiar.
You're right, it's tasty, but familiar.
Cody is intensely, acutely aware of what's happening. And Disney Channel lore expert Mr. Nostalgia points out that this is not the first time lightning has played a major role in Zack and Cody. In the season 2 episode, The Sweet Smell of Excess, Arwin built a machine called a parallel universalizer. Lightning strikes the hotel as the twins flip the switch, and they're catapulted into an alternate dimension. Cody exhibits a more heightened sense of awareness than Zack to their surroundings in this episode. Mr. Nostalgia posits that the lightning gave Cody heightened awareness of the paranormal. Because why not? Lightning gives characters all kinds of weird powers that don't make sense. And surely it's not a coincidence that Zack calls Cody Flash later this season.
My turn, get out, Flash.
Here's our final theory. Ronald Longcape Jr. caused temporal destruction in an attempt to secure a dance with Bailey by performing McReary Time Reary 87 times. Bailey is his first choice as Wizard Queen before he runs into Alex Russo. He specifically performs McReary Time Reary as the ship crosses the international date line to throw off anyone who might have heightened awareness and otherwise be suspicious, a la Cody. Cody Martin was fully aware of the time loop due to lightning magnifying his otherworldly senses. But hey, that's just the stupidest thing I've ever said. A film stupidest thing I've ever said.
Next, Zack and Cody are testing their sea legs and Mosby's last nerve. The Disney Channel original series, The Sweet Life on Deck, on Disney Channel.
Episode 7, It's All Greek to Me, is the very first international travel episode. The ship has docked in Greece. Let's ignore the fact that this is an island called Rhodes outside of Marmaris, Turkey. The kids video chat with an old friend, Arwin Hawkhauser, the hotel engineer. Looks like they just saved this wall of the Tipton set right behind him.
I'm Bailey.
Cody sent me a 9-page email just about your hair.
That was a typo.
I've been saying that was a typo in similar contexts for most of my life, and I did not know I got that from the Sweet Life on Deck. I make my mom laugh when I say that. Ahead of a visit to the Museum of Greek Antiquities, Arwin tells the kids to look out for his cousin who works there.
Hello, my name is Stela, and I'm from Greece. Right now I live in Athens.
His name's Milos Hakakopoulos.
Milos, I've never heard anyone actually have that name here. Milos is the name of an island. I've never met a person named that.
Hakakopoulos.
The ending part, poulos at the end, is very common for Greek surnames. The first part is a joke, just a joke. I've never heard a name like that before.
Oh, it's because Arwin's last name is Hawkhauser, so they just stitched that to a Greek name. At this Greek museum, which is actually the Kunsthalle Art Museum in Budapest, Hungary, London and especially Bailey are wooed by an attractive tour guide named Adonis.
Like, there are a lot of Greek guys that will flirt with tourists. Hopefully not with underage tourists, but...
I will be your student tour guide. Come.
Does that seem like an authentic Greek accent to you?
Through the pillars of the Acropolis.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It sounded more like typical Italian or Spanish. A more typical one would be like, hello, how are you? I am from Greece and I live in Athens. It's like very, very standard. It sounds a little bit like the actual Greek language instead of this.
They meet Milos, who's also played by Brian Stepanek. Cody decides to buy Bailey a nice present to win her over, a souvenir amulet of Aphrodite. The big boss man comes in with the real amulet of Aphrodite, and then there's a huge kerfuffle. Cody's fake amulet and the real amulet get dropped at the same time. Can you guess where this is going?
All here to see the amulet of Aphrodite.
He actually pronounced it the best, Aphrodite. He's probably Greek. He could be Greek. Or at least he had good pronunciation for the Greek words that were used.
This entire episode is plagued by weird artifacting on Disney+, which is curious given that this episode is about artifacts, mayhaps an artistic choice. Cody gives Bailey the necklace, and shortly thereafter, Milos boards the boat. Can you just board the boat without a ticket? To tell them that Cody came home with the real amulet, and they've got to get it back, or else they'll all go to Greek prison. Now, Bailey says, unprompted,
But I really
Cody, I love this necklace so much. If I live to be 100, I'll never take it off.
and I absolutely thought Cody was gonna be too nervous to ask for it back and then steal it from her, then get caught at the end where she insists he should have been honest to her, because this show is dumb enough to do that plot. And I'm actually shocked that they didn't. Cody communicates that he fucked up, and now it's time for a complex heist to swap out the amulets.
The Greek dance.
No. No. That's kind of like flamenco, I guess. Not Greek.
Milos has a brilliant plan. What are you looking at?
But first, the B story. Mr. Tipton needs London to deliver a speech as the museum opens its Amulet of Aphrodite display. London doesn't want to, so she tries to steal the Gettysburg Address because she thinks it's old and no one's ever heard of it, which Mosby really disagrees with. But finally she has a dream where she's Aphrodite and her daddy is Zeus. Mosby comes in playing Hermes, and Lin-Manuel Miranda will never be Phil Lewis. Let's make that clear, Percy Jackson. Anyway, London's all motivated now. It was a good dream.
Generally, what they're wearing, not very accurate, but at least I appreciate that London is wearing colors, because a lot of people think that they were just wearing white because all the statues are white. What she's wearing with blue, those kind of colors would be common for dyes at that period.
At the museum, Bailey's been roped into this scheme somehow, and they're gonna snatch the amulet after the crowd leaves.
Mr. Mosby, do the faces on those statues look familiar to you?
How old do you think I am?
London gives a rousing speech and says she's proud to represent Mr. Tipton. The show, for whatever reason, will start going through a Mr. Tipton apologist arc. The only effort he puts into London is making sure she's in school, but never comes to visit her or speak to her. He abandoned her entire life, left her to be raised by Mosby, and the show was very clear about the fact that he sucks. But moving forward, it's gonna gradually change its mind, and it's really weird. The heist goes like you'd expect. They're caught.
Everyone is happy? Everything knock good.
Good, what is good knock?
Bailey compliments Cody on his bulging muscles.
That was incredible. Your muscles rippled.
And London flexes her nepotism to prevent the museum from firing Milos. Everyone dances away.
Now this dance makes more sense. The way Zach and Cody are dancing with their hands down, not correct. But the hands up here are correct. I'm guessing that guy had something to do with the dancing in that scene. Makes sense, and the music was vaguely Greek with the bouzouki, etc.
Everything is good, knock.
In the end, we learn over a call that Arwin told his entire extended family he married Carrie, and he tries to convince Milos that the cardboard cutout of her is in fact her. He had a girlfriend when the last show ended. Where'd she go?
Don't you owe me money? I'm not hearing you. You are breaking up. There is much noise on this line.
Milos, I can see you crumpling paper in the camera. You're a deadbeat.
It is a bit annoying that they chose to go with the guy who doesn't pay or who has debts for like the stereotype of the cousin.
Did he happen to mention anything about me owing him money?
But a lot of shows were doing that and movies.
I owe everyone money!
Because of our economic crisis that was going on at the time, and it's probably still going on, to be honest, but...
I just ate a spicy olive.
I don't know what a spicy olive would be like.
He's a quiet guy. Practically silent. But also thoughtful. Curious. A real observant fellow. And a bit of a disaster. He's Brian O'Brien. The Sweet Life's Brian Stepanek stars in Brian O'Brien, a short series that'll leave you speechless. New episode tomorrow at 8:25, 7:25 Central, and 8:55, 7:55 Central on Disney Channel.
Okay, now, as I like to do, I want to discuss the sets of the Suite Life on Deck. The SS Tipton has several major hub areas. The first and most prominent is the Sky Deck, the multi-area topmost portion of the ship with a balcony and a staircase overlooking the hot tub, smoothie bar, etc. Sometimes they'll have tables in here and there'll be a restaurant. All sorts of random competitions are held in here, just whatever the plot demands. This is an all-purpose room. Something worth noting is that there is never a camera position up on the balcony at any point. With a small exception of a handful of elevated crane shots, we exclusively look up at this. To the right behind the door is this uncommonly seen light blue hallway. Next up we have the lobby. In Let Us Entertain You, it is considerably larger. It's downsized for the actual series, and the reception desk is shortly scooted over to the side. To the left, there's this unseen room with a red floor, and to the right, there's an exit with an exterior hallway. Now, I feel like I'm going crazy because sometimes we'll see the opposite layout, where the exit's on the left. So either they built a complete mirrored version of the lobby that they only used like 3 times, or they just flipped the footage horizontally in post and went through the effort of printing out reverse text versions of the inner tubes and stuff, which is so needlessly ambitious. And I don't know why they would do that, but I don't see why they would build a mirrored version of the lobby and use it like 3 times either. The kids' dorms are the next most commonly seen. They appear to reuse elements of the closet the Martins are forced to sleep in and Let Us Entertain You. The set construction is that of a hallway, sandwiched between 2 mirrored dorm rooms. The contents of the rooms are constantly switched out between episodes, as Bailey and London's dorm is physically the same set as Cody and Woody's. The number tags are simply switched out accordingly. The girls have Suite 302 of the girls' wing, while Cody and Woody have B101 of the boys' wing, and Zach has B102 across the way. I've noticed that in every episode, we usually only ever see the left room and the right room used for one purpose. That is to say, it's rare to see both the girls' room and Cody's room in a single episode. When Cody and Bailey are both sad about something, we'll see Cody crying in bed, but Bailey will only be crying up on the sky deck rather than her own room. This room right here is usually a classroom, though it's constantly switched out to be a game room or a counseling office or whatever the script needs it to be. There's an exterior exit in the back, also an exterior porthole on the left, and a hallway to the right. Then we also see this lounge in a small handful of episodes, with a stage, a tiled floor, and a door over to the left. I have more commentary to provide than usual. The SS Tipton sucks. Even as a kid, I never thought this was a convincing cruise ship. The interior studio lights absolutely don't sell the illusion of sunlight projecting on everyone. This is clearly not the sky and not the ocean. Where the hell is this even supposed to be on the 3D model? There's nothing that looks like this. In episode 1, Carrie mentions there's a breeze.
It's very breezy out here on this deck.
Yet we never see wind blowing on anyone in the entire show. It's so small. This is the entire sky deck. It looks bad, and that's jarring because the Tipton Hotel was so authentic and believable. This is the worst looking set in any of these Disney shows I've covered, and I'm honestly willing to bet it was the most expensive to build. Secondly, there's all these rooms, but the rooms they chose feel really short-sighted because most of these aren't hangout spaces. They'll only be in the classroom when they're in class, and beyond that, only 2 of these rooms have furniture to sit on, one of which is an uninteresting cramped dorm. The blocking's really bizarre because everyone's just standing this whole show and walking around each other instead of interacting with the set dressing. And because there's so few areas the kids would naturally be hanging out in, the A and B stories will often be occurring on the sky deck simultaneously. Look how it just pans from Zach and Cody over to London in this episode. Or look at this moment from Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana where we hop from Cody, Bailey, and Woody to Zach and Alex to Max and London to Mosby and Justin, to Zach again, to Cody and Woody again. Everyone just spends the entire show up here because it's the only spacious hangout area, and it makes the boat feel so small.
All aboard! This ship is sailing towards another high seas adventure. The Sweet Life on Deck, here on Disney Channel.
Episode 8, Sea Monster Mash, contains one of my most traumatic childhood memories, and to my utter shock, this one wasn't even a Halloween episode. They dropped this in November. For a class science project, Cody's studying a sea monster called the Galapagos Gerties, who appears in these waters near the Galapagos Islands during full moons. He's very excited about the fact that he's partnering with Bailey, which means Zach can't leech off him as his partner, and he's forced to struggle to his own devices.
Think of all the great school projects we've done together. Together? Yeah. Name one.
The bacteria study from season 3, episode 17 foiled again. Bailey similarly refuses to help London with her project. Love the effort, London, which forces her to join with Zach and Woody as they prepare a project about how plants grow in different environments. London impatiently pours her smoothie into a beaker and the group leaves to eat pie, accompanied by dialogue that's as mildly unfunny as ever.
Cody hates crumbs, so he only lets me eat in the bathtub. We could all probably squeeze in there.
Or we can just eat in my room.
Isn't your bathtub the same size as mine?
As they leave, the plant begins ominously growing. The main plot is our first time spent with Cody and Bailey alone, actually meaningfully exploring their potential as a couple, and writing-wise, it's fine, but Debbie Ryan and Cole Sprouse have no chemistry at all. To walk through it, Bailey sort of doubts that Gertie's out there, and Cody gets very defensive about his research. She also questions his pita bread recipe.
Ugh, too much garlic.
You know, I've been making this recipe since I was 5 and have never had a complaint.
They were probably choking on all the garlic.
Like, this was written as lighthearted, flirty dialogue, I think, and Cole delivers the line so wrong. Like, he shouldn't be as bitchy and offended by it as he is. I feel like he should be saying this playfully.
I'm good. Are we in this project together or not?
Then they project mating calls off the side of the boat. At this point, Cody feels a tug on his line, and the two pull it back only for it to snap. Gertie bit the rope. But Bailey's still hesitant to believe him.
Or a shark.
Who asked you?
You did?
You could have backed me up?
I'll leave you two alone.
I can't believe you didn't just support me.
Look, that's not research. That's a hunch.
Oh, well, sometimes the greatest discoveries are based on a hunch.
Like, they lack any sparks to make this a compelling enemies to lovers tussle. It just seems like Cody has bizarre anger management issues, and Bailey isn't delivering anything playfully either. To me, I strongly get the impression that neither of them fully understood the intention of the will they won't they banter in the script. Or maybe I'm just reading that into it, and it was, in fact, just boring, poorly written dialogue. Who knows?
Cody, you know what's great about sitting out here all night with you?
What?
Nothing.
Back in the room, we learned Zach cut the rope, and he's sabotaging Cody's project for fun. Woody returns to check on the plants, where the vine from Beaker C wraps around his leg. London soon gets snatched up as well, while Zach snags Cody's ascending camera and snaps a photo of a toy dinosaur. Bailey and Cody shortly come onto him. Bailey finds the prank funny. Then she and Cody have a blowout fight and storm in opposite directions.
You've been against me from the start.
No, I have not. You've let your emotions get in the way of your scientific detachment.
No one is more emotionally detached than I am!
That's it. I'm going back to my room now to write my report.
Down below, Zach takes his sabotage to another level. Mosby convinces Zach to leave his brother alone, another very Carrie-like moment where he asks Zach if he's ever considered how this might make his brother feel and calls him out for being selfish.
Now, have you ever considered how your brother's going to feel if you do this?
Nope.
I know there's a word for people like you.
Is it macho?
No, it's selfish.
Now, this episode also made something very clear to me. Mr. Mosby's energy is not the same anymore. He just got Freddy Fazbeared by Zach wearing a monster costume, and he barely sounds bothered by this at all.
What are you doing?
You truly get the sense that Phil Lewis is tired of this by this point. And I don't mean that in the sense that he doesn't care anymore. I mean, he seems physically tired. Phil Lewis was dancing around, running, yelling, and came home from work exhausted, I assume, every day for 4 years. And I almost feel like when he signed on to this follow-up series, he set a boundary for himself or something. Not only is he absent a lot now, after never missing a single episode of the original, he's rarely the most energetic person in any given scene in this show, which stands in sharp contrast to the previous series where he always was. I don't blame him for this at all, and I actually don't mind this progression of Mosby into a gentler, calmer man, but the issue is no one fills the role he used to inhabit. And to me, an asshole sitting here with 15 years of hindsight, the solution is blatantly obvious. Maintain the good cop, bad cop authority figure dynamic from the first show, but migrate Mosby into the calmer life lesson teaching Carrie spot, and in his place, maintain Mrs. Klotz from Let Us Entertain You. She was a larger-than-life maniacal villain who fully captures the spirit of Season 1 Mosby. Nicole Sullivan would have interjected the show with an incredible amount of energy, allowing Mosby to settle into this more mellow characterization without dismantling the core dynamic. Back to the story. Bailey comes back, and Cody profusely apologizes for wasting their night on a sea monster that doesn't exist before she can even say anything. And she's like, yeah, I forgive you, man. And I like to imagine she was going to apologize, but then heard one from him and was like, oh, never mind, I'll take that. She also reveals that her uncle spent his entire life looking for Bigfoot, and he should have just looked at London's web show, Yay Me, starring Lyndon Tipton, I think. The two of them walk off, and the moment they leave, Gertie reveals herself once and for all. This made me cry as a kid. I found this considerably freakier than the ghost episode. And this is the only aspect of this episode I remember at all. The plant monster felt vaguely familiar, and absolutely nothing else. Look at this gorgeous giant puppet thing. I want this. Where is this now? Who has it? It should be mine. Now, in the final few seconds, Cody returns to his room and sees that Zach has been captured by the plant monster off screen. Cody declares he'll sleep in Zach's room instead. The monster itches London's nose, everyone screams, and the episode just ends? What?
What?
This is the first time in this entire franchise where a storyline doesn't get anything resembling a resolution. This isn't the same as not seeing London and Maddie make up at the end of an episode because we've seen that 100 times. We get the idea. This isn't the same as the ghost or the alternate dimension or Galapagos or Gertie being real in the final few seconds of the story. Here, like 6 minutes of the episode are dedicated to Zach, Woody, and London creating this sentient plant monster which captures them, which Cody, the science-obsessed nerd, doesn't seem to care about at all, and then the episode ends without payoff, without resolution, completely and utterly devoid of a point. For all the cliches and nonsense in The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, every single episode had a coherent and complete script. The Sweet Life on Deck, however, will gradually lose track of this. Countless episodes feel rushed, incomplete, or just generally lack polish. And this is a really crazy example right here in the early stretch of Season 1. Today we saw Cody and Bailey butting heads over complete non-issues. The next episode is also centered around them as a pairing, and I think these two episodes in combination paint a very clear picture of how the show depicts their relationship.
When it comes to eating healthy, here's some global inspiration with Disney Channel's Pass the Plate.
One thing I love about coming to the market is I always learn things. See this corn? Yeah, I always thought it was a vegetable, but turns out it's actually a grain. And this grain called amaranth comes from this beautiful plant. I should use these for my centerpiece. My favorite food made from grain is pasta. What's amazing about pasta is that people all around the world start with the same basic ingredients: flour, water, and salt, but end up with hundreds of different things.
Episode 9, Flowers and Chocolate, is another walk-on guest star episode, and you'll start to notice this recurring pattern that every single one of these episodes start with the characters eagerly going, wow, I can't wait for them to arrive, and then they do, and everyone hugs, and there's an applause sound effect. Today, the newcomers are the twins, and especially Zach's best friend Bob, and Cody's girlfriend Barbara, who are visiting over spring break while the SS Tipton's docked in Miami, Florida. And this is also exactly where they docked in the very first episode of the show. Is the ability to reuse this stock footage what prompted them to choose Florida? I'm not discounting that as a possibility. Cody's nervous about breaking things off with Barbara due to his new feelings for Bailey, but when Bailey leaves to visit her cousin Cletus's gator farm, Zach sees a formal breakup as unnecessary because he's a sleazeball.
You don't step out of one canoe until you're firmly in another one. Preferably, a hotter canoe. Whose parents are out of town a lot.
They arrive and Cody hesitates to break up with her. But then, plot twist.
He's obviously still in love with me.
Well, so am I.
Look, I can't hide our love.
Bob leaves Zach to spend all of his time with Barbara, leaving Zach to say this directly in front of her.
Why are you spending so much time talking to Barbara? This was supposed to be our time!
Please don't forget that Zach kissed Barbara in season 3 and suggested they should see each other in secret.
If you want to come back after Abby leaves, I'll be here.
Yet she apparently still means so little to him that he's willing to say this directly in her presence. Inevitably, the new relationship is soon revealed.
When did this little love connection happen?
Well, you remember the day you left Boston on the ship?
Yeah, that night.
Barbara literally cheated on him the day he left, and now I don't even feel bad that Cody forgot her name in episode 2. And I wouldn't say this is a character assassination of Barbara or anything, because she was kind of insane all along. Cody may have dodged a bullet here. He decides to emotionally retaliate and make Barbara jealous by telling her he's in a relationship with Bailey. Then Bailey arrives home after Cletus drinks some water and the authorities apprehended the gators on the farm.
Hi, I'm Bailey.
Hi, I'm Daisy.
I'm Barbara.
Bob and Bailey suggest the whole friend group should watch the Hugh Grant movie, Flowers and Chocolate. Flowers and Chocolate is not a real movie, but I guess the writers just really felt like referencing Hugh Grant. I'm sure all the 7-year-olds watching really appreciated that one. Me when I have public oral sex on June 27th, 1995.
What the hell were you thinking?
Sometimes 35-year-olds just need to have public oral sex on June 27th, 1995. It's not like he's 34 or leave his ass alone. In my opinion, so-called people with even-numbered ages shouldn't be allowed to have sex. So the gang is gonna watch this movie, and Bailey doesn't know Barbara thinks she's Cody's girlfriend. So Cody's in quite a pickle. This episode also introduces Connie, the boat's activities director. She doesn't do anything of note in any of her appearances, and I wouldn't have even mentioned her if not for the fact that she's played by Jennifer Tisdale, Ashley Tisdale's older sister. She previously played a saloon girl in the Sweet Life Goes Hollywood 2-parter. In the B story, London's friend Chelsea from a handful of Sweet Life episodes tracks London down to the ship. All the other rich people have been wondering where she went, with rampant speculation that she went to Fat Camp.
Fat camp!
London doesn't want Chelsea to know she's attending school with normal people, so she says her dorm is her shoe closet and Woody's her butler, Woodford. Woody goes along with it because he has a creepy crush on Chelsea.
That is the most beautiful babe I've ever laid eyes on. Does she have any interest in woodworking?
London and Chelsea do this weird twirl thing, which is blocking lifted straight from the original series episode Cody Goes to Camp. Rich Coral directed both of these episodes, so one would assume this blocking idea came from him. In the many months since I wrote that sentence, director Rich Coral and his wife Beth were among the many celebrities outed by the All Quiet on Set documentary for writing letters in defense of known pedophile Brian Peck in his court case with Drake Bell. Coral writing, it would be a pleasure to work with him again. After the documentary, Rich and Beth were largely the only celebrities mentioned who would go on to write a personal apology to Drake Bell. Granted, the apology was an exclusive statement to Variety, in which they claim they didn't know he was a pedophile at the time they were writing letters in defense of him in a court case about pedophilia. I'm a little confused there, but, you know, appreciate the spirit. All Quiet on Set made such a big deal about, oh, Drake Bell, it turns out, was the victim. But we knew that. Like, if you go back to my Zach and Cody video, which I released last year, it shows a screenshot which says that the unknown victim was named Drake Bell. Like, I guess, in theory, it could have been a different Drake Bell. But how many Drake Bells worked on The Amanda Show? Like, it's been public information, and All Quiet on Set was just kind of pretending like they're the first people to ever discover it. Bailey's arrived. Cody tells her to go away. She comes to the dorm. London tells her to go away. Both Cody and London have created contrived lies that necessitate them getting rid of Bailey, and the episode doesn't do anything fun with this. All threads converge in the movie, and it's mega cringe. It's a bit silly. Bailey's like, home slice, what the hell are you doing? And he cooks up the dumbest explanation of all time.
Have a piece of dandruff on your shoulder.
Something wrong with your hands?
Every other audience member is highly annoyed, but none of them are allowed to speak because they're extras, and you have to pay them more.
Tell your girlfriend to keep it down.
Girlfriend? No.
You told her I was your girlfriend? We are not dating.
Are you saying we're over?
Over? We never started.
So you made all this up just to make me jealous?
Aha! You were jealous.
Also, the movie they're watching, let me read the dialogue to you. It's cinema.
Natasha, don't go. We can work this out.
It's too late. You betrayed me, and nothing can ever put it right again.
But I brought flowers. And chocolate.
Oh, delicious.
You're lovely. And delicious.
Oh, Neil.
No, Natasha.
Neil got Natasha's truffles and roses, but those were Michelle's favorite.
Chelsea recognizes Bailey as the maid London said she fired, and London's forced to confess that she lied about everything and she's really attending a C school. She also reveals Woody's just some weirdo who liked Chelsea, and Chelsea leaves in horror. Barbara and Bailey are like, men, and leave together. Zach pretends to sob to get an endless supply of women to snuggle with him for comfort. It's a rollicking good episode. Chelsea decides to keep London's secret and simply tell the country club London was abducted by aliens. Then London triumphantly declares that her dad only put her on this boat because he loves her and wants her to be responsible.
Actually, he loves me and wants me to become a mature, responsible adult.
While we never see Chelsea in the series again, she will be semi-regularly mentioned by London throughout its entire duration, most commonly as the person London's currently texting.
Miss Weiler? I'm texting Chelsea about your outfit. How do you spell hideous?
She largely replaces the role once filled by Portia Tenenbaum, London's never seen but frequently mentioned rival from the previous series, whose presence wasn't really interesting enough to bring up in the previous video, but I might as well now.
My best friend Portia Tenenbaum is going.
My friend Portia's gonna teach me. Portia Tenenbaum's about to grab the last pair of Santa Cora sandals. Looks like Portia got the sandals. Portia Tenenbaum's picture's in the paper. I can't believe Portia got in the paper for doing charity work. That'll show Portia. Oh, hey Portia! Portia Tenenbaum without makeup. Let's look at Portia to see how much less popular she is than me.
Portia Tenenbaum.
Portia Tenenbaum's last 3 nose jobs.
Across the way, Cody gives Bailey an I'm sorry bear. And then this exchange happens.
If I'd been in on it, we could have made Barbara really jealous. I could have done this.
Stop it.
And this.
I would have pretended to like that.
And to top it off, I could have done this. That would have fooled her.
Yeah, every Cody Bailey episode depicts them being publicly dysfunctional, then it just puts a sweet moment in the final scene to wrap things up. Notice how all the chemistry, what little amount there is, comes from Debbie. When Debbie is speaking here, I ship them. When Cole is speaking, I don't. Cody Martin is a black hole where Riz goes to die.
If you'd wanted me to be your girlfriend, all you had to do was ask.
Really?
Sure. I'd be happy to pretend.
Oh, pretend. Right. Make believe. Fun.
Like, how do I even interpret this? She publicly screamed at him last night, but he just buys her one stuffed animal, and all of a sudden she's eager to give him like 6 overlapping erections.
It's too late. You betrayed me, and nothing can ever put it right again.
But I brought flowers. And chocolate.
Oh, delicious.
Bailey sends the most mixed signals. Sometimes she's swooning and impressed when Cody says smart things. Other times she's weirded out when he says smart things.
It's a seaweed smoothie with a broccoli boost.
Bailey has no internal consistency from episode to episode in regards to how she views Cody. Does she reciprocate his feelings? Is she not interested? Is she clueless? It completely changes. I think what Sea Monster Mash and Flowers and Chocolate highlight by being back-to-back is that the show has no consistent portrayal of what kind of will they won't they relationship they have. They toggle between enemies to lovers, Cody having a hapless crush, Bailey's interested but Cody misses her signals, Bailey and Cody being mutually flirty. The only thing the show's decided on is that Cody and Bailey must be shipped, but it does not care by which means this ship is presented. So in the end, Barbara gets Cody and I'm Sorry Bear, and Bob gets Zach and I'm Sorry Bear. Zach starts to cry as he leaves, and Woody offers him a tissue. Now, going into this entire retrospective project, I remember that Cody had a recurring girlfriend in the back half of the original show, and then she showed up in one on-deck episode dating Bob, then she and Cody formally broke up. I didn't remember her name, didn't remember what she looked like or anything about her, I just remembered this episode as her send-off. We actually never see Bob again. In my opinion, they ate him. We actually never see Barbara again. In my opinion, they ate her. Sophia Oda and Charlie Stewart were honestly great members of this series' recurring cast. I liked them both. Bob in particular made me laugh all the time. He could make the unfunniest lines, inexplicably humorous, dare I say, with his deliveries.
Forgot to shave. Gotta look good for movie night. Done.
Charlie Stewart almost never acted again. He hasn't in 10 years. And I think that's a shame, honestly, because I would have loved to see him pop up in the other corners of pop culture like I do with the rest of the cast. My man doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. He's the only one without a Wikipedia page. That's so sad. Hashtag make Charlie Stewart a Wikipedia page.
Next, point your compass towards an all-new adventure aboard the SS Tipton on the Disney Channel original show, The Sweet Life on Deck.
Episode 10, Boo You. The twins feel bad for nearly killing Kirby, so they find a promotion for him, but it seems he never graduated high school and thus can't claim it. Now the twins convince him to enroll at 7 Seas High and wrap up his degree. Because the entire world revolves around Zach and Cody, they explain to Emma that Kirby's now a student.
14 sub-subjects and ends with a 2,000-word essay.
Well, I know what the first word is. Dang!
Kirby turns out to have test anxiety and leaves the room in a panic before he can begin. But the thing is, Kirby legitimately knows his stuff. He's well studied, so they use a webcam to sneakily capture him proving his knowledge. Emma congratulates Kirby, and a graduation ceremony is held for him on the skydeck.
When's the prom? To me, it seems like Wendell Middlebrooks impressed the crew with his comedic timing earlier, and they decided to keep bringing him back and expand his characterization. He's hungry. He likes eating. That's really all the fleshing out they did, but you know what? That's a good amount.
You think he'll come home for the holidays? I hope not Thanksgiving. I just can't cook that much food.
The previous episode ended with Chelsea agreeing to keep London's location a secret. This one begins with her filming her Yay Me web show on the boat to an audience of 37 million viewers, so I guess she changed her mind. For context, London began running a web show in the Sweet Life Season 3 episode, Tipped Online, in a very transparent effort to take the wind out of iCarly's sails. When Ashley Tisdale was absent from most of Season 3 while she filmed High School Musical 2 and London was missing her usual B-plot buddy, the Yay Me web show became her primary purpose in the back half of the 3rd season. Here she's bullying Bailey to an audience of 37 million people, playing
outfit or tablecloth
with her skirt, swapping her sandwich with a spicy habanero hoagie when Ronald Longcape Jr. comes to flirt with her, and moving her entire bed up onto the skydeck.
Is it my morning to milk the cows? Screw you! What's going on?
Bailey is too nice here. She's a little farm girl who takes all these punches. Look at this moment where she considers hitting London but doesn't. Maddie would have smacked her with that, and then they would have been rolling on the ground screaming.
In fact, she calls me her Piggly Wiggly, and then we'd snort together.
That thing isn't still on, is it?
Eventually, London feels bad and arranges a nice date between Bailey and Ronald Longcape Jr., which goes awry when Bailey learns London was responsible and looks for the hidden camera somewhere. This weirds Ronald the hell out, he loses all interest in her, and then he returns to WizTech. London clarifies that she was actually trying to be nice this time. Then she realizes Ronald's available and she runs after him to pursue him. Imagine brazenly going after the crush of the girl you live in a small box with. And I failed to mention that while Mosby is gone again today, this episode is the directorial debut of Phil Lewis.
who's now a primary director on the iCarly reboot. Just kidding, it was cancelled in the time since I wrote this sentence. Very cool.
Zach and Cody are diving into a new semester at sea on the Sweet Life on Deck, and the 7 Seas will never be the same. You can check out the Sweet Life on Deck at DisneyChannel.com. Watch London's latest Yay Me webisode. See what's up with Zach and Cody on their blog, Yo Us. And get the who's who on new students at 7 Seas High. Then explore the ship to take the latest poll, get exclusive downloads, and test your brain power with the Sweet Life Trivia Quiz, High Seas Brain Tease. Or head on up to the Sun Deck to play Longa Conga. For all the dish on the Sweet Life on Deck, cruise over to DisneyChannel.com.
On the topic of London's web show, Yay Me, starring London Tipton, I'd like to discuss the actual real-world, roughly 2 to 3 minute webisodes that were released on Disney Channel's website around 2007/2008, leading into the release of Sweet Life on Deck. It's very tricky to discuss these because there's a lot of conflicting sources on how many episodes were produced. A portion of this show is almost certainly lost media, but it's not clear how much. One IMDb page for the series lists 1 episode. Another separate page lists episodes 1, 5, and 6. What seriously threw me off the correct trail was this Wikia page which listed 10 episodes I was actively scouring for until I questioned, how likely is it actually that Paris Hilton appeared on throwaway web content, and that had then become lost media? That's when I realized this entire page is on the Fanon Wiki, which didn't even dawn on me as a possibility because I wasn't expecting anyone to write fan fiction about the Yay Me web show, down to assigning credited episode directors. 5 episodes have been archived online. All sources indicate that the first episode was called London Outfabs Cody, supposedly released on December 15th, 2007, the same day the web show's introductory episode Tipped Online aired on Disney Channel. The description on the wiki says, quote, also, London compares a scarf in her and Cody. In wear is fabulous or not fabulous. Cody is also paid to wear embarrassing women's clothes and shoes. There are many clips supposedly showing a snippet from this short.
Fabulous, hideous, fabulous, hideous, fabulous, hideous, fabulous.
However, as you can tell by the presence of the laugh track, this is a clip from the episode Tipped Online.
Fabulous, hideous, fabulous, hideous, fabulous, hideous, fabulous.
I'm sure the audience doesn't want to see me wearing a silly scarf.
This screenshot of the old Yay Me website clearly shows this video, meaning this was not a full-length webisode, this was just a clip from the episode they put online, which all of these sources are listing as episode 1. What every source cites as episode 2, despite the website putting it before London Outfabs Cody, is today's guest, BFF Chelsea, although the YouTube archive calls this Bon Voyage. The wiki also says it debuted on September 15th, 2007, with a YouTube upload dating to September 7th, 2008. Regardless, it does at least exist. In it, London complains as she packs bags for an upcoming cruise. London's mirror is here. When the series aired, it was voiced by aforementioned known pedophile Brian Peck in 3 episodes. Disney later redubbed it in all episodes of the show with a sound-alike named Michael Arrington, and Michael would go on to provide the voice in On Deck. However, this ancient web short still features the original performance by Brian Peck.
How even if my bulbs burned out, they'd still be brighter than you. Ow! Okay.
The last minute of this short is gone, lost to time, as London calls the mirror a drama queen and it pretends to die. If only.
Don't be such a drama queen. Is he okay?
There are no existing uploads or documentation of episode 3 or 4. What the wiki refers to as episode 5 is called Stupid Sea School, although the YouTube upload calls it episode 2, possibly implying the wiki's numbering is wrong and there are no missing episodes. There's no known release date, but it was uploaded to YouTube on October 12th, 2008, about 4 episodes into On Deck airing.
Remember that cool cruise ship vacation I mentioned in my last episode? Yeah, turns out it was all a dirty trick and I've been enrolled in a stupid sea school.
Hey, continuity! London complains about sharing a room with Bailey, who gets to introduce herself to the camera and spiel farm talk. Bailey introduces her skills as an amateur puppeteer, which is never alluded to in any episode of the show at all.
London gets in a fight with a puppet, and Bailey has to remind her it's not real. The wiki's description is very entertainingly incomplete, simply stopping describing the events after the 1 minute mark. Also, this quote literally just isn't in the short. That's not even something London would say. The people who wrote these wiki pages like 15 years ago just made shit up. The next episode is The Fashion the Furious, also uploaded to YouTube on October 12th, 2008. YouTube calls this episode 3, the wiki calls it episode 6. London talks about fashion, and Woody sings a song. Bailey comes in and refuses to leave her dorm when London asks her to. London insults Bailey's outfit, and the two of them have a violent fight off screen.
Let's go. Bring it. Come on.
Oh, you better back up. That's what I thought. You better
Fashion,
back up.
fisticuffs, roommates fighting. A little exciting. Good night, everybody.
This is the only part of these web shorts I remember. I recall laughing hysterically as a 7-year-old. My mom really just didn't like it and didn't think I should be watching it. But if it weren't for this memory, I would have no memory of these shorts existing, and they wouldn't have been mentioned in this hit video.
Denim disasters, cotton catastrophes, failure in fabric.
There is no archived 7th episode. The supposed episode 8 was called Me Mail, uploaded on February 9th, 2010, in which London responds to fan emails. London loves the praise from countless messages, but when an email praises Woody as a good-looking and funny sidekick, London gets jealous and ends the segment.
Your sidekick Woody is really funny, not to mention good-looking.
There's one last archived episode with no attributed number called Yay Milan, also uploaded on February 9th, 2010. London live streams from Milan, Italy, and fails to understand every aspect of the culture. It's honestly pretty funny. Woody's even slightly almost entertaining here, and it's because there aren't laugh tracks intervening every 2 seconds to say, "Laugh, isn't he funny?"
Just work the cameras, Woodford. Italy is such an important place for fashion that they made it boot-shaped. Woody, zoom way back into deep space so we can see the shape of Italy.
We have $12 webcams with 3-foot cords.
This episode also notably has different UI, with a playhead on the bottom of the screen baked in, making me question if this was produced as part of a separate batch or what.
Woody?
Yo.
The camera's crooked.
No, it's not. That's the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah, right. Like they're gonna leave up some leaning tower when they could just knock it down and put up them all.
No, but...
No buts. Fix the camera.
Fine.
It's so hard to get good help these days.
And that's actually all that's archived of Yay Me, starring London Tipton. Lord knows how many episodes there actually were. Maybe it is just 5 and the numbering was super wrong on the wiki. Either way, we're still missing about a minute of the episode with the pedophile mirror, which is a morbidly unfortunate piece of Zack and Cody lost media.
Now let's get back to The Sweet Life on Deck on Disney Channel.
Episode 11, Sea Harmony. There is terror on the sky deck. People are screaming for their lives at the sight of a remote control car. The grumpy, mean old Mr. Marion Mosby and Mrs. Emma Tutwiler arrive to put a firm stop to this mischief and ban the kids from the sky deck.
Victory lap, Dale!
London has famous Cars voice actor Dale Earnhardt Jr. racing for her, I believe is what's supposed to be happening. Zack and London, who are just hanging out as friends now, decide to hook Mosby and Tutwiler up with a partner during the singles dating cruise to get them off their backs. Perhaps they'll be happier if they're in love. Both adults are convinced to take a dating questionnaire, but they both have 0 potential matches because they're unappealing to everybody.
Let's check on Mosby. Nope. What about Tutwiler?
Imagine how discouraging dating apps would be if they made that noise. So they simply retake the quizzes and match Mosby and Tutwiler to each other. Now they meet and fall in love. They're oh so happy, they aren't enforcing any rules as expected, until they have a big blowout fight because Emma doesn't like the Three Stooges and Mr. Mosby does.
Why is his name Curly if he's bald?
That's the joke!
Don't make fun of my family! Hey!
Having an understanding of the Three Stooges is paramount to satisfy Marion Mosby's emotional needs in a relationship, while actively disliking the Three Stooges is essential to satisfy Emma's emotional needs in a relationship. They break up and now they're mean again. In regard to that Three Stooges thing, The Sweet Life on Deck is just obsessed with referencing surface level pop culture in a way that the first series never really was.
Space!
The final frontier.
Look, Frodo.
2001 about that crazy computer who takes over the ship and destroys everyone on board?
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
We're spies, not Jedi.
Zack and London make one last-ditch effort to unite the former lovers, but they're eventually outed as having manipulated the results. The two rekindle their flame over their mutual love of punishing children. The end.
Not that you are not tall. In your own way.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
In the B story, Bailey's filling out the dating questionnaire. She initially takes it seriously, but then gets bored and fills out some goofy answers to make her laugh. Cody then steals her answers to see what kind of things she likes. At first, they connect over things like their mutual passion for corncob art and the smell of pine.
Back home, lying down, looking at the stars between the pine tree branches.
Oh, did you camp a lot?
No, a twister took the roof off our house.
Bailey still reveals lore about kettle corn every once in a while, but I'm not going to show it every time like I did with Esteban because it's just not that entertaining or iconic. When Cody comes out to showcase his yodeling ability and his favorite food, sardine sorbet, Bailey realizes he screened her results and yanks up his lederhosen to scrunch his ballsack, which I think is assault. When she's with London, she's too polite to ever retaliate, even after humiliation in front of 37 million people, but when she's with Cody, she'll physically and verbally berate him just whenever. And at this point, I had a genuine epiphany. All this back and forth, all these inconsistent portrayals of her demeanor. Bailey's personality is girl. She's just the girl character. No clear definition. She comes across differently from writer to writer, the way Bri did back in the days of Lab Rats. Cody, meanwhile, that's a little weird, buddy. I will say, this is the worst thing he's ever done in pursuit of Bailey. For other creepy down bad characters like Oliver, for instance, this would just be Tuesday. And he's thoroughly punished for his behavior today, unlike those other characters. Cody is the least creepy down bad Disney Channel protagonist, which goes to show how horrible Disney Channel is at portraying love to young, impressionable children.
Welcome back to Disney Channel's Totally New Year. We asked the stars, what are you looking forward to in 2009?
2009, I think, is going to be a really fun year. I always say that for every year.
Getting a car, maybe, and just driving around.
I'm just ready to make some music and enjoy the weather.
I am looking forward to my nephew being born in February and get to snuggle with him and give him little kisses and hugs.
Stick around. Disney Channel's Totally New Year continues.
In The Mommy and the Swami, the SS Tipton docks in India. Though, of course, this is a photo of the St. Thomas Harbor in the US Virgin Islands, which is not India.
I'm Rajarajan Manoharan. I'm from India. Geetanjali Srinivasan Vishwanathan. That's how you say it.
Padma from the premiere returns, and she has a problem. Ever since London bribed her to drop out, she's been traveling with her aunt on an international shopping spree. Now her mother's come to visit the ship while it's docked in India, and she needs London to pretend she's been her roommate this entire time. Fortunately, Debbie Ryan isn't in this episode, so this isn't a problem. Her mother arrives.
I am Geetanjali.
Ooh, that's kind of hard to pronounce. Got a last name?
Srinivasan Viswanathan.
I'm sure somebody on Earth probably has this name, but like this is more of like an amalgamation of different surnames put together to make it feel lengthier. Like Srini, you know, and Vasan are like two different names, and Srinivasan might be one name. Vishwanathan might be a name on its own, but they've just clubbed it all together to make it big for comedic effect.
There, they pretend Bailey's farm clothes and possessions are simply Padma's, but Geetanjali is repulsed by her daughter being westernized and decides to pull her from school and bring her back home.
This episode finally has stakes 14 minutes in.
I cannot go back to our little village. It is so boring. Even our elephant ran off to join the circus.
Are elephants common, like, I guess, pets or whatever?
No! They're not pets. Elephants are considered like sacred here. Like you will find them in temples and stuff, and probably in a circus. But no, it's not so common that somebody would just keep an elephant as a pet or something.
Padma also mentioned she was dropped off 6 months ago.
Dropped me off 6 months ago.
Which is odd because the characters were supposedly just here for a semester abroad as of the pilot, and 6 months is longer than a semester.
Not wanting to leave, Padma needs to prove to her mom she's maintained her cultural heritage. So she, London, and Mr. Mosby do a traditional Indian dance.
Of course there's gonna have to be like song and dance. Oh. Perfect.
Whoa. Oh, where'd you go?
So, I had a power cut here, which is quite normal here in India, unfortunately. It happens from time to time. If it rains, the power goes out, or if they're building trains underneath, the ground, it tends to happen.
This convinces Gitanjali not to de-enlist her daughter, although in true sitcom fashion, a confused, "Huh? You're Bailey's mom?" conversation occurs and exposes the lie.
I never went to school here and I've been traveling the world with Auntie Manjula.
I have an aunt whose name is Manjula, by the way. So it's pretty accurate.
But London makes a triumphant speech about second chances or something, and Gitanjali decides to let Padma join the cruise next semester. Then apparently changes her mind off screen because she never comes back and we don't see her again.
Meanwhile, Mr. Mosby can't get his computer to connect to the internet, and for some reason it's making this sound. He spends the entire episode on tech support without getting help. The twins hike up Mount Kanchenjunga, the 4th highest mountain in the world, in one afternoon,
to seek spiritual enlightenment, their words, through the teachings of Swami Banu Kapatu.
They should be docked in one of the southern states, because that's the only place you can access docks, because northern India is landlocked. And this looks like northern India.
Back in the early days, the show would make fun of Cody for being unathletic. Now that Dylan Sprouse has barely put on weight, the punching bag has shifted to Zach. Laugh tracks play because Zach's tired after climbing the 4th highest mountain in the world. How could you be so lazy? Zach, by the way, just came to this yoga class to look at women.
This class is strictly male. It makes it easier to focus on your higher self.
Unfortunately, not what I was hoping to focus on.
I think it's like Disney Channel doesn't want to explicitly reference any religion, so they're just doing yoga.
Yeah. I would say a majority of people in India are Hindu, followed by we've got Muslims, Christians, Zoroastrians, Buddhists, all sorts. When they're practiced in India, there's a lot of overlap. So there's you'll see Christians doing stuff that you might see Hindus doing, and it's like this weird mix between religions, and it's a cultural thing more so than a religious thing. I think the culture bleeds into every religion.
And here it's just yoga.
Oh my god, again?
No! Cody slowly becomes disillusioned as he learns that all of this is a tourist trap, designed to scam them out of as much money as possible. Zach, however, is very impressed by that business strategy.
Cool! Sitar hero!
By the time they're done, it's night and it's too treacherous to descend the mountain, so they're forced to pay for an overnight package, and then they're put to work to pay off their debt. They take jobs in a tech support call center, where they waste clients' time for fun.
Thank you for calling tech support. This is Steve. Please hold.
It's interesting because, being in India, I didn't know this was a thing, because call centers and tech support is usually for countries outside. When I call tech support, it's not like this.
Zach and Cody mess with Mosby as the episode ends.
But what about my company?
And the episode just ends there. We just have to assume that they paid off their debts and got back to the boat.
And I don't think they were really going for that cultural accuracy, more so than just sort of ripping on all the stereotypes that we can when we think of India, like call centers and, song and dance, and they just went for that. But it was amusing, I think it was very benign racism, it's totally fine.
Next Friday on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck.
Maddie!
Ashley Tisdale returns as Maddie on deck.
I'm so excited to see castles.
But will our sweet reunion...
The prince thinks I look beautiful?
He has requested that you be his date for tomorrow night's royal reception.
Turn into a royal disaster?
His Royal Highness, Prince Jiffy.
Oh. Find out on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Next Friday at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
For years, I remember that there was one singular on-deck episode in season 1 where Maddie guest starred, and I vaguely remember the visuals of a castle's exterior as an establishing shot. That episode is none other than number 13, Maddie on Deck. Former main cast member Maddie Fitzpatrick, played by Ashley Tisdale, is about to board the SS Tipton, and everyone's eagerly waiting on the sky deck this time, a change of scenery. Mosby's the most excited, which is weird because he was usually indifferent to her existence on the show.
But I'm needed here at the Tipton.
We'll muddle through.
Where
Where will I find another teenager looking for employment in a 5-star hotel? I know. I'll just yell out the door.
Oh, I see Maddie. My friend Maddie is...
Throughout the previous show, Zach had this unrequited crush on an older woman across all 3 seasons. Though it slowly faded from relevance by the end of the show, partly due to his romantic pursuits of other girls his age, and partly as a byproduct of Ashley Tisdale's frequent absences. This episode will be our final glimpse into those feelings, as everyone is shocked that Zach took his first bath today. However, true Zach heads might recall he already took his first bath to impress the ambassador's daughter in French 101 from season 2. Maddie arrives and everyone clamors to see her. Zach throws up in the hot tub after eating a sandwich he found in his underwear drawer. And I'm spending longer than usual on this cold open because it's a very top-heavy episode in terms of interesting occurrences. Firstly, Maddie comments on Cody no longer wearing sweater vests.
No sweater vest?
Oh, Maddie, that was the old Cody.
But Cody had already phased sweater vests out of his wardrobe by season 2, as the show commented on once.
I plan to lose the goofy vest in season 2.
I hate me.
Secondly, we're once again supposed to laugh at how poor Maddie is.
You know, I'm surprised Maddie could afford a vacation like this. London's always telling me how tragically poor she is.
Well, she saved up her babysitting money, and her candy counter tips, and all the change from between her couch cushions, and finally had enough money for the bus ticket to the airport.
So, I paid for a flight to meet us. Oh, Coach, of course. Wouldn't want her to feel out of place.
London gets gold bars for allowance. In this episode, we learned that she has a submarine following the ship filled with extra shoes for her. London could solve Maddie's financial situation without even noticing an impact, but she simply chooses not to. With Maddie in tow, the gang goes on an adventure to the fictional country of Liechtenstein. It's interesting that they're visiting fictional countries as well as real ones. In reality, this castle is Kasteel de Haar, from Utrecht in the Netherlands. As Zach fails to woo Maddie, a royal herald emerges and informs her that she's caught the eye of a royal prince who'd like a date, which she eagerly accepts. After preparing for the night of her life, Prince Jeffy emerges. Oh god. Maddie is the worst night of her life because her date is 8 years old.
Your Highness, the Queen has informed me that it is past your bedtime.
I don't want to go to bed!
He hands her a bouncy ball and she's like, okay. The next day, we learned the bouncy ball was a proposal of marriage in Liechtensteinian culture, and Maddie is now required to marry him according to Liechtensteinian law. Tonight. Now I can see why they chose a fictional country for this story. Prince Jeffy fires a warning shot from a cannon to make it clear that the SS Tipton will be shot and sunk if they attempt to leave with Maddie. Also, Zach mentions that it's September now.
I'm already getting my mid-September shadow.
What even is this timeline? The gang sees only one way for Maddie to escape from this predicament. If Zach can beat the prince in a duel to secure Maddie's hand in marriage. She complains that it's
how sexist!
But then immediately resigns to the circumstances and relents, as the writers loved having her do. It's now the night of the wedding. I noticed that none of her family members are here, but frankly, I wouldn't invite them either if I were Maddie.
Lady Madeline, Margaret, Genevieve, Miranda, Catherine, Fitzpatrick.
Maddie objects to her own wedding and gets overruled. It's only when Zach objects to the union that chaos breaks loose. The two men, quote unquote, duel on bouncy balls with pool noodles, and Zach's getting clobbered left and right. If he loses one more round, Maddie will be forced to marry this kid forever. But that's when Maddie kisses Zach on the lips to motivate and inspire him. He surges into action, KOing this idiot child and winning the day.
Mommy!
Okay, let's talk about this. When the show began, Maddie was the older girl, and Zach was never going to plausibly date her. The fact they were 3.5 years apart was explicitly stated to be way too big of a difference. But Maddie's aging comparatively slowed down. That's no longer their age difference. I suppose I'll give you a spoiler. 14 episodes from now, London will enter her senior year, which means Maddie's entering her senior year, and Zach and Cody are entering their sophomore year. That means Zach and Maddie are now 2 grades apart. Assuming the 6-month difference between London and Maddie still stands, Maddie is now 1.5 years older than Zach and Cody. Obviously, Ashley Tisdale is still clearly like 7 years older than Dylan Sprouse, but in universe, this is a completely acceptable kiss on the lips between peers that you can't even raise a pitchfork at, which is wild. Harold the Herald tells Maddie that she's caught the attention of Prince Jeffy's older brother, though she and Zach swiftly bounce away together. A handsome, mature prince emerges and London runs off with him. The amount of time she's immediately sniped a potential love interest from her friends is concerning. We actually never see Maddie again. In my opinion, they ate her. this was a nothing burger in terms of her character. And it's sort of disappointing that in the eyes of the writers, her grand narrative purpose in her final appearance was just to kiss Zach and give him closure on his crush. But they didn't offer her any sort of ending.
Wow, Zach, who knew you'd turn out to be my knight in shining armor?
Well, I did. And I always knew you'd be my princess.
In one of the final episodes of the previous show, she fell in love with a handsome philanthropist who was straight out of her fantasies. And I think that was a great ending for her, at least in a love life sense. So it frankly sucks to see her embrace some new guy here, since Jeffrey then is surely out of the picture. She swapped Jeffrey for Jeffy. So whatever, I guess she'll remain poor and lonely for the rest of her life. Bye, Maddie!
Hi, I'm Dylan Sprouse from A Sweet Life on Deck. You're watching Disney Channel. I quite like that.
In When in Rome, the SS Tipton pays a visit to Italy.
I'm Silvia. I'm from Italy. I've been to Rome like last week. This scenery, I think that it's more inspired from Venice, or like Florence is not Rome with this whole like
the greenery and stuff.
Exactly. It's not really from Rome. I don't think you can see. It's more like from Veneto, so where Venice is.
Out roaming the streets, I came up with that one. London falls head over heels in love with the charming advances of a street musician named Luca. They go on several dates together, and Luca insists on paying every time, saying she will never spend a cent in his company. And this blows London away because no man's ever done that before. I wonder why. Maybe because she gets gold bars for allowance.
Disney Channel, actually. Italy actor. He was very famous at the time. He did like the As the Bell Rings, but Italian. The American actors were like so big and were like, you know, something that you will never like touch. So seeing like this Italian actor that everybody knew in this episode was very like meaningful for the kids.
Tra poco, siete pronti? Sta per suonare la campanella. As the Bell Rings, next on Disney in English.
However, Luca's uncle Marcos keeps romping in and telling Luca to stay away from this American girl and focus on his study of music. Soon, Luca tells London that Marcos disowned him completely and he no longer has the money to attend his dream school, Juilliard. London feels so bad and takes $20,000 out of her purse to give him, which he promises to pay back. Then Bailey overhears something startling. It was all a con. And not a convention kind of con. A thievery kind of con. Luca and Marcos are scammers! Which implies to me that this is their scam. Luca regularly plays his guitar on the street to lure women in, take them on several dates, pay for their every meal, and then tell them Uncle Marcos disowned him and guilt them into paying for his attendance at Juilliard. Their entire plan relies on the girls being rich enough to have $20,000 to casually give out, which all American tourists actually do.
You are a Fendini, huh? And the Fendini plays only for popes, prime ministers.
Also, he's not Italian. I can tell that he's not Italian, the uncle.
Jumping to the B story, Cody desperately wants to eat at the best restaurant in Italy, run by the illustrious Chef Gigi. But Zach is not interested.
I'm not in the mood for manicotti. I'm not in the mood for you.
Unfortunately, the boys are turned away as there won't be an open reservation until 7:30 p.m. on November 16th, 2023, 15 years later.
I can squeeze you in at 7:30.
Perfect.
And November 16th, 2023.
But that's in 15 years.
It makes me feel very old because it sounded like so far away. Also, the chef is not Italian, I'm sure. Gigi is like very a stereotypical name in general. Like, also the other characters are Marco and Luca. There is also very like calling someone John. I don't know.
So at the end of last year, that obviously became a huge meme, I guess. That does technically fit the definition. This was like our generation's Back to the Future moment. Even though I think a lot of our generation also watched Back to the Future. And Back to the Future was also our Back to the Future moment. Dylan and Cole Sprouse did nothing to celebrate it. They just made brief Instagram stories going, oh, woe is me. So many people are DMing us. Disney Channel released the full episode on YouTube, but the only actor involved with the show to actually embrace this meme was Sandra Purpuro, who played Chef Gigi, releasing this brief TikTok.
Oh, boys, you're back. Your table is ready. Follow me!
She is way too nice, completely out of character assassination. She would still be mean to them, even 15 years later, I just know in my heart. An icon, says the Sonic Drive-In. Thank you, I think we were all wondering what the Sonic Drive-In's thoughts were. That's kind of cute, but it's also like, so depressing that the entire world was invested in Zack and Cody for like a month leading up to this, and no one involved in the network and no one else more involved in the show did anything to celebrate it at all. Also, what everyone was disregarding is that this would be 7:30 p.m. Italian time. So everyone from PST to EST was going, yeah, 7:30, Zack and Cody time, mamma mia, but it's like, no, that had long passed, hours ago. Also, they didn't even make the reservation. Everyone's like, the reservation's here. No, it isn't. They didn't make it. This was the nearest available slot had they made one. They didn't, which means that this TikTok is non-canon. But in walks Mr. Mosby, who got his reservation 15 years ago. Luckily, the cruise ship just happened to be docked in Italy on the exact date of his reservation. Hey, wait a minute. As the cruise manager, one certainly has to wonder if Mr. Mosby was responsible for overseeing the ship's schedule, and if he contrived this trip to Rome to make his travels to this restaurant less expensive. Mosby! Okay. The twins decide to join him and he reluctantly lets them. This man didn't have to say yes, but he still did.
We couldn't even talk 15 years ago!
What a wonderful time that must have been.
Then, Zack and Cody, who are content sharing one brain cell but not sharing one chair, steal this man's and cause such a ruckus that all of them are kicked out, including Mosby, who just generously let them sit with him.
Can't we just eat at one of the other 8,000 Italian restaurants we passed?
And Zack didn't even want to eat here 3 minutes ago. Zack could have just eaten somewhere else and given Cody this opportunity. The security system takes control of Mosby's house and begins attacking the city, leaving the mayor to give Mosby community service for the damage he caused, even though Zack and Cody were in his house the whole fucking time. Cody still wants to get in, and when he sees Gigi fire all of her chefs, he shoots his shot. If you recall from the original Sweet Life, Cody's a prodigy cook. Gigi sees the teenager she just kicked out 20 minutes ago for causing a public disturbance come up to her and say, I'm a chef, and then she immediately hires him to work in her 5-star restaurant without further questions.
At the end of each night, the workers I have not fired join me for a delicioso meal. Usually I eat alone.
Delicioso, poi it's delizioso. It's a little bit also different. Also, this gesture is not for everything.
What does this mean?
It means like, what are you saying? What are you doing?
Oh, also, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that pizza on a cone is not a real dish in Italy.
No.
That's something you'd find in America. The twins cook here in the kitchen, and this is one of the few scenes I actually remember really well from this show. They accidentally drop the golden star from the plaque into the pasta sauce, then Cody has to dive inside to grab it. He causes a huge mess, and then he gets kicked out again. Okay, back to the A-plot, remember that? London refuses to believe Bailey, who confronts Luca. Luca, ridden with guilt, has genuinely fallen for London, and concocts a plan with Bailey to make it right. A stupid plan. Bailey goes undercover as a pop artist named Naomi Wyoming. Get it? Her last name's Estate. They tell Uncle Marcos that Naomi was amazed by Luca's musical talent and they want to sign a deal with him to make him a huge pop star.
Big! I like big! You seen your aunt?
Mosby poses as a record producer named Little Mose. I don't know why this was part of Bailey's plan. I don't know how the hell she convinced him to do this.
Bang, bang! On my neighbor's door. Can I borrow some sugar? Gonna make it to the store. Having a dinner party. Gonna have baked Alaska. I really hope it don't turn into a fiasco.
Look at that guy dancing. I've never noticed him.
Yeah! Word!
They go inside the restaurant and use their made-up fame to get themselves a table immediately, robbing the prime minister of his reservation.
Then also, they always do like at the end of the phrases.
Take this table, huh?
This better be important, huh?
There is a very stereotypical thing. It doesn't mean anything.
You start to roll in, huh?
In fact, the Italian actor never does that if you notice it. Like you can say like vowels to say stuff, but it's not in this context like this.
Andiamo.
Also, she said andiamo, but andiamo is like let's go. So it's just like a person that went out. Andiamo.
Andiamo.
Holy cannoli!
Holy cannoli.
I was just gonna say, I'm assuming holy cannoli is not a thing people say. They ask for $20,000 up front from Uncle Marcos. He goes along with this, and Bailey, before they've even left the room, rips off her disguise and reveals their ploy. Then the money goes hot potato a bit, everyone confesses the truth, and Luca tells London he's done being a scammer. They embrace, and we never see him again. In the end, Zach, the only chef who wasn't fired today, eats a lovely meal with Chef Gigi while Cody watches in agony.
I think it's funny how Italy is like food and thieves. There is nothing else in Italy. I think that there is a little bit of work, like a little bit of research, because some things that are right, for example, some names, but I think that in general it's very like stereotypical way to view Italy.
Tonight, bello, we eat like kings. Pasta with the sauce.
Let's make a pizza pie together. You go get some sausage. I'm gonna go get some spaghetti. We put spaghetti in the sausage and the pizza.
Friday on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck.
How about a date with me?
Before Zach can get the girl,
Unfortunately, I can only go out with boys my father approves of.
he needs Cody's help.
I need you to pretend to date her.
Carry on. See you at 9:30.
But will Cody's good deed ruin his chance with Bailey?
Where is Olivia?
Who's Olivia?
She's my daughter and this boy's date.
Wait, you're dating someone?
It's completely casual, in the most devoted kind of way.
Find out on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
Season 1, Episode 15, Shipnotized. Shipnotized is the final episode of this franchise that has an interesting or inspired premise and how it uses Zach and Cody. There are 59 episodes left. Zach's smitten by a young woman named Olivia, and Cody's smitten by her father, Cabot, the dean of admissions at Harvard. When Cabot forbids his daughter from dating an imbecile like Zach, the twins devise a plan. Cody will pick up Olivia for dates, giving him more FaceTime with Cabot to make a good impression, and then hand her off to Zach to spend more time with her.
Good night, Olivia. Later, babe. Sorry. I hate this tree, but how will I explain it to Bailey?
Who's Bailey?
My brother's secret love. He loves her, but he keeps it a secret. From her.
And Olivia is played by the same actress who played Miss Major Healy, the teacher TJ turned into a teenager in the Wizards of Waverly Place episode Art Teacher.
Wow, the towel boy must hate you.
Yes.
This girl definitely acts innocent as hell, and it seems like Zach is scummily taking advantage of her, but that's like Tuesday for Zach Martin, so I see no point in dwelling on it. Everything is going according to plan. Zach's out on a date, and Cody's talking to Bailey, who's nervous about going down the water slide on the Fiesta deck by herself. Cody suggests she should go down with someone wrapping his arms around her. Then Cabot shows up and thinks Cody's cheating on his daughter. Things get even worse when Zach brings Olivia to a hypnotist show, where she falls under a trance and comes to believe she's a race car. He cannot get her under control. This is one of those episodes where the thing that goes wrong is not even remotely a consequence of their actions. Like, hypnotism show makes Olivia think she's a race car is hardly Zach's fault, I think, but whatever. Cabot is far more disappointed in Cody, who he vows will never make it into Harvard. Cody leaves crying. But Zach stands up for his brother, exhibiting a rare redeeming quality, and ensures Cody is not out of consideration for Harvard admission. On the flip side of the story, London is absolutely sick of Bailey's constant farm talk and general demeanor. When they attend a show from the same hypnotist earlier in the episode, London falls under a trance and comes to genuinely believe she's Bailey, speaking in a southern drawl to boot.
I want to marry someone named Clem and have 3 children, one of each.
But Bailey doesn't stop it because London starts to actually be nice and give her all of her closet space back. Eventually, though, Bailey can't stand herself anymore, comes to accept that her constant farm talk is alienating, and takes London to get reverted back to normal. In the tag, Bailey approaches Cody with some information.
Hey, you know how we were talking about the water slide on the Fiesta deck?
Yeah.
And that I would feel safer if I went down the slide in somebody's arms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I tried it with Frank. And you were right, it's fabulous. You should try it with your girlfriend.
I want to take this opportunity here to talk about how Dylan and Cole are really not great actors at this point in their career. They started as young child stars. You don't really watch children through the lens of, wow, are they giving a grounded performance? No, you're not. Maybe you compliment their timing and charisma when cute little moments stick out to you. But the issue is that at this point, they're acting in the exact same way they did when they were 12 years old.
30. Don't forget our curfew. Hello? Curfew!
Like, they didn't have time to relearn acting through an adult lens because of how non-stop this production was, and they wouldn't get that opportunity until after the series ended. It also seems like Cole is intentionally deepening his voice at several moments, and it comes across as horribly distracting.
Ever hear of recycling?
Even Debbie Ryan really doesn't fare much better at this point in her career.
I tried reasoning with London, but it's like talking to a tractor.
I think part of why I procrastinated this retrospective for so long is that the show is just not that enjoyable, and the main cast gives really grating performances that aren't even remotely entertaining once you surpass age 11. And what's wild is that things are only going to get far, far worse from here.
On your mark, get set, go!
Buckle your seatbelts for Disney Channel's Stars and Cars, featuring the premiere of Cars.
Driving day.
A car rally of car-themed shows and shorts featuring Disney Channel stars.
Let's rock and roll, driver!
Revving up at 5-4 Central. Check out our Stars parking cars.
Nicely done.
Our Stars driving cars.
Ready to burn some rubber, Dan?
Our Stars racing cars.
We're entering the Swamp Oil 500 today.
Watch it! Then at 8-7 Central, pull over and park it here for Disney Channel's premiere of Cars.
Faster than fast, quicker than quick. I am lightning. Ka-chow!
Saturday, let the race begin. For Disney Channel's Stars and Cars. Start your engines at 5-4 Central, only on Disney Channel.
Season 1, Episode 16, Mom and Dad on Deck. Wow, I can't wait for Dad to come visit for a guys' night, say Zach and Cody as they wait in the lobby for this episode's special returning guest star from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Kurt's back, and it turns out that Carrie came to surprise them as well.
Carrie, what are you doing here?
Well, I knew you had a little gig out here in LA, so I thought I'd fly out so we could have a nice little family weekend.
This woman is always very eager to see her ex-husband. Mosby immediately hands them a bill for everything the boys have broken.
How do you break a propeller?
Easy. You drop an anchor on it.
I like the implication that there are more escapades than the show's budget range can handle occurring off-screen. Kurt surprises the boys by buying them a car, since you don't need a driver's license in the ocean. The episode treats this like it's a genuinely real car, and I find that very amusing. They drive it around the sky deck and Zach crashes it almost immediately. So to cover the damages, Carrie and Kurt offer to do the show tonight. And Mosby suggests they work on the cruise as permanent entertainment. Zach calls his parents a
completely unknown divorce duo.
The show continues to simply not decide if Carrie is incredibly famous or a complete nobody. It wavered back and forth depending on the plot of the episode and if the writers were giving Carrie or Mosby the leverage in any given scene. It also treats this as the first time Carrie and Kurt have sung together in years, seemingly forgetting their duet in Season 1's Christmas at the Tipton. Zach and Cody decide to sabotage their parents' performance to ensure they won't get hired as full-time entertainment. Apparently, Carrie and Kurt wrote a song called Paper and Plastic, inspired by the fact they met at a grocery store. I'd like to bring up that my parents also met at a grocery store, the Springfield, Oregon, Mohawk Street Buy Mart. I'm not bisexual, but I was still able to enter and show. It's basically like if a garage sale was a store. It smells like every single item for sale should be put in a nursing home. My mother was an employee. They had a mutual friend who said to my dad, "Hey, there's a girl working at Buy Mart you might be compatible with." So my dad entered the store, asked her where the mud flaps are, and she showed him. And then my dad left, got back in the car with his friend, and was like, "She's alright."
Like, overrated as.
Then he set them up on a blind date to meet each other, and now they happily sleep in separate bedrooms 30 years later. So if any of you watching this video are a woman working in retail, just know, any customer who asks you a question about where to find something might actually be scouting you out as a romantic partner. You heard it from me first. Thank you, 1521 Mohawk Boulevard, Springfield, Oregon, 97477, for allowing me to roam this earth. Anyways, Zach and Cody are causing all sorts of chaos. Good heavens. The performance is a flop, and afterwards Carrie and Kurt say, "You ugly ass dorks, why didn't you just communicate with us like adults that you didn't want us to be on the ship with you?" And they're like, "We're sorry, Mom and Dad," and then Mom and Dad are not mad at all. The end. Unlike most guest visitors from the original show, this is actually not the last we'll see of Carrie and Kurt. It'll just be a long time. Meanwhile, Mr. Mosby's perpetually unseen mother forgets his birthday. London spends the story trying to buy him the perfect gift, to completely dissatisfactory results, until she spends the day following him around, asking him about his interests, and finally gets him the sweetest gift basket of pocket hanky holders and opera CDs. Mosby says his favorite celebrity is Prince Charles. I bet he was incredibly excited on May 6th, 2023.
Don't move. The Sweet Life on Deck will be right back on Disney Channel.
Episode 18 is titled The Wrong Stuff, which, as most 8-year-olds in 2009 probably knew, was an homage to the 1983 historical drama The Right Stuff. Bailey and Mosby are absent today, leaving just the twins in London to carry everything. Mr. Tipton's opening a new space station and forcing London to go. This is apparently his second space station. She can only bring one friend, so Cody and Woody ruthlessly compete to fill the spot through various tests.
For the first part of the competition, you must pass this scientific test.
I've never gotten lower than an A- on a test in my whole life. I got a C.
Oh, Cody, I know it must be hard for you getting a C.
Woody decides to smell as badly as possible to sabotage Cody before the big obstacle course, who then feeds Woody as much food as possible before the motion sickness gyroscope. This is unaltered footage from the episode. They just rotated him at a moderate speed on set and then sped it up in post, and it's very funny.
This machine will see how you handle tumbling uncontrollably through space, which might happen because Daddy built the station on the cheap.
Jesus, he gets his wealth from diamond mines, his projects are wildly unsafe. Is Mr. Tipton just Elon Musk? Next he just needs electric cars that burn on fire. Zach fills in for Jennifer Tisdale's character and leads her elders' funtertainment class. But one guest is being a nasty grumpster and he's mean to everyone, but then he and Zach bond over their shared love of pranks. They develop a grandfather and grandson bond. London emerges to announce her guests for the space trip, with studio spotlights reflecting in her helmet, to the gathered members of the press who are apparently just on a cruise ship. And it's good old Mr. Barker. Zach arranged for him to have one last adventure, and he goes off to space with London. This episode is already the final appearance of Miss Pepperman. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. They're all dead.
No! Woody and Cody apologize for being so mean to each other. Up in space, London can see her house from orbit, and the episode's final punchline is so unfunny that it just circles back around to being funny again.
Alrighty, well, let's go back to the space station.
Sure. Have you got the keys?
I thought you had them.
Uh-oh.
It's the health kick heard around the world. Get the global spin on eating right with Disney Channel's Pass the Plate. In my house, we eat a lot of rice. Not just white rice, brown rice, wild rice, even sticky rice. That's what they use for sushi. But as many kinds of rice as there are even more ways to make it. So let's pass the plate to see how kids all over the world eat rice.
Episode 18, Splash and Trash, is Bailey's third consecutive absence. I think Debbie Ryan died. When the twins hear a girl floating in water outside the boat on a pile of garbage, Cody's distraught over the environmental mess, and Zach says,
"There's a babe in a bathing suit, and you're focused on the garbage?"
They bring her on board, and she has no memory of her life or what happened to her. I want you to look at Zach's reaction time here, his instinctive reaction to what Mosby says, and then realize what a special type of bad person he is.
Amnesia is memory loss often brought on by a traumatic event.
How could you forget me? I'm Zach, your boyfriend?
I would not disrespect any woman.
Zach decides that they should call her Marissa. Cody says,
"Because it means of the sea in Latin." No, because it's written on the back of her bathing suit. And what a lovely bathing suit it is.
If Cody's so smart, then why in a million years would he think Zach knew the Latin word for sea? Zach clarifies that Marissa is the name written on her bathing suit, which he's been busy staring at. He says she's the catch of the day, and naturally she's kind of into it, but he's weirded out by the fact that she didn't embrace him outright. When they see a trail of water leading from the hot tub to her, and she muses in her sleep about the need to get back to the water and be a regular girl, Woody believes she's a mermaid. What's interesting is that Zach refuses to believe this. My guy's seen a ghost talking to him before walking into a wall. Also, notice how that's never come up again in the whole franchise? How did this traumatic childhood experience affect them? I almost have to wonder if they've repressed this memory. Woody assigns London to gather intel and prove Marissa's a mermaid, and she embraces her new identity as a spy called $00.
Isn't this a great disguise? After I put it on, I didn't recognize myself.
It's actually a really fun new narrative role for London that I enjoy, even though I struggle to believe London would just be like, "Okay, Woody," of all characters, "I'll be a spy for you." Woody throws a bucket of water at Marissa and she regains her memories. She's an Olympic swimmer who was swimming in the ocean to train for a long distance race before hitting her head on garbage and blacking out. She arranges for Mosby to call her dad / her coach, they're one and the same, He works her to the bone so she can win races. But Zach hears the completely wrong part of this conversation and now believes she is a mermaid due to contrived reasons. And he decides to learn to swim, and he fantasizes about the relationship. And in his romantic fantasy, they have a fight about finances and she goes to sleep at her parents. But just a mere 4 minutes after thinking she's a mermaid, Zach and her have a quick conversation to clear things up. Things are just happening in this show, I guess.
You know, just because I'm human doesn't mean I'm not sensitive to mermaid issues. What? Ooh, I'm sorry. Is mermaid not politically correct? Would you prefer aquatic American?
Marissa finds it very cute and accepts his seductive offer to help her relax a little bit. Literally last night she yelled this, by the way.
To think I actually thought you were cute.
From her perspective, he just threw a bucket at her this morning. But all of Zach's love interests forgive and forgore so quickly, no grudges, just love in their hearts. So they chill in the hot tub.
You got her in the water? Does she have a tail? Let me see. I gotta stop reading so many comic books.
When it's finally time for her to offload the boat, she flirtatiously tells Zach that she'll want someone to celebrate with her after she wins the Olympics. He's been an all-around stand-up guy to her today, so shout out to Zach. In the Little Bee story, Cody's upset by customers using too many towels due to the electrical output caused by overusing the dryers. I like Cody being an environmentalist. It's a nice little wrinkle to his character, but unfortunately he's a complete dumbass. He refuses to hand out towels to the ship's guest for a couple scenes, which he can't do. How about you go to your friend London Tipton, who's in the 1% most damaging to the planet?
Ew! I don't even reuse my outfits. My motto is, wear today, throw it away.
Like my guy wanted to blast off into outer space in the previous episode, but today he's like, we can't let dryer fumes damage our atmosphere. Cody's soon fired by Mr. Mosby and has an actual public meltdown.
Fine. Who cares about the planet? Clean towels for everyone. Here's one for you and one for you. Oh wait, don't use that one. It's dirty. It's got air on it. Here's one for you. Oh, and take that one. Oh, wait a minute. Don't use that one. It's got a drip of water on it. You better throw it in the dirty pile.
Then he proudly bitches and exhibits no self-awareness. His solution to make a statement is to drag a massive pile of garbage onto the skydeck, affix it to himself, and declare that he represents the future of humanity if people don't change their ways. Cody's the kind of activist who would super glue his hand to the freeway to block traffic and then toss the glue down the drainage pipe to the ocean. Like, man, what are you even cooking here? But it works and everyone's impressed and Cody gets his job back. That's the end.
Let's sail on back to the Sweet Life on Deck on Disney Channel.
Much Ado About Nothing is a poor episode. It can only afford one plotline. In her only appearance amidst a 4-episode absence streak, Bailey gets a box of mulch delivered from Kettle Corn. Cody decides to throw her a Kettle Corn Mulch Festival up on the sky deck to cheer her up, much to Zach's disencouragement.
I'm talking about Bailey being homesick. I feel terrible that she feels terrible. Don't. There is nothing better in this world than an unhappy hot girl. When the lions are out hunting gazelles, they don't attack the strong, healthy ones. Oh no. They attack the weak ones. You know, the ones crying and eating ice cream.
Let's kill Zach.
Any woman.
London decides to invite Bailey's ex-boyfriend Moose to the festivities, where Bailey seems to rediscover her feelings for him, and Cody works as hard as he can to neutralize the threat and establish himself as the alpha dog, which he is certainly not.
On your mark. Get set.
Hold on a second. Let me just adjust for difference in arm height. Okay, hold that please. Let me just, okay, there's that. And 2 degrees adjustment on the fulcrum. Okay, ready.
And go!
Cody is a beta. I just want to put on the record that not a single character in this show is a Sigma. I hate how the internet gives everyone access to the same memes at the same time, because both me and my 10-year-old nephew in 5th grade use the same memes right now. Back in my day, they'd start with the college kids and then trickle down through younger siblings, through the high schools, through the middle schools, to the elementary schools. They were all crusty and stale by the time they got to the elementary schoolers, but now the elementary schoolers are getting them at the same time as the rest of us. And Moose, for those keeping score, is played by Dutch Hano, famous for his role in Zeke and Luther, the podcast. Throughout the story, Moose is possessive and, dare I say, a bit evil.
Hey, I hear you planned this party for my Bailey. And why don't you come back to Kettle Corn? I know you've been missing home something terrible.
I have been a little homesick.
I knew it.
But...
But? There are no buts here. I know what's best for my little cornflower.
Cody's also incredibly possessive. Literally the only difference between them is that Cody's the protagonist and Moose isn't.
I can't believe I might be losing Bailey.
And also Moose probably isn't a beta. Bailey, at a crossroads between returning home and staying on the ship, turns to Cody for advice. Although he initially wants to tell her to stay, he decides to instead tell her, follow her heart. To which she immediately turns around and tells Moose off, insisting that he does not know what's best for her.
You're always telling me what to do. You think you know what's best for me, but you don't.
Fine. I don't need you anyway. Mary Lou's been wanting me to take her to the movies.
Mary Lou only has one tooth.
She hugs Cody and clearly shows some hints of feelings towards him. And Woody eats mulch.
All right, I guess I'm gonna mosey on out of here.
Hey everybody, get on board with Debbie Ryan.
You are sweeter than caramel corn.
And I don't get stuck in your teeth.
In the new bonus feature, Debbie on Deck, brought to you by the first Sweet Life on Deck DVD, Anchors Away. Now available on Disney DVD.
Cody, this is amazing.
Can't get enough of Zach and Cody?
Today is your lucky day.
Well, Zach and Cody can't get enough of Bailey.
It's love, Woodster. Can make a man loco.
I'm being interviewed by the Sprouse twins.
Yikes!
Set sail with Sweet Life on Deck's Debbie Ryan.
What's it like to work on the Sweet Life on Deck?
Y'all know, it's kind of crazy.
It's go time now, punk!
A little nutty sometimes.
Debbie's in deep water.
I'm gonna make my move.
Wow, Cody.
When Cole and Dylan put her on the spot.
Who's a better actor, Dylan or Cole?
I'll see you guys on deck.
Debbie on Deck, an exclusive bonus feature on the first Sweet Life on Deck DVD, Anchors Away. Now available on Disney DVD.
In Cruisin' for a Bruisin', Kirby wants to eat a killer whale.
And you need a lot of mesquite to grill one of them up.
So due to that trio's incompetence, along with Connie the activities director, Mr. Mosby gets horribly injured on the eve of Captain Lunsford's party. This entire episode is just a long sequence of all the characters visiting Mosby one by one to cheer him up, only to accidentally further his suffering.
The pokey little princess. Page 1. Page 2.
London bedazzles him, Kirby sits on him, Zack impales him with Django Darkblade's sword, which is a really welcome reference to Tipped Online, where they played a RuneScape ripoff together.
Dragon Quest!
I haven't played DQ since our days at the hotel.
And I need thy help, Django Darkblade.
Mosby getting tortured kinda doesn't work anymore when he's barely an antagonist figure at this point, but Phil Lewis's delivery ensures it's still entertaining at least. Cody is tasked with ensuring a miniature model ship is delivered intact to Lunsford's party, only for it to break inside the bottle. While the characters try to fix it, word gets to Mosby that the ship is broken and he tries desperately to pull himself to the party to get everything under control. Unfortunately, he rolls down the stairs and injures everyone else as well. Lunsford's another one of those always off-screen characters like Mr. Tipton, but he's barely ever mentioned and nowhere near as iconic. Shame on him.
Disney Channel presents a Summer of Stars event, Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana.
Let's go.
That's Wizards of Waverly Place on the Sweet Life on Deck with Hannah Montana.
Wow.
You like my place, huh?
Like it? I can't see it.
For the first time ever, see what happens when 9 stars.
I'm Zach. I'm kind of the one on the ship who does weird and hilarious stuff. I'm the one who does cool stuff that people laugh at for no reason.
From 3 shows.
I was thinking while I was in there, these tights could be a hat.
You see how much fun this cruise is?
Are all on board the SS Tipton.
It's Hannah Montana!
Friday, July 17th on Disney Channel. Be here for Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana.
Did you hear that?
It's one cruise you will never forget.
Now keep your head down. The last thing we need is to be recognized.
Hey, Hannah!
Watch Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana. Premieres Friday, July 17th at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
This brings us to the Season 1 finale, which acted as only one link of the legendary crossover Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana, which is naturally a meeting of Wizards of Waverly Place Season 2, The Sweet Life on Deck Season 1, and Hannah Montana Season 3.
That's what I said. Let's go!
In the previous series, the crossover That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana brought That's So Raven Season 4, Hannah Montana Season 1 into the second season of The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The first episode only saw Zack, Cody, and Mosby bleed into a That's So Raven story, where Raven checks into the Tipton while the rest of her show's cast carries a B-plot. The second link, a Zack and Cody episode, saw Raven and Hannah pop in for only a few scenes, with only a collective 20 seconds of the entire cast being together. And the third entry, a Hannah Montana episode, had Maddie in it for about 2 minutes and no one else. They just left the hotel after the theme song and it was a completely normal episode of Hannah Montana from there on out. Now, 2 years later, Disney Channel brought back its 3 current top shows for a far stronger outing that actually played to the strengths of both casts, which I already covered once in my world-famous video, Wizards of Waverly Place video. The crossover picks up with Wizards of Waverly Place Season 2, Episode 25, Cast Away to Another Show.
Not what it seems.
Justin Russo wins an admission to a teen cruise in Hawaii, which Alex and Max tag along with. And just immediately, I'm blown away by how much funnier and vastly superior Wizards was. It's been so long, but the level of banter between Selena Gomez and David Henry just genuinely blows the Sweet Life of Deck out of the water. I'm so sorry.
Daddy, see? Too many distractions. It's really Justin's fault that I've fallen behind in science.
Really? I thought it had something to do with the 14 missing assignments.
14? I thought it was 10.
What? I told you that 4 weeks ago.
The Russos arrive on the SS Tipton. Here's Mr. Mosby.
How does this thing float?
Magic.
There's no such thing as magic.
In my Wizards video, I said,
"The kids are sleeping in the infirmary. Mosby says it's because they're overbooked. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess it's because they didn't have any spare cabin sets to film the Wizards cast on."
Knowing now how the show handles the 2 dorm sets, I know I'm 100% correct, because they're being used in this crossover as Zach's dorm and a dorm Hannah Montana's staying in. This episode is largely just kids hanging out. There's 3 little storylines. Max and Zach pair off because they're both the silly quirksters. They race luggage carts at one point of the episode, and that's the only time this happens in On Deck. As a matter of fact, I'm reasonably certain this is the first and only time that Tipton's luggage carts have ever appeared on the boat. Alex has teleported Harper onto the SS Tipton, which I recall broke that show's existing teleportation rules at the time. Harper is assigned to attend all of Alex's classes while Alex has fun. Harper befriends Cody, and Alex befriends Bailey. Alex assumes the false identity of Ashley Olsen. London catches Justin's eye, and in a panic to win her affection, he tells her he's a paleontologist named Dr. Fossil. Then on a date, London talks about how people often make up stories just to be with her, but she's glad that Dr. Fossil is so sincere. But then she has to leave to take a photo with the poor Russos, obviously putting Justin in a tight spot.
Max, dude, I'm in trouble. London Tipton thinks I'm the rich Dr. Fossil, and she's on her way down here to take a picture with the poor Russos.
Oh no, we're poor? Guess I can't afford these.
You're gonna be no help. Harper! You're good with costumes, right? Okay, I need you to make me some. Well, I'm not sure if I have that material, but Harper?
London thinks Justin looks just like Dr. Fossil, and even Max thinks she's dumb. Justin realizes London's too dumb for his own good, and he has to break up with her. Max and Zach cause Bailey to almost choke to death. Justin doesn't know how to save her, Alex does. This leads to Alex's identity getting exposed. London breaks up with Justin for being a bad doctor and being way too dumb. Justin can live with that. In the end, Alex sends Harper back home because I guess Jennifer Stowe did not sign on for one episode of a different series. And this bleeds into the Sweet Life on Deck's actual season 1 finale, Double Crossed. Hannah Montana arrives on the boat to perform a concert in Hawaii. Cody already knows her from the 2006 crossover, and he thinks he can sweet talk her into getting him and Bailey tickets for the show, which Bailey's really excited to attend. Alex and Zach meet, then both get scolded by their brothers. Zach's pulled a zany, crazy prank on Cody, which Justin accuses Alex of doing, so now they know each other. Now Max is trying to impress London Tipton today. It's literally the same thing, except it's just 3 scenes and barely an afterthought, and also London's into Max, who's a child.
Miley and young Sheldon star Lily are bunkered down in their cabin as a frenzied mob tries to get in. Kirby's here guarding them, but he won't even let Cody enter. And Hannah, unfortunately, doesn't remember him. What I find incredibly entertaining is that Alex is such a dominant S-tier character that she leads the A-plot in this episode of The Sweet Life on Deck. That's the only instance in one of these crossovers where a main storyline follows a character from a different show. Here, she fills the hot tub with blue dye, somehow knowing Justin would get in. Mr. Mosby sees this innocent guest covered in dye, and both of them have an idea as to who's responsible.
Alex!
Alex? What?
This was Alex. I know my sister.
Oh, this was Zach. I know my hooligan.
Now Alex is on the run as Mosby hunts her down. She winds up running into Zach, who welcomes her into his cabin. She accidentally drops the dye vial outside the door, which prompts Mosby to blame Zach entirely and confine him to his room.
You!
I didn't do it!
Oh, yes, you did.
I swear I didn't! By the way, what is it that I didn't do?
You put blue dye in the hot tub. I found this right outside your door. I knew it was you.
But that's not...
Your butt is confined to this cabin. You'll have to entertain yourself with whatever's in this room.
I think I can make that work.
But Zach thinks it must have been Cody who framed him as payback for the prank this morning, and he's on the hunt to get revenge. Like I said in the last video, I just love the pairings of characters here, and I think they really reach the maximum potential in regards to who's interacting with who, which they really did not bother with in the 2006 one. Cody and Woody do a scavenger hunt for Hannah Montana tickets.
What idiot puts a swordfish on a scavenger hunt list?
Okay, this scavenger hunt is out of control. Some kids just tried to take this yellow beret out of my hair.
The final object they need to win is a golden goblet. Then Zach decides to take his revenge.
How could you? My own brother! What?
Do they always talk at the same time like that?
Freaky, isn't it?
This is literally the only time they've ever talked in unison in 6 seasons of the franchise. Justin catches Alex and decides to expose her to Mosby.
It was her.
Justin, Mr. Mosby is our host on this lovely cruise, and you insult him by arguing with him. Come, brother.
I recognize those word-twisting manipulations followed by a hasty exit. It was you!
Sure, blame me.
Because it was you!
He pours water on her hands, revealing the dye, and she's apprehended for good. Cody apologizes to Bailey for not getting any tickets, and she says it's okay because she's never had a guy try so hard to please her, which is going to become an insane, constant, recurring statement that women in the show will say to Zach on a regular basis after he lies to them. Hannah Montana re-enters, remembers Cody, and offers them free tickets. But watch this.
Cody, this is gonna be the best date ever.
Date?
Oh, yeah.
Yes! My 6-month plan worked!
This is the formal beginning of Cody and Bailey as an established romantic pairing, and I do genuinely appreciate the show's willingness to let their relationship evolve, rather than us watching a stagnant, unrequited crush for like 70 episodes. And the fact that they let this moment occur in a big, exciting crossover is honestly just really cool. London also kisses Max.
He's a child.
Well, for now. But 5 years from now, when we're in the same grade, you can sit next to me.
Let's kill her. Then the Russos dismount. I'm going to miss them very, very much. Despite a 3-part crossover between 3 shows, Hannah Montana and Wizards don't overlap at all. Selena Gomez and Miley Cyrus don't even get one scene together, which I said last time seemed like an insane oversight. But what a lot of comments pointed out at the time is that the two of them had legitimate beef over their mutual, off-and-on lover, Nick Jonas. And they apparently had a rivalry for various other reasons, like being directly pitted against each other in the public consciousness as 2 teen stars around the same time. There's a whole bunch of breakdowns of the events of their drama. It's honestly like kind of boring if I'm being honest, but the point is, given the timeline during which this episode was filmed, I think that them not liking each other is very likely the reason the actresses didn't interact during this crossover. Which is a shame because we never even got a moment where all 3 casts come together during a 3-way crossover between 3 shows, even when this episode featured all 3 casts in it. Woe is me. The crossover continues with Season 3, Episode 19 of Hannah Montana, titled Superstitious Girl. The Wizards are gone, and while it's not as anticlimactic and disappointing as the ending of the previous crossover, this is
Basically a standalone Hannah Montana episode that just happens to have 2 one-scene cameos from each of the Sweet Life on Deck cast members. The 5 of whom appeared in all 3 entries of this crossover as a sort of anchor, I guess. Miley's lost her lucky anklet, which was given to her by her late mother, and ends up with horrible luck. Zach stops by to sexually harass Miley and Lily a couple times.
You want to spend a little one-on-one time with old Zach Donald. Here a kiss, there a kiss, everywhere a kiss, kiss.
No, I'm not even gonna count it, because that is just how Zach talks to women by default now.
I would not woman.
The anklet's found by a house cleaner and given to Mosby, although London swiftly snatches it from him. When Miley tries to get it back, London drops it in the ocean. London's been really upset at Hannah Montana throughout this whole crossover because she's refused to put London Tipton's web show opening theme song, London Tipton's really great, really great, really great, London Tipton's really great, which serves the opposite of hate, which is love, on her album. Thus, out of spite and stupidity, it gets dropped in the ocean below. Hannah's wig also flies off. Miley glumly decides to cancel her upcoming concert in Hawaii.
A little thank you for those concert tickets.
There is no concert. I'm sorry.
What? Well, is this going to affect the after party?
Luckily, Old Town Road star Billy Ray Cyrus arrives to give Miley a pep talk and reveal that he brought a spare wig, which Miley herself has seemingly never had the idea to do.
Without Mom up there on stage with me, I'm gonna blow it.
I know what you mean. I used to worry about that same thing, raising you kids without her, but I did it. You know how? Because she was with me every step of the way, right in here. And anklet or no anklet, it's the same thing for you.
She cheerily proclaims that the concert's back on.
Oh my gosh, Cody, did you do this?
Bailey, look, if this relationship doesn't have honesty, it doesn't have anything. Yes, I did.
Then she performs in Hawaii. I asked this last time, but literally, what is this? Did they film an actual real performance and then place in the episode? And they had Miley Cyrus wear a corresponding dress in the filming of the episode? Because that's insane coordination if so. In the B-plot, Jackson and Oliver's curiosity gets the best of them while they're left alone, and they open a package despite Billy Ray Cyrus telling them not to. It turns out to be an inflatable bounce house, which Dad ordered solely to warn them not to open his packages. And with that out of the way, I can formally declare that the Sweet Life on Deck's first season has come to a close. And what a ride it was.
In my previous videos, I've covered the video games that accompany the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, both on the Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo DS. And now we've reached the era of the Nintendo Wii, where on October 26th, 2010, we received Disney Channel All-Star Party, a horrible ripoff of Mario Party that I cannot wait to play. And guess what, gamers? I've got a special guest star here to play it with me. If you watch multi-hour sitcom retrospectives, you just might recognize them. And they should be here any second. Oh my god. Guys, I think it's them. Give a nice, warm round of applause and drum roll to my special guest star, my friend Trinity from some of my videos. Oh my god. The crowds are cheering for you, Trinity.
I just want to say thank you to the Academy and thank you to everyone that's had me.
I'm so happy to have you back.
So much. Appreciate it. Good to be back.
Oh, hey, Trinity.
Ready, gamers? Disney Channel All-Star Party. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to let's rock and roll.
Straps on, everyone.
Strap on. Strap on.
Don't take any chances.
Strap on.
Strap on.
Like crunchy salad with Jonas.
So is this the game or is this an ad for like a movie or something?
This is the ad for the game.
Wow. Oh, that's Wizards.
There's Demi Lovato.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Ferb in the same. All right.
Now what is this?
Not this. Oh, that's is that Hannah?
Yeah, that's Hannah.
And there's Demi Lovato again.
Oh my god. Sing
Oh my god.
Sing her heart out.
Multiverse.
Oh, there's the boys.
They're on deck.
So true.
They've crossed over.
Thank you for the invite.
I need to be Cody. It's very important.
Well, I suppose I'll be Zachary.
Hannah looks so much like Jeanette McCurdy here.
Yeah. So we all have to choose a location we'd like to visit. Let's, for the sake of the video's continuity, go to Sweet Life on Deck first, just so we can all get the experience of being Zach.
Oh, wait.
Did you guys... Screw you.
We have to go to Camp Rock 2.
Look at how out of place the me is compared to everyone else.
They're on strike.
What?
Wait.
The CPU be... Oh, we had to go... we had to do this.
Oh, what?
Oh God, it's a Wii game. They want us to stand up. This changes everything. We have to redo all the cameras, don't we?
The CPU is picking all the options.
Force fields and magic hands with a norm and 12-ball ping pong. Oh yeah, this is the game they play in that show.
Okay.
So much of this game is...
Ooh, let's see who won. Yo!
Wow.
You did it.
I did it. Woo!
Put this on your resume.
The computer beat me. Okay, let's all go to Sweet Life.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at them, it's the boys. The bridge cross. Take turns traversing a bridge while dodging the life preservers. Don't get hit or you'll make a big splash.
I feel like that doesn't tell us anything about how this game is supposed to be played.
No.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Do I just tilt it? You won't get me. Stop!
Okay, I'll let you go past me.
I don't believe you. Oh, you did.
Oh, wow.
Go, go, go. Fuck you! I don't understand. I'm just trying to go.
Just go really fast.
It doesn't let you go fast. It doesn't let you.
Recorded.
No.
Okay.
Trin. What? I swear to fuck if you win. No.
Oh my God. So is it right to go forward?
I think you just wiggle it like this.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it happens again the second time.
I think my first person here is the CPU, so it's like, I feel like it's way less easy for me. Because the CPU just knows how to play the game. Yeah.
No! No!
It walked through.
Oh, I forgot the hit.
Alex, I'm gonna kill you!
I guess it's because she crossed without getting hit.
What?
Oh my God.
It's passing through her.
This is the second angriest I've been at Selena Gomez this year.
I'm gonna get this. Hurry the hell up. What? You didn't even stand. Oh my God, it's the boardwalk from
I
season 4.
rewatched this show recently, and the boardwalk subplots are like, they saved the show.
Yes.
What type of music do you listen to?
What is this?
Why can't you leave? What can't you leave?
Oh, gun.
My cell phone.
Gun.
I need my MP3 player. I can't tell which one's Zach and which one's Cody. I don't know which one's mine.
That's racist.
How do you like to dress?
Okay.
Let's go to comforter. Is this gonna ask for our IP address next?
The mystery personality tree. Zanius.
The zaniest player is. Oh, what? We were just trying to figure out. What? The CP. We were just. Wait, so we were just trying to get the most zany results?
What was that?
Oh, I do want to go to Phineas and Ferb Town eventually. No one's ever chosen Sunny with a chance in this game.
Bust a gnome. I feel like we're gonna have to dance.
Let's do the monster truck chase.
Ooh, monster truck.
Oh, Nick Jonas has the highest score on this game. I bet he does. Chompzilla. This is in like one shot of Phineas and Ferb. That's stupid.
How do I play this again?
What?
Who put that oil slick there?
God, these controls are terrible.
How could you say that? The developers worked so hard on this game. I think we're all gonna fucking lose. Oh shit. Trinity? Oh, you almost hit Phineas.
She almost killed Phineas.
What? It's like we have to clap.
Oh my God, we're clapping.
Oh!
How did you win?
I'm just a bit of a gamer. You wouldn't get it. Bail water out of your leaking raft and into a neighbor's raft.
Okay.
No, I'm about to sink. No! No! Oh, it's over. It's over. Did that guy win?
Do you know anything about all the time? You know, I grew up with Zach and Cody, right? I grew up with Zach and Cody, and it was always like, Zach was the cool one, and Cody was a little twerp, right? And I grew up, and I could never tell the actors apart. And one day I woke up, and one of the actors, like, owned a bar and had a quiet life and did voice acting in Kingdom Hearts. And the other actor was like this big hotshot jerk, right? And he was in all these TV shows, and he was acting like a cool guy, and he was like smoking indoors in interviews. And I always thought, well, you kind of have to put up with it because it's Zach, you know what I mean? That Zach is just what he's going to grow up to be like. But then I found out I have it backwards. It turns out the brother that led the quiet life out of the public eye, that was Zach the whole time. And the douchey brother appearing on Riverdale and smoking indoors in interviews, that was Cody. And some days I think we need to like teach him a lesson. We need to take Cole Sprouse and like bully him into remembering that he's Cody. He's always going to be Cody. And basically we need to like take his lunch money and give him swirlies, and maybe that'll ground him and make him not a terrible person.
Can I talk to you over here for a second?
Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know. He was here when I got here.
What? I thought he fucking came with you.
The soundproofing in this apartment is incredible.
What's he talking about? Did we go to high school with him? Is that someone from high school? I feel like maybe I had like an English class with him.
He doesn't look familiar.
You're looking great these days,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because we went.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been thank you.
Been doing something with your hair differently?
Mainly just losing it.
It's been a while. Remind me how we know each other, because I know we do.
We're both YouTubers. You make content adjacent to mine. You're wearing my merchandise right now, which you can get at pixelempire.com/QuentinReviewsRealLink.
I got this at Target.
I'm Quentin.
Quentin. It's not ringing a bell.
I'm like the iCarly guy. I did a bunch of videos about Victorious. Fundamentally, your entire online persona is plagiarized from mine.
Oh, Quentin Reviews! Oh my god! Oh, what's up, buddy? Oh!
Put in your pocket or hold against the leg.
Are you excited to see me, or is that just a Wii remote? Oh, wait, I'm set it around.
Where's the Wii remote coming into this?
Kick whose balls? Oh, I'm a gamer. Oh, I'm a gamer. Oh, get ready, honestly, gamers.
Let's check up what Sunny's up to.
Let's visit our friend Sunny with her chance.
There sure is a chance that we'll see Sunny.
Oh, it's the loft.
Okay.
Crack up the so random audience.
This audience is so easily amused.
Sweet shot. Oh, is the basketball? Oh, it's locked.
Bowling.
Look at all the girls just out. Let's play Fandemonium. We have to run around. We have to run away from fans.
Well, I feel like it was.
This is what the Jonas Brothers go through every day.
Oh yeah. Word of my
It's just like.
But they just miss us. Oh, yo, it's the Ferb games. Oh, I got him. Trenchard, you have to like slide me around.
Yeah.
Make me slither. Get the ball, Trinity. Oh.
I'm trying, but it doesn't really work that well.
This is terrible.
This is so bad.
How do you fumble the Phineas and Ferb IP?
High five.
Okay. Final results. Whoa.
Okay, nice job.
As it should be. I'm a third place kind of guy. You beat Selena Gomez.
I sure did.
Now you need to 1v1 Selena Gomez in Disney Channel All-Star parties.
Oh, the sweet shot was unlocked.
Well, I guess we gotta go see what that's about.
I guess we got to.
Yeah.
All right,
third one should be Alex. Hold on, in that case, let me be Alex, and then Trinity gets the other Demi Lovato. We got, oh, who's the fuck? Which one did Selena date?
Actually, I had Nick.
I don't know, what's the difference?
I know it wasn't Kevin.
No, no one would date fucking Kevin. It's like mixing video games with real life games.
How do we play this again?
I don't know. But we're gonna fucking win it.
Okay, come on. I like that all the shows about music from this era just was slightly outdated. Just like, you want to rock and roll. It's 2012. I don't know which one I am, and I'm not joking. I don't remember which Demi I am.
When is this gonna end? How long is this gonna go on for?
I'm actually like exhausted.
You're not even trying anymore, Kian.
Yes, I am.
Oh, no.
I am too trying.
We're gonna lose.
You think I care?
I'm on a winning streak with Kian. I have to win.
I'm on a losing streak, Trinity. I have to lose.
Oh, thank God.
God is real.
Thank you.
Oh. Mr. Reviews want to know something a bit silly.
What's that, Mr. Charlie?
What? Back in the day, you had just done iCarly Part 1, and I was just a little guy, a nobody, in the middle of nowhere working at a strap factory for minimum wage. And then one day, a man named Quentin Reviews makes a multi-hour video of iCarly, and shortly after, he says, hey, I'm looking for editors. And I'm thinking, that'd be so fun to do. So I applied, and I never heard back. Nothing. One of my links was even a Rickroll to get your attention.
There's like 300 emails I've never looked at because it was just too. Can you imagine going through like 500 emails?
I was just like, man, I still want to do one of those videos after I never heard back. And so I decided to do it, something about a little show called Lab Rats. And then like a few months later, I made a Lab Rats video, which just out of nowhere got to 2 million views within the first week. Me and Trinity did that road trip adventure. And then all of a sudden now I'm a YouTuber with Quentin Reviews in my living room. And I was gonna say, ironically, had you hired me as your editor, I don't think this channel would have happened because I would have been content editing for you, and thus I wouldn't have done the Lab Rats video and I wouldn't have gotten this channel to take off.
You heard it here. Kian Charlie blew up beyond his wildest dreams because I ignored him. So just think what you can accomplish if I ignore you as well. Mad respect to you, my brother.
The fuck? Final round double points.
Wizards.
Let's go to Wizards Town. Yay! This show's actually good. Take turns hiding your Wii remote somewhere in your living room or play area. Your Wii remote is your magic wand. Secrets, close your eyes and get ready for the hider. Cover your eyes and press B. Hiders, hide your magic wand anywhere in the room, like under the couch. Then hold A plus B to start the search. Seekers, track down the hider's wand by listening
God, I
for
want
the
to do
sounds.
this. This sounds awesome.
This sounds good, actually. I like this one.
Please,
what is that face on the rug? Close your eyes, besties.
Okay. That's exactly what I was gonna do. Oh, bestie, that's exactly what I was gonna do. That was the only idea I had. I didn't have a backup plan. I don't have a second idea.
Mr. Reviews, it's your turn. You guys have to look for it. Oh, okay, so you just have to look. It's just regular ass hide and seek. You have 30 seconds to find it, and then you hit B on the remote when you find it.
I feel like, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. In the freezer. Wait.
Void dinner.
At a time, so the hider goes and gets the wand and presses B. So show us where you hit it.
Okay.
Wait.
I did a bit of vocal subterfuge. It's in here. Oh.
Okay.
Eyes are closed. My peepers not
Close
peeping.
Your eyes and press B.
You do it.
No, you have to press B to close your eyes.
Oh, right. You're right. That's such a stupid mechanic. Like.
Okay.
This is the only good game. This is the only good thing we found.
Trinity's prowling. Let's go, Quentin.
I didn't sit down, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I fucked up.
But What are you gonna do?
She was over here. What is she up to? Could it be in my Legos? No! Not my hat! We have 32 seconds left. We have 30. Why is it counting up? Why is it counting up?
It's taking how long it takes.
Oh, but we do have to find it.
Yes.
Well, it's somewhere over here.
Maybe I did a little subterfuge.
Mayhaps. I wouldn't rule it out. You are a sneaky, mischievous young individual.
The light is literally showing.
Is it just in my pocket?
Wow, that's
Quirkster.
Wow. Are you ready for this?
No, not yet. Not yet.
He's still cooking. He can't rush art, Trinity.
Yeah, okay, I'm good now.
I feel like...
I have a feeling...
Ah!
God damn it.
Oh. The winners are Kian and Trinity!
Yeah, I thought about just keeping it in my pocket.
That would have been awesome.
Just not taking it out of my pocket.
I think that was the last
Nick Jonas, finally, AI got last. Mr. Review, sit down. We gotta watch the results. Quentin got third. Kian got second. I wonder who got first. Who got first? Who got first? Yeah! No! We're never playing this stupid game again.
Okay.
This was so bad.
You know, we could...
Overall, this game sucks. Don't ever buy it.
But is it good?
No.
Yeah, I know.
You spent money on this. I'm sorry, Kian.
It was only $900. Quentin, thank you so much for being here. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you for having me, and sorry about your nose, by the way.
It happens.
There you
what
go,
can you do?
Well, I gotta get going. You know, Cole Sprouse isn't gonna waterboard himself, but thanks for having me, and I hope you guys figure your shit out, okay?
Well, I think you will.
Yeah.
Who the fuck was that?
I don't know.
I still don't actually know who that was.
Quentin Reviews?
Like what we had? Was it math we had with him?
I don't think so. Quentin Review. He said he was like a YouTuber?
Yeah.
I've never seen one of his videos.
Hey.
Hey, dude. Sorry, my flight got delayed. Sorry, I'm late.
Sorry, I'm late. You were just here.
You just left.
What?
You just filmed a video with us on the hour for like an hour playing a Mario Party ripoff.
You just hit me in the nose.
What the hell is going on?
Who was that?
The Suite Life on Deck was naturally renewed for a second season of 30 episodes. These premiered from August 7th, 2009 and concluded on June 18th, 2010. The full cast remained signed on with fewer absences from Debbie Ryan, but noticeably more absences from Phil Lewis.
The series also began filming in HD, right alongside its contemporaries Wizards of Waverly Place Season 3 and Hannah Montana Season 4.
By the end of the first season, the show was just kind of disinteresting D-tier fluff. I didn't mind watching it didn't ruin the characters, but Season 2 is where it just utterly decays, straight from the first 30 seconds.
Come along with me, let's head out to see what this world has for you and for me now. Whichever way the wind blows, we say, hey ho, let's go. This boat's rocking, ain't no stopping us now, 'cause we're living the sweet life. This boat's rocking, rocking the whole world round, and we're living the sweet life now. Hey ho, let's go.
When Zach and Cody find a spy on board, they become secret agents on special assignment.
I'm on a top secret mission that could save the world.
Uncover an all-new Suite Life on Deck. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Night of Premieres on Disney Channel.
The Spy Who Shoved Me opens with a markedly older Dylan and Cole Sprouse. And from this moment forward, Zach and Cody, as a franchise, is conceptually dead. Two little kids causing mischief under the nose of Mr. Mosby no longer works when they tower over him. Dylan and Cole never relearned acting from the time they were 12 years old, leading to obnoxious, eye-roll-inducing overacting that looks jarring on an adult's face, on which you're accustomed to see a more nuanced range of emotions than you'd see on a 12-year-old's. The twins are saved from their boredom one night when they see a spy climb onto the SS Tipton and throw an assailant overboard. With the twins as unfortunate witnesses, James Smith of the CSA has them sign a confidentiality agreement. When he drinks an expired smoothie though, he becomes completely immobilized in Zach's bathroom and needs the twins to carry out his mission for him. The show is remarkably less entertaining now, which makes you focus on other things, such as the egregious amount of laugh tracks that start to feel like someone's rubbing a cheese grater on your ears.
Sounds like he's roughing somebody up. Probably someone who broke their confidentiality agreement. What are you doing in there, raising ponies?
I have survived killer agents, ninja assassins, and even a penguin with a machine gun. But you two boys brought me to my knees with one bad prune whiz.
Don't hurt me with your super spy poison spray!
It's air freshener.
Still, stop! The chlorofluorocarbons are bad for the environment!
I vaguely remember that when I was 8 years old, some girl in 2nd grade or whatever told me, "None of your beeswax," introducing me to the phrase, and this episode aired shortly after.
What's on the microchip?
None of your beeswax.
The twins infiltrate a fancy party, which is laughably being held in a hallway because that was apparently the best space for it out of the show's sets. There's actually an amazing callback to the original series right here.
Nougat!
Mosby finishes a joke by saying, "Nougat!" prompting the entire crowd to break out in hysterics. Back in the original series, only two-parter, The Sweet Life Goes Hollywood, we actually saw the beginning of this joke before the punchline. Only there, no one was laughing.
One time, we ran out of pillow mints. So instead, we had to use... Wait for it. Nougat!
This is actually such a bizarre, random callback. I'm embarrassed to admit that I recognized it immediately and was actually floored that a series so averse to continuity would make such a specific reference. As it turns out, this is just the beginning. As the show progresses from here on out, perhaps out of nostalgia for the good old days, perhaps as a crutch to remind the audience of better television, The Sweet Life on Deck will start making frequent callbacks to specific storylines and moments from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, and I'm incredibly pleased by the fact that all of my utterly asinine attention to detail will finally have an opportunity to pay off. The twins are tasked with finding a contact called Red Finger and receiving a microchip from her.
London, we need your help.
I don't help people.
You will help us.
I will help you.
London masquerades as a palm reader to identify the operative, who it turns out has a literal red finger because she slammed it in a car door. The kids receive the chip and bring it back to Smith. When he leaves, they're suddenly captured by assailants and tied up. It turns out that Smith was not the contact Red Finger had intended to give the chip to, and she reveals that he's the bad guy, and she's an operative of the CIA.
Smith seemed like such a good guy.
Well, he's not. He's a liar, pants on fire.
The show also pokes extensive fun at the word goon, giving way to an almost prophetic sequence in light of how I'm told the word has been reinterpreted today.
It's Red Finger! Oh, thank goodness. We were grabbed by a couple of goons.
Goons?
You are aware that we kids have appropriated the phrase goon and turned it into a positive? As in, what up, my goon, or that car's totally gooned out. Goon, please.
The twins are dispatched to find Smith, and they're able to re-procure the microchip. Throughout the story, Bailey has been demanding to know where Cody's been, and thinks he's lying when he reveals he's helping an international spy. They have a horrible blowout fight right in front of their friends. This is our first introduction to them as a couple.
Bailey, you and I have no secrets. I'm an open book. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
So, what are you doing?
Going to Zach's room for a top secret meeting with an international spy.
Fine, don't tell me.
Now, Cody decides to recklessly rope Bailey into this dangerous circle of spies by giving her the chip for safety. I will say, this feels like a really natural premise for this show, and it's surprising that it took this long for them to execute it. It probably would have made a lot more sense for a spy to rendezvous at a hotel than a cruise ship. Back up on the sky deck, there's a huge fight. Not a single person's looking at it, even after a table gets smashed. Mosby comes to sort out the situation, but Bailey betrays Cody's orders and examines the chip's contents on her computer, which it turns out are just a mayonnaise recipe. In reality, the NSA stands for National Sandwich Alliance, and the CIA stands for Condiment Institute of America. These are different organizations from what you might have expected. Bailey sends the recipe to her aunt, who puts it on the web.
She put it on the internet?
Oh, no. It's this huge spider web outside her house where she hangs notes, you know, free kittens, tractors for sale. But everyone in town looks at it.
Their mission failed. Smith and Redfinger head to the Fiesta deck, while Cody scolds Bailey for violating his trust.
How can I trust you again? All is forgiven?
Huh?
Nope.
Huh? The elephant in the room with the spy who shoved me is that Cole Sprouse's voice has dropped now, and he speaks in this unbearably nasally tone as Cody. It's jarring as hell if you just jump into a late series episode out of order. This is horrible to listen to, and what's worse is he doesn't even sound like this in interviews from around the same time.
It's a beautiful season.
To do what? Die?
I don't know if this is an exact requested voice alteration to sound younger, or a horrible acting choice from Cole that went unchecked, but either way, the show is almost unwatchable from here on out, and it's all Cody Martin's fault.
What up, Goonizzles?
Don't sail away. We'll be right back with The Sweet Life on Deck.
Alicus Graham is a rare episode which features London Tipton as its protagonist. London catches the eye of the ship's magician, Armando. Things seem to be going well. She's infatuated by his magic, but she becomes overwhelmed with jealousy by his assistant, Karina.
Yes! Yes! That should do it!
London calls Mr. Tipton and orders him to make Karina disappear to an oil rig in the Atlantic Ocean or to guano mines in Peru. Unfortunately, he has other plans.
I just got a call from your dad. He proposed!
Wow, he switched that up on me.
London refers to Karina as Mommy Number 14. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody episode What the Hey introduced London's 8th stepmother, Brandy, who initially butted heads with her before the two of them developed a bond. This line seems to casually reveal her as being out of the picture, and implies he's remarried 6 times since in the last year or two. However, London also says this.
Daddy had assistants too. He married number 3, 5, and 7, and then remarried 3 and 5.
And the remarriages entering the equation implies there could be a Grover Cleveland situation when it comes to London's numbering of her stepmothers. London fills in for Karina during the show, determined to be the only woman receiving attention from Armando. But she ruins everything, she lets the birds go, she destroys his act, and she drops a bowling ball on his toe.
I found a whole bunch of birdies backstage in your pants, and I let them go. Now, let's see the magical dove trick.
I can't do it now.
Why not?
Because you let the birds go.
So, just make some more with some magic.
I can't. It's a trick, hence the term magic trick.
Wait, you mean none of this is real?
Of course not. There's no such thing as magic.
London's upset that Armando yelled at her on stage and orders him to be fired out of a cannon.
You broke my heart.
Well, you broke his toe, so you're even.
I want you to fire him. What? Out of a cannon.
Another probably accidentally reused line from the first series.
But I can't have him fired.
From a cannon?
Oh.
Mosby convinces London to like, I don't know, apologize or something, not be as selfish, and luckily, he's still in love with her, having failed to identify any red flags, and they live happily ever after. We actually never see Armando again. In my opinion, he disappeared to an oil rig in the Atlantic Ocean or to guano mines in Peru.
I got the wedding invitation. They've rented out New Zealand.
In the B story, Zack stands up his date and decides to spend all of his time suffocating Cody and Bailey instead.
Hey guys, what's for dinner? These are cold. So, what's next?
Zack can't even remember his date's name today.
I thought Sarah and I were really hitting it off. Her name is Tanya.
Tired of Zack's lack of responsibility and accountability in his relationships, Cody and Bailey decide to pair him off with Woody, so that the two of them might distract each other by having largely the same repulsive personality.
Hey Zack, look who joined us. Woodster, the Woodchuck, Little Red Riding Hood, the Wood, the Band, the...
Sit down, Zack.
So, farts, who doesn't love them?
Oh, me, I was just doing one. Yeah, I'm working on one that sounds like an owl hooting.
That was you?
The two of them sign up for an air guitar competition, but Woody keeps showing up late to rehearsals, prompting the two of them to argue, as Zach functionally takes on the role of a nagging girlfriend in the comedic energy of this scene. Dylan kind of nails this bit, to be honest.
Are we having our first fight?
It's not a fight! It's a conversation!
It's a lousy conversation! You know, when we first started hanging out, you were fun. But now it's just nag, nag, nag. Now let's just practice our stupid act. I will not be spoken to like that. I don't even know who you are anymore.
This is like mocking women segment 4,378 by a male writer in this show, so I'm largely numb to it and barely register it. Let's just praise Dylan, okay? Good work, buddy. Woody storms out, but he shows up at the last second to join Zach on stage and apologize. The ship's women are allured by these two handsome gentlemen. Even Tasha is once again attracted to the man that she scolded the other night for leaving her waiting.
It's Tanya!
Whatever.
Zach learned a valuable lesson about responsibility, and I find it extremely unlikely he will ever do anything bad again. In the line of duty, Zach unleashes a chemical stink bomb in his chemistry class after Mr. Accupenny questions his ability to create a chemical reaction.
Don't chew gum in my hallways.
Is the new hall monitor coming between Cody and Bailey?
Kiss me, Cody.
Freeze! And keep those lips where I can see them!
Find out on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Tomorrow at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Disney Channel's Summer of Stars.
The second season is going to slowly reveal that there are other teachers at Seven Seas High besides Miss Tutwiler.
No human can withstand even a whiff of this toxic air.
Hey guys. What's going on?
Mosby and Tutwiler agree to make Zach a hall monitor, in the hopes that this position of authority might make him more responsible. Kirby teaches Zach to not let anyone get by him. Here's a line I've never forgotten about after all these years.
That's bribing the officer. I'm gonna have to put this in the evidence locker.
Is the evidence locker your stomach?
Maybe.
As a child, I was laughing uncontrollably at that joke. That joke being the same as every other joke that they make with Kirby. Zach becomes a cutthroat stickler, handing out detentions left and right while muttering about his peers being hooligans. Cody and Bailey, meanwhile, are struggling to spend time together due to their busy schedules, as Bailey's picked up a job at London's clothing store. Also, they're cringe.
Just get out of astronomy?
Yup, and between classes I have a few heavenly minutes to spend with you.
Cody, I feel your gravitational pull.
Hold on, watch this.
Oh, but my Mandarin class doesn't start until Lingyanban.
2:30? I can't.
The joke is literally that they can speak a different language. They decide to be a little devious and sneak out past curfew. There's been no mention of a curfew before, nor will there be one again. It just exists in this particular escapade/adventure. And here's another bit that I vividly remember. And that's when they're caught by Zach, who's here to lay the law down on them.
You youngsters are breaking curfew. I'm gonna need to see some ID. Just pull out your ID and look at it.
Wizards of Waverly Place already did this exact same plot way better when Alex became a hall monitor and punished Justin. And The Simpsons completely soloed both of them all the way back in 1992. Cody throws Zach's rule book into the ocean, and the splash is distractingly loud given the distance. Then Zach embraces, in the show's words, hall monitor brutality. So let's talk about Bailey working for London's new clothing store. Maddie previously worked at London's new clothing store in the Sweet Life episode Going for the Gold. However, these are pretty different premises. Here, Mr. Tipton wouldn't let London have extra storage, but he would let her open a business. So she is simply storing her clothes here, and Bailey's job is to prevent anyone from buying anything.
There's a customer in the dressing room. Go kick her in the shins.
London thinks this mannequin is a real person. Zach eventually becomes public enemy #1 among the student body, and when Kirby reveals the stress of the job made him lose his full head of hair, Zach raises to Mosby to rescind his position.
Mr. Mosby, I can't take it anymore. I'm resigning.
I never gave you a badge. How did you get a Boston police badge?
Mosby proceeds to offer incredible insight into who Zach is.
Zach, I can't help but notice that you tend to go to extremes, whether it's breaking the rules or enforcing them. I mean, can't you find a middle ground?
And this honestly threw me, because normally every time the show has these psychoanalyze a character moments, it's something really surface level that I've already picked up. I genuinely hadn't noticed that about Zach, and it's so true. The show was smarter than me today. The only time ever. To restore the natural order, Zach sets off a stink bomb in the ship, landing him in detention with all of his classmates he put there. They beat him up. Cody and Bailey get to spend quality time together in detention. Mr. Tipton forces London to actually sell her clothes and run a knick-knack store to become more responsible. We never see the knick-knack store again. The end. Also, because this show is gradually becoming a cartoon, Mr. Mosby's pocket handkerchiefs just refill themselves. This doesn't get acknowledged in dialogue, it just happens.
Hey, I'm Brenda Song from The Sweet Life on Deck, and you're watching Disney Channel. Hey, not just my nails.
In Kitchen Casanova, Cody fills in for the home ec teacher after she injured herself cutting onions when the ship went over a big wave. Bailey and Woody's romantic pursuits are foiled by his presence, as all of the girls in the class swoon over him, including Woody's crush, Addison. Addison, for those you recall, dates all the way back to season 1's International Dateline. A completely random character to revive, and believe it or not, she's now going to be recurring all the way until the end of the series. Unfortunately, she's annoying as hell and she won't shut up.
Hey guys, what do you think we'll make today? Maybe it'll be a salad or a casserole or a hearty soup or, oh, I hope it's something with broccoli. I love broccoli. It's like eating little trees. Makes me feel like I'm a giant little tree.
So why is the class swooning over Cody? Because he's a suave cook. A man mature enough to operate confidently in such a setting, and at this new light, he is the single most dreamy man on the boat, if not the planet. The class claps for him when he cracks eggs. Woody's in this class because you get to eat your homework.
So everybody pick up their whisk. The thing you used as a wand when you were a kid and dressed up like a fairy princess?
Bailey becomes phenomenally jealous at all the attention her boyfriend's getting, especially from today's one-off antagonist, Raina, who clearly wants Cody to crack 4 of her eggs, if you know what I mean.
Excuse me, Mr. Martin, you didn't like my gazpacho?
It was traditional, but Addison made hers extra chunky, and Raina added mint. Sometimes a guy just wants to try something new.
Sometimes the same old can get so boring.
Cody not only spends a ton of time with his students outside of class to break down the student-teacher barriers, but also exclusively refers to Bailey as Miss Pickett and gives her very low grades compared to everyone else. Bailey reaches a breaking point in her faith in this relationship. This is the second time this has happened since they started dating 4 episodes ago. It will not be the last. Things culminate when, say it with me, Disney Channel fanatics, the girl rivals have a screamy catfight over the guy. It's inevitable, it's just contractually required to happen. There's kicking, screaming. Raina pulls out an egg beater and tries to rip out Bailey's hair with it.
That's what happens.
And then it just kind of ends, I guess, because Woody dives to take a role for Addison. Luckily, for them, not for us, the audience, Bailey and Cody make up in the end. Cody was apparently completely ignorant that girls were flirting with him, and he distanced himself from Bailey because teachers can't pick favorites. And she's his favorite. And then she does her terrible laugh. This is something you need to get used to. Bailey going... anytime Cody interacts with her.
After that, you're my little hay bale.
She'd rather be out here laughing like the Joker than proposing any solution to the 2008 economic crisis. The housing bubble burst, Bailey. You have better things to be doing. In the B story, London makes Zach sneeze pudding on a canvas in art class. She eventually pays him $20 for it so she can steal it as her assignment. When a woman sees London carrying the painting, she's so entranced by the art and offers to buy it for $30,000. London then exploits Zach to make him sneeze on canvases so she can sell them at a profit. And I'd feel bad for Zach, but he would do this too if given the opportunity. He eventually catches onto the scheme and calls London out, taking his money-making venture into his own hands.
I know your secret.
Okay, so I had my ears done, but this is what I looked like before.
Not that! Wow. No, I'm talking about you selling my paintings for a profit.
Well, did you think I'd sell them for a loss?
Zach holds an auction for his paintings, but when London makes it known that she's no longer buying from this artist, the entire crowd loses interest and disperses.
Look, people only wanted your stuff because I wanted it.
You took advantage of me for thousands and thousands of dollars.
Hey, times are tough. Daddy cut my allowance down to 3 gold bars a week.
This would literally be like a relationship ending, friendship ruining interaction in real life, but in a sitcom, It's like a Wednesday afternoon.
When I was a little girl, my dad used to always say, money is more important than friendship!
That's awful. Why did he yell?
Oh, he didn't. Everything just sounded really loud because I had those big ears.
There's no apology or resolution. The plot just ends. That's happening more and more lately. Fun fact, in this episode and the next, Cole Sprouse sprained his wrist and wears a cast. His arm's intentionally concealed in many shots of the episodes. I imagine this is a fun fact for everyone except for Cole Sprouse, seeing as he sprained his wrist.
Let's get this thing started!
Today, starting at 2/1 Central.
Hello.
Something big is going down on Disney Channel.
It's a dream inside a dream!
Really big.
Let's test out the turbocharged Ubernauta.
Even bigger than that.
But wait, there's more.
It's a very big Friday, packed with the biggest laughs, including an all-new Sweet Life on Deck that's so big it hardly fits on Friday. Wow. It all starts with a very big Sweet Life on Deck marathon. 7 fun-filled hours, 14 laugh-packed episodes.
In Smarticle Particles, Cody bets Bailey that she can't raise London's grades through a tutoring session. When Bailey comes to realize through these sessions that London is perhaps a bit unintelligent, she decides to rather rely on a placebo. She tricks London into believing her magic perfume is the reason she does well in class. Its chemical properties acting as a brain neuron enhancer.
Huh? Stinky help you thinky. You mean it has Smarticle Particles?
Roll credits.
London starts using the perfume and secures a C+ on her test, the highest grade she's ever had. Is it possible that whilst writing the Megatron storyline from IDW Publishing's Transformers More Than Meets the Eye comic books, James Roberts was inspired by the Sweet Life on Deck Season 2 Episode 5, Smarticle Particles? I'd wager it's a distinct and perhaps a likely possibility. Cody figures out Bailey cheated on him. Cody figures out Bailey cheated and Bailey confesses she used a placebo. Unfortunately, within London's earshot. London's spirits now deflated. Bailey stresses her ultimate point that London had the capacity for intelligence inside of her all along. But when that doesn't work, she just introduces another placebo, magic lipstick, and London continues to thrive academically.
Now that Bailey and my new Smarticles have won your bet, what does she get? A limo, a boat, $1 million? A kiss on the cheek? Pay up.
My pleasure.
Ugh, poor people.
Yet another member of this cast, acting like the Joker during a time of great economic strife. Our good friend Zach, meanwhile, pulls an elaborate prank on Woody, only for Woody to not be the prank's victim, but rather the terrifying Becky Muldoon, the captain of the wrestling team. The boys' wrestling team. Becky, instead of beating him up here and now, arbitrarily arranges for him to meet her on the sky deck for a beating at 3:00 p.m. in classic cartoon bully fashion. During this beating, Zach weasels his way out of the situation by confessing a made-up crush on Becky as the justification of his behavior. Also, am I insane, or does she look like Sabrina Carpenter? Now stuck dating a menace and a woman he greatly fears, Zach needs a way out, and his solution is to send Woody in to riz her up. A hard task. So that Zach can then call her out for cheating and slither away into bachelorhood and freedom. Unfortunately, Woody has not a drop of riz.
Excuse me, but did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Or are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Hey there. Did it hurt when you fell from Tennessee? That's wrong.
I have thought about that line at least once every other month since I was a child, but just haven't realized it was from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Unfortunately, Sabrina here is steadfast in her commitment to her current relationship. So Zach just kind of breaks up with her anyway, the justification being that she's cheating on him with Woody, when she's literally not, but Zach's like, oh, whatever. Zach knows this doesn't make sense, but he cares not. In the end, though, Woody and Sabrina Carpenter prove to be a perfect couple. Zach now feels jealous after working incredibly hard to get rid of her, but that sucks for him. One of the show's most frequent punchlines, by the way, is going to be Woody getting the girl in the end. Woody even having a girlfriend, it becomes a joke in and of itself.
London finds her grandmother.
This is my rice farm.
Say what? You come from farm stock just like me.
Don't miss a revealing all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Tomorrow at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Season 2, Episode 6, Family Ties, is our first cultural visit in quite a while.
Ready for Thailand!
Hi, I'm Jeetdoh. I'm from Thailand.
London brings Bailey with her to visit her grandmother in Thailand, insisting Bailey cannot embarrass her in front of her granny with constant farm talk. But to London's utter horror, she discovers that her kunyai, her grandma, lives and works on a muddy rice farm.
That's a small rice farm. If a rice farmer's your job, you probably need a way bigger area and out in the sun. But I get it. It's because of set limitations. London's grandma is way too pale to be a farmer. She's supposed to be out in the sun all day.
A lot of times Disney Channel will just get generally Asian actors and cast them as a completely different ethnicity. Do you think this woman is Thai?
If I had to bet, no. Brenda Song is the most Thai person in this room.
She is Chinese. She's a Chinese American.
You know, in Thailand there are a lot of Thai Chinese as well. I'm technically Thai Chinese. We're basically immigrants from China back in the day when they were trying to escape communist China to start new lives here in Thailand. So that's the thing.
In this video's intro, hours ago at this point, I said, but midway through the series, there's an episode where Bailey gets possessed. I believe she has a brawl with London in some sort of muddy or rocky environment. And that opens the floodgates for the show to go completely off the rails. It turns out I was conflating the memories of two different episodes, and the mud pit came from this one.
Her back should be wet, not her whole body.
It splashed on top of her.
I've noticed, do you think the showrunners just want to put Brenda's song covered in stuff? That seems to happen.
London spends the episode utterly horrified and guffawed at this lifestyle. Eating crickets, not having a television, using an elephant's trunk to shower.
I made some jingleed. Not bad.
The punchline is crickets. And they're gonna gross out.
I caught them this morning.
Also, it's impossible for you to not know that it's a cricket. Fried crickets look like crickets.
I don't see a faucet anywhere.
Misconception, we have plumbing. Pretty sure we don't use elephants as showers. The container on the right where Bailey's standing next to, that's supposed to be where you store water and use it for showers in the more rural areas. They do that.
So they just have this backup reserve of water and an elephant. They feed the backup water to the elephant to spray it on people in the Zack and Cody universe. And to make matters worse, Bailey is bonding with Kunyai. London accuses Bailey of trying to steal her grandma, and Bailey says London just needs to make an effort to interact with her. London's solution is to gentrify the rice farm, which Kunyai absolutely hates.
You like the TV, right? It's like magic moving pictures.
Bruh, we all have TVs.
London comes to realize that she must accept Kunyai as she is. She decides to work on the farm with her to mix results.
I even pulled out these nasty weeds. That's the rice.
Now London learns a second counter lesson, that she doesn't have to change herself either, and that two different people can still bond with common interests. And we even get some exposition about London's biological mother for the first time.
Your mother wasn't meant for farming either. That's why she left.
Well, don't take it personally, but she doesn't like to hang around anywhere very long.
But thanks to her, now I have you.
It's not that uncommon for the later generation to leave farming. Most of the job opportunities takes place in the big city.
I wonder what boring ass bullshit Zack and Cody are up to. Well, I'm glad you asked. Zack is quirking around and develops a crush on a random woman who was unfortunate enough to sit within his field of vision, Tanya, whom he's determined to relentlessly pursue. Unfortunately, Tanya's annoying friend Hillary quickly slides into the conversation, and the two establish themselves as a package deal. Zack realizes any date with Tanya would need to be a double date, and he enlists Cody against his will to attend a date as a match for Hillary and act as Zack's wingman.
I'm not going to help you impress another girl with an important call from your Navy SEAL commander. No, I like to keep that one in reserve.
The group consumes a hearty and delicious Thai meal, thus loosely tying into the cultural theme of the episode.
I think it's pad thai. You know, when most people think of Thai food, they usually think of pad thai.
It's a little chilly out here, don't you think?
It's not that cold. Aren't you guys supposed to be near Thailand?
The truth comes out, as Sasha can't keep up the facade.
I have a boyfriend.
I'm okay with that.
The truth is that the girls are pulling a scheme exactly opposite of the twins. Hillary has a crush on Cody, and Sasha's only been unwillingly putting up with it despite having a boyfriend. Sasha and Cody leave together, bonding over how happy their partners make them. Zack and Hillary decide simply to settle, much like my parents.
Is it accurate? It's probably about right for this era. I think Hangover 2 has some way bigger discrepancies. I do notice the tiny little details they added in, like the spirit house. A lot of Thai people believe in spirits, and they believe that spirits will bring them good luck. So we honor them with a spirit house. We give them offerings so they could protect the house. I think later Disney shows, specifically animated shows, put more effort into representing Thai culture accurately. I've seen stuff like The Ghost and Molly McGee and Amphibia. I don't think they did anything too offensive. Some of the words are pronounced a little weird, but nothing too crazy.
While these shows are all brand new, and we made them just for you. Premieres all on one night, it'll be a worthwhile sight. So here goes the 411. Listen up, this will be fun. Everything we're gonna mention, be sure to pay attention. It's a night you're gonna love. London's slowly taken, what is Lewis making? Travel in a time machine, bowler hack guys really mean. Zack and Cody go bananas, and we meet the future cats. Dinosaurs full of rage, doofus birds of fairy age. Woody seeks a girl on deck, meet the Robinsons, ship's a wreck. Mom sees the boys and stops them, and Zack's teacher ink blots him. Look at this, a fruit-filled hat. Ham bone, what is that? If you want to know much more, well, there's plenty more in store. Disney Channel's Night of Premieres, Friday, starting at 8, 7 Central, on Disney Channel.
What if I told you that in Season 2, Episode 7, Going Bananas, Zack submits an essay he stole from Cody? This catches the attention of Miss Tutwiler, who is concerned by a passage within the text.
Particularly this paragraph in the middle here. I'm terrified of bananas. I imagine them chasing me, gnashing their fangs and growling. It's gotten so bad I can't sleep. Please help.
Does that not belong in a paper about Louis Ziv?
Cody, who exhibits no actual fear of bananas, immediately identifies that Zack stole his 5th grade report on Louis XIV. It turns out that, as a fail-safe, Cody has inserted random phrases into his assignments as he archives them to protect them against Zack's thievery, somehow implying this is only the first time in over a decade that Zack stole an essay from Cody's, if he's been doing this since 5th grade, which I find exceptionally unlikely. I noticed there's a Parrot Island poster on the wall of Cody's dorm, a reference to the hit Season 1 episode, Season 1 Episode 2, Parrot Island, Episode 2 of Season 1. Zack's now subjected to countless therapy sessions with the boat's guidance counselor, Mr. Blanket, which Zack eagerly tries to escape by claiming to be cured.
What you see will help us understand what you're feeling inside.
I feel that you're a terrible artist.
I didn't paint them!
Blanket, who's kind of insane, suspects a deeper issue here he tries to get to the core of, eventually deducing that Zack perhaps feels second to banana to his more successful brother. As an act of exposure therapy, Cody's brought into the proceedings dressed as a banana, and the two have a brawl for the ages. I mean, just unforgettable stuff. Do you think Quentin Tarantino's watched this episode? The twins have this eye-roll worthy heart-to-heart.
Academics is the one place I can excel and be my own person, not just Zack's nerdy brother. I didn't know you felt that way.
Like, what do you mean you didn't know? You guys come to this conclusion like every 10 episodes. Stop saying, "Aw, this wasn't sweet at all, I'm gonna kill you." Woody gets the B-plot today. He's figuratively sucked into a virtual reality game called Better Life. This video is sponsored by Better Life. Look at these graphics. They're incredible. I know these were outdated at the time. It looks this way on purpose. Fantastic job. Woody falls in love with an internet girl, or an e-girl, as the kids might say, named Peaches. Cody struggles to reach Woody in an effort to convince him to leave the game and return to the joys of real life. Maybe he could even ask Peaches out in person. It turns out by sheer amazing coincidence that Peaches is a student at 7 Seas High and also Woody's primary love interest, Addison. This in-person date is a little bit awkward. There's no chemistry whatsoever, but that's never stopped anyone before. Cody convinces Woody not to give up, and the two give it a second shot, gaming on their laptops while seated next to each other. This is beautiful, and I'm crying very real tears. Woody and his Discord kitten wanted together. There's also a running gag where Miss Tutwiler steals all of London's countless cell phones during her many attempts to text Chelsea.
All your cell phones, your PDAs, your DAPs, your Blacktooth, and your Blueberry.
With no clue what to use her thumbs for, London decides to take up and master calligraphy, a skill she probably throws away when reunited with her phone.
One false move.
Be careful!
What was that?
And 5 friends are cast overboard.
My daddy said if I was ever lost, hug a tree! There are no trees!
Okay, first things first.
Plant a tree!
Don't miss
miss the epic Sweet Life on Deck adventure, Lost at Sea. Premieres Friday, October 2nd at 8/7 Central on Disney Channel.
And now we reach a two-parter that I simultaneously remember really well and don't remember at all. That is to say, I vividly recall some of the imagery and the general vibe, but not a single event that occurs. Lost at Sea. Parts 1 and 2. The students of Seven Seas High reunite for the start of a new school year. London Tipton has finally made it to her senior year, our first update to her grade level in a very long time. Conventional wisdom would thus imply that Zach and Cody are entering at least their sophomore year, if not junior. London doesn't remember Bailey.
London! Oh my gosh, hello! Starts with a B. Bailey? No, that's not it. Oh, got it! Bailey! You remember!
The twins arrive, presumably having stayed at the Tipton Hotel during the break. It's never really elaborated on, but I don't see where else they would have gone. It's really strange because Bailey and London discuss how Zach's voice dropped and Cody got taller, despite the fact that they look and sound exactly the same as they did in the previous episode, because they filmed this right after the previous episode. Cody's voice is cracking as he's in the middle of puberty.
How come you never called me?
No reason. Could you please pass me that straw?
I'm sorry, but having these clearly post-puberty 16-year-olds pretend like they're in the middle of middle school growth spurts is really funny to me, and I don't think that's on purpose. I think the writers just forgot at what age this happens. Zach decides to harass and manipulate the incoming freshman. Isn't he just kind of silly?
They didn't say anything about a welcome buddy in the brochure.
I bet they didn't mention the welcome hug either.
No, they
Welcome! Zach, I tried your fake welcome buddy thing on that girl, and she didn't buy it. Guess I should have picked a dumb one like you told me, right? Oops.
London, looking for more closet space, opts to utilize a lifeboat. Bailey and Cody stumble upon said lifeboat, looking for a moment alone, shortly before Zach angrily chases Woody inside after Woody accidentally foiled Zach's grooming attempt. Woody triggers the lifeboat release, setting our protagonists adrift in a lifeboat undetected in the middle of the night, miles above the Mariana Trench, the resting place of the Titanic. From this point on, Cody's voice suddenly stops cracking and never does again, because they apparently understood how obnoxious this would be to the guy making the Sweet Life on Deck retrospective 16 years later. I think the reason I remember this episode so well is because the music treats it as this ominous, terrifying occurrence. There's even a Survivor sound effect. The opening scene of the previous episode established that every single character on this boat is clearly in possession of a cell phone. It seems that today, however, they are not. From here, we just get a series of slapstick moments as the characters drift. London doesn't want to wear a life jacket again.
I'd rather drown than wear this. Ugh! Are they all orange? I need to go change.
The waters become shark infested.
When attacked by a shark, you're supposed to hit him on the nose. Okay. One little problem. His nose is right above the teeth.
London fires their flare into the water and eats all of their food. Woody gets knocked into said shark-infested waters, but we never actually see him in the water because that's not in the budget.
Use the oar! Oh, right! Ow!
I meant use it to pull me in.
The characters continue to spit out like the one type of joke each character is now boxed into being allowed to make.
First mate Zach, man the tiller. What the what? What's the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, and can we eat it?
The Coriolis force acts in a direction perpendicular to the rotation axis and the velocity of the body in the rotating frame, and is proportional to the object in the rotating frame.
We no speak your big smart talk.
From here, Bailey and Cody start arguing about whether to set sail north or to set sail south as a solution to finding land. Cody apparently thinks the mere fact he lived in Boston makes him the more qualified participant in this discussion.
I'm from Boston, one of the world's great seafaring ports. I think I know just a bit more about the ocean than some farm girl from landlocked Kansas.
They start arguing intensely, and the team votes to follow Bailey's direction. But while everyone's asleep, Cody changes the direction of the sail behind their back. I want to show this moment where the transition music abruptly cuts off for some reason. Mosby and Tutwiler become aware of the student's absence, and an off-screen Kirby finds the missing lifeboat, prompting a panic search to track down where they went.
This is awful. I've lost my 2 best students and my 3 worst students. Do you know what this is going to do to my grading curve? Flatline!
Bailey notices that Cody altered the sail and explodes in anger at his betrayal and his lack of faith in her abilities. At 20 minutes and 50 seconds, Zach says,
I don't see any land around here.
Within 30 uninterrupted seconds in universe, the boat comes ashore to a large island, making Zach and everyone on the lifeboat delusionally blind. Woody also explicitly references God, the final instance of such a name drop in this franchise, as Disney began to hyper-sanitize his content in the early 2010s.
Please, God, don't let us starve.
Despite Cody proving correct, and the group finding resources to save them from imminent starvation, Bailey's still furious and declares their relationship over. The third major conflict between Bailey and Cody in 8 episodes.
Bailey, don't ever speak to me again. You know, we're through.
Hi, I'm Cole Sprouse from The Sweet Life on Deck, and you're watching Disney Channel.
Part 2 opens with Mr. Mosby crying at the absence of the kids, and it's a moment that's kind of sweet, or at least would be if you ignore the intervening laugh tracks on a 20-second lead basis.
Don't cry.
I'm not crying, it's just the jerky is spicy.
Mosby and Tutwiler accidentally set a second lifeboat adrift. Once again, they are seemingly not in possession of cellular communication devices on this fine day, despite Mosby using a phone in the previous episode to call Kirby, nor is the ship taking any action to detect deployed lifeboats in the aftermath of 5 miners and passengers going missing. Evidently, they also didn't get the memo that the lifeboat is equipped with an emergency flare.
I am sure that the crew has noticed my absence and they're working feverishly to rescue us.
Has anybody seen Mr. Mosby?
No!
Then party on!
Mosby and Tutwiler have a bit of a lovers' quarrel, much of their dialogue directly paralleling Cody's fight with Bailey.
I don't think the Coriolis effect applies here.
Please, Emma. I have been at sea longer than you.
Marion, I happen to teach geography.
Mosby claims he's been at sea longer than Tutwiler, as if those 3 months make such a marginal difference.
Did you miss us, Mr. Mosby?
Oh, why, yes. I mean, without you, the last 3 months on this floating paradise have been sheer torture.
I guess this line establishes that the Sweet Life Set Sail episode must have been Tutwiler's first term at the 7 Seas High program. It's hard to describe what happens in part 2 because this is like basically nothing. The kids get to work building a shelter. Cody deals with the emotional fallout of his breakup with Bailey, who was literally wrong and would have led them all to die, but she's gutted by Cody's betrayal and she won't speak to him. However, she's very intrigued by Zach's impressive survival skills. We actually get a very explicit reference to the events of the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody episode Wilderness, where Zach outperformed Cody in the survival aspect of a camping trip.
I was the top wilderness scout in my troop. I got badges for fishing, knot tying, and saving someone's life.
Later in this episode, Mosby also references his role as the scout leader in All Wilderness.
I was a wilderness scout troop leader.
I get such a dopamine hit when On Deck makes specific references to previous episodes because they're always so specific and my attention to detail might actually pay off for once. But such attention to detail also bites me in the ass. Shortly after mentioning his skills as a wilderness scout, Zach reveals that he got to shake hands with the mayor once due to said skills.
That's not what the mayor said when he shook my hand.
But just now in Going Bananas, he referenced Cody's frequent visits with the mayor and his lack thereof as a source of his jealousy.
My brother Cody, though, he took all that pressure off of me. What with all those honor classes and extracurriculars and award ceremonies with the mayor.
Anyways, plot. Woody wants to fuck London.
You know, if we're gonna be here forever, we're eventually gonna have to pair up.
Zach probably subconsciously wants to fuck Bailey.
Hey, Bailey, nice looking frame.
Hey, thanks, Zach. Oh, you mean this thing?
London seems to believe she's at a 5-star island resort and treats the others as the staff and her servants, which Bailey interprets as a coping mechanism to deal with this trauma.
What are you talking about? This isn't a 5-star resort.
You got downgraded? I'm not surprised. The service here is terrible.
Cody confronts Zach about what's going on with Bailey, and Zach assures his brother he would never go after his ex immediately.
And I would never go after your ex-girlfriend. There are rules about those things. I'd wait the standard 3 months.
And that is bullshit, because Zach literally went after Cody's current girlfriend in the Sweet Life episode of Tale of Two Houses. Zach literally tried to get a kiss from Bailey 6 episodes ago. He's so full of shit, but that's not the plot today, so we'll just gloss over it, I think. Zach encourages Cody to do something courageous to win Bailey's love back, which prompts him to create this lame-ass wingsuit with which he'll fly home. It fails spectacularly, but Bailey is easily impressed and gives a public apology for all to hear.
No, Bailey. Does this mean you forgive me?
Only if you forgive me.
No, you had every right to be mad. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have gone against the group.
Well, you did land us safely on this island, and I'm sure you'll come up with another idea to help us.
Their relationship restored, Cody and Bailey put their minds together to construct a hot air balloon made out of London's clothes she'd stored in the lifeboat. I think this is easily the most absurd thing that's ever happened in the entire franchise up until this point. And there was an episode where Zach and Cody went to an alternate dimension because lightning struck a phone booth. Everything else has been paranormal or otherworldly, but this is the first time the logistics of understood real-world physics are stretched to this degree, and this is only the beginning.
Which way are we headed?
North. Cody, I'd go in any direction with you, but north is right.
I'd never argue with my little compass of love.
The hot air balloon flies over Mosby and Tutwiler and navigates its way to the SS Tipton cruise liner in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean. It's at this point that London reveals she knew she wasn't actually at a resort and was simply playing dumb to get out of work.
And you did all that just to get out of doing work? Bingo!
And I love that, because I didn't really see that reveal coming. I'd always questioned the extent of how real or fake her general idiocy seemed, but the confirmation that much of it is an act is fundamentally character recontextualizing and makes you question countless past episodes. And it makes her at least a little more engaging going forward.
All right, I'll help you. Great. London, where do you hear the letter Q in ladies?
It's a silent Q.
Watch moments like this again and realize she is probably just weaponizing her demeanor to insult Chelsea.
Wow! You look just like my friend Chelsea. Same stringy hair, same ugly clothes, same bad nose job.
London Tipton is brutal. It is not necessarily that she's become exponentially more stupid to how she began, but is that she changed her behavior to benefit herself over the course of all these years. Or I'm reading too deep into it and she is just stupid, who knows. Mosby and Tutwiler arrive on the same island and the kids have returned to the SS Tipton. Miss Tutwiler dies of starvation off screen and Mr. Mosby is mauled to death by nearby animals. The end.
Roommate! Zach's getting a roommate? And if you think that's strange,
there's something weird about that guy.
You remind me of someone.
Denzel and I get that all the time.
He has one big secret.
Are you in the witness protection program?
I know who Zach's roommate really is. Who?
Doc Shaw joins the cast as Marcus on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday, October 16th at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Wiztober on Disney Channel.
Season 2, Episode 10 marks a bit of a turning point for the series. Zach is relishing his vacant dorm, which he's converted into a bachelor pad to woo today's crush, Tiffany.
You know what? I think I know what the problem is. Here, let me help you.
Sorry, I didn't realize you had company.
Now do me a favor and watch the series theme song again. Let me know if you spot anything different.
Come along with me, let's head out to see what this world has for you and for me now. Whichever way the wind blows, we say, hey ho, let's go. This boat's rocking, ain't no stopping us now, 'cause we're living the sweet life. This boat's rocking, rocking the whole world round, and we're living the sweet life now.
So as you may have observed, everything is timed differently, with the only exception now being Mosby waving the flags over OAO. And as you also may have noticed, this episode sees the introduction of Doc Shaw to the main cast. What I find interesting is that clips from this episode and beyond were in the previous Season 2 theme song as well. I don't have any further commentary, that is all. Mosby leads a new wealthy student named Marcus Little to Zach's dorm, where the two teens are horrified to learn they'll be bunking together.
Roommate!
What?
Zach thinks there's something incredibly shady about Marcus right off the bat and complains to the friend group in one of the exceptionally rare instances where we see them casually hanging out together. The island mishap not counting.
I don't want to share. I earned that room.
No, you didn't. You just somehow convinced Mosby that Bailey was a girl, so I got stuck with a stupid roommate.
This from the girl who got trapped on a stalled escalator.
Hey, it was a terrifying 48 hours.
Bailey drops today that Marcus is joining mid-semester.
No, terrifying is having some creepy guy shoved in your room mid-semester.
Which is a wild thing to drop when the previous episode was the start of a new school year. After said prior episode, I'm genuinely skeptical of everything London ever says ever again.
Where did you live before?
Well, here, there, and everywhere.
What's everywhere like this time of year?
All right, boys and girls, time for a little Simon Says. London?
Who's Simon?
I am.
But I thought you were Mosby.
No, I'm his twin brother, Simon.
So if you say to do something, am I supposed to do it?
Look, if Simon says it, you do it. If not, you don't.
What is this, chess? It's so complicated.
Simon says, raise your hands. Now put them down. Oh, London, you're out.
But wait, Simon said it.
No, he didn't.
But he's Simon, and he told me to put my hands down.
Yeah, but I didn't say Simon says put your hands down. See?
Well, I don't see, because Simon didn't say see?
London, go to your room.
But you didn't say so.
Simon says go to your room!
She's lying. This isn't real. The gang sleuths to discover Marcus's true identity, and Woody's the first to realize that he's actually a has-been musical artist named Lil. Marcus is upset that everyone's figured out his past, because he viewed Seven Seas High as a fresh start away from everyone trying to take advantage of him. Zach decides to give Marcus a fresh start by spending the day pretending they're toddlers and gradually working their way up from there.
Why are we throwing water balloons at one of the hottest girls on the boat?
Because when you're 9 years old, girls have cooties.
Howard was a wonderful grandfather and father and husband. As an avid sailor, he wanted nothing more than to spend eternity.
After having a great day, Zach begs Marcus for a signed autograph to impress Tiffany, who's really just a plot device today. Normally the women get some characterization. Marcus is tired of being used and tired of being reminded of his past, while Zach can't fathom why someone wouldn't love life as a musician. Zach has seemingly forgotten the events of Dad's Back from Sweet Life of Zach and Cody Season 1, where he goes on the road with his father's band to realize that it's not all it's cracked up to be. It keeps coming up that girls throw themselves at Lil.
It wasn't fun having all those girls throw themselves at you?
Well, now that part was fun.
He was literally like 5 years old. How old were the girls? As a kid, I had no concept of pop culture, and I thought this was an actual guest star, like all of the other musical guests the show has that I'd never heard of. I really believed Lil was an actual musical artist who was guest starring on Zach and Cody prolongedly for a while, because I had no way of knowing otherwise. Marcus is ready to leave the cruise entirely, but that's when Mosby comes to change his mind.
I know that Zach has some faults, a lot of faults, more than there are stars in the heavens on a crystal clear night from the highest point in the sea. Just because your career as Little is over for you, it doesn't mean it's over for your fans. I mean, you can't really blame them for wanting your autograph.
You're one of them, aren't you?
Yes, I am!
Okay, if I give you an autograph, will you stop?
Oh, yes. If you could just sign it to Marion.
Mosby is just a Zach apologist at that point, which is crazy. And I'd argue he's actually trying to use and manipulate Marcus. I don't think Zach's even mature enough to know what he was doing. Marcus comes to apologize to Zach, who's in the middle of handing a doctored signed photo to Tiffany because he's a pathological liar. Marcus decides he's staying on the boat to live the sweet life. My words, not his. In the B story, Cody's a bitter bitch when Bailey's better than him at absolutely everything.
I suppose you can do better?
Why would he assume she isn't capable of doing better? He spends 22 minutes throwing hissy fits. Let's beat his ass.
Well, I can try. Although I've never really played darts before.
Never?
Hey, if you want to take a break, it's okay with me.
I don't need a break!
The game is over, clear the deck!
He didn't say Simon Says. I win!
But... No!
Cody literally had this exact same subplot in Romancing the Phone from Zack and Cody season 3, but there Barber called him out on being a sexist pig. But Bailey would probably view sexist pig as a compliment, so no such thing happens here.
Well, he's probably been homeschooled, like my cousins, the Pit Snuggles. Although, there's 23 of them, so it's just like going to a regular school. Of course, the prom was creepy.
Bailey shoulders and horribly injures Cody during a basketball game in the end, but then she calls him brave and kisses him, I guess. Lesson learned, the key to Riz is being a little string cheese ass whiny bitch. Hey there, ladies, can I tell you how Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars?
Can we have Howard on our team instead of Cody?
Check out who's coming aboard the SS Tipton. Jordan Sparks is guest starring on The Sweet Life on Deck. Disney Channel went behind the scenes, where the pop star puts her acting skills to the test.
I'm Jordan Sparks, and I'm taking you behind the scenes on Sweet Life on Deck.
Can you have the spotlight come on once she hits the stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Sparks.
There's a lot of stuff that happens in this episode. Zach and Cody basically want to write a song for me.
You guys wrote this song?
Yes. Yes. See.
It's a lot of fun. I find myself laughing when I'm standing watching like, this is so awesome.
I have a feeling the audience is gonna go nuts.
It's just been really laid back and everybody's been really welcoming to me on the set here.
Jordan, I love you!
Having Jordan Sparks on set is incredible. She's very talented, not only just for singing, but she has a really great gift for acting.
It's awesome to automatically just see them get into character, and they're so good at it.
She is very tall, but in comparison to us, everybody is very tall. When we look at people, it's usually like this.
And it's kind of hard to maintain your composure when you're working with everybody because they're all so funny. So that's something that I need to work on because I tend to laugh a lot.
But she can sing.
She's just very normal and very relaxed, but very fun to be around.
Well, guys, that's what's happening behind the scenes. Make sure you check me out on Sweet Life on Deck, only on Disney Channel.
Hit the deck with guest star Jordan Sparks on an all-new The Sweet Life on Deck. Coming up next, part of Wiz-tober on Disney Channel.
In Crossing Jordan, famed American Idol contestant Jordan Sparks is performing aboard the SS Tipton, but Mr. Mosby is determined to keep the kids away from her.
Leave Miss Sparks alone, or I will cut you up and throw you out the sewage flap.
And I thought Simon was mean.
If you look at this crowd of a mere 4 characters and compare it to the masses that swarmed around Hannah Montana in season 1's finale, it becomes clear that Hannah Montana is infinitely more popular than Jordan Sparks. Despite this, Jordan Sparks is given access to an Admiral suite that Hannah Montana wasn't.
Oh, Marcus, Jordan Sparks is on the boat. Can you please get me an autograph?
Sparky?
Yeah.
No. Can you get me in to see Beyonce?
You mean B?
Yeah.
No.
The show made this exact same joke in 2 consecutive episodes, and I assumed it was building to a running gag where Marcus would say that in every episode, and it would have been kind of funny, but no, they just did it twice and never again. Just in general, this show's also become really obsessed with referencing popular celebrities who I assume most 7-year-olds would not have been familiar with at the time.
I mean, he's with Angelina Jolie. I combined Cody with Bailey and got Kaylee. Like Brangelina. Except nobody cares about you two.
You know Kanye too?
Yeah? We're cousins. I'm Kanye East.
I'm gonna show you guys a glacier that looks exactly like Clay Aiken.
Zach wants to write a song to impress Jordan Sparks in the hope she'll put it on her album and he'll become rich. Then the episode pauses entirely so Jordan can have a backdoor music video. Good work, Jordan. Then it resumes. Zach leaves Cody to write the entire song, and then suggests bringing on Marcus to help. But Marcus and Cody have intense creative differences, both insistent that each other's contributions would make the song unusably bad.
Guys.
Cody just walked into his bathroom. Zach gives Marcus a fake apology gift basket, supposedly from Cody, to get him working again. And then the two of them perform this outside of Jordan's window.
Like water flows or falls from above, you shower me with a feeling of love.
Marcus does know Jordan Sparks, but he's too embarrassed to talk to her because Lil is a has-been. Mosby chases them away. The next night at her show, the boys enter in disguise.
What are you 3 doing here? You're supposed to be on the fiesta deck. Without you, it's just deck.
Jordan, I love you!
Now, Jordan says something so bafflingly absurd that could surely open her up to multiple lawsuits, and I find it exceptionally entertaining.
I'd like to start with a new song. I'm not really sure who wrote it, but as soon as I perform it, maybe the writer will come forward.
Jordan sings their song. They claim credit, and Jordan is happy to see her good friend Marcus again, meaning he had no reason to be nervous after all.
So, let's talk about putting it on my new album.
Yes!
And it's gonna be very special because I'm gonna donate all the proceeds to charity.
No!
Meanwhile, London's hosted a contest on our hit web show Yay Me, starring London Tipton, and a lucky fan gets to come on board the ship and spend the day with her. In comes young Alyssa, who tags along with London all day without adult supervision, and proves to psychotically mimic all of her mannerisms, going as far to commit application fraud to get onto this boat, and assaulting a soldier who's eating the last of the tuna.
I'm sorry, but we just served the last tuna to that gentleman.
If London Tipton wants tuna, she gets tuna.
But we're out. If there's anything else on the menu,
Why would that waiter single out a different customer? Why are there two solitary tables in the middle of the sky deck? Later episodes prove that the spacious lounge set is still in operation. It's been used as a restaurant before in season 1, but the show just barely uses it now and extenuates the claustrophobic feeling of this tiny sky deck being the location of every single event on the entire cruise. If London's faking being dumb here, she's a terrible person. Alyssa takes over London's life entirely and assumes her identity, locking her into a supply closet and forcing Bailey to sort the situation out. The height difference is fortunately a giveaway in regards to who's who.
I'm London Tipton. Oh, no, you're not. I am. Prove it. When's your birthday?
Really, London?
Of note here is that in the Yay Me web short, Me-Mail, an email was written by a fan named Alyssa.
Alyssa from Hawaii writes,
Nice try, Alyssa, if that's your real name.
Alyssa obsessively impersonates Mosby the next day, and London seemingly fully believes this is him.
Anyway, Mosby, thanks again for taking care of my Alyssa problem.
No clue who she's faking this for, if not for herself and her own amusement. After only 2 appearances, this is the last time that the Yay Me web show factors into a plot in the Sweet Life on Deck. We'll never see it again.
On the eve of their 16th birthday,
we're about to enter the Bermuda Triangle.
Everything you know about Zach and Cody.
You know what I want for my birthday? To be an only child. Nothing would make me happier.
Is about to change.
I'm a new student here, and I'm having a little trouble finding my room.
And it all starts with a cruise over
the Bermuda Triangle.
It's the birthday that changes everything on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
In the 12th episode of the 2nd season, Bermuda Triangle, the SS Tipton prepares to cross the mysterious and titular Bermuda Triangle.
Woody, there are no such thing as aliens. They're just elves that uneducated people mistake for beings from outer space.
London doesn't believe in aliens, despite spending a full episode of the original series believing she spotted a UFO and holding a stakeout with Maddie. It also happens to be the week of Zach and Cody's 16th birthday.
She screamed when you were born, and I've been screaming ever since.
Carrie and Kurt, who do not live together, mailed them a singular letter with one $200 check for the two of them to split. Zach wants to buy a game console and Cody wants to buy a microscope, prompting a fight about how to spend the money in which the check gets ripped in half.
You know what I want for my birthday? To be an only child. Nothing would make me happier.
That was weird.
The Bermuda Triangle, and mind you, something like this has never even been remotely associated with the myths of the Bermuda Triangle, creates a Freaky Friday-esque scenario where Zach and Cody indeed grew up as only children and never met each other whatsoever. It turns out that they largely swapped personalities, as Zach is now an uptight, anal-retentive, germaphobe, sensitive chef, while Cody is a slacker, a player, and a bad boy.
Do you remember the Sweet Life on Deck episode that's like they cross the Bermuda Triangle or something?
Yeah.
And then it's like an alternate universe, like dystopian, like parody of the Parent Trap.
Yes. Of course, I remember them because I watched them all last month.
Oh wow, can't relate.
Quentin would never watch episodes of a children's sitcom from the 2000s.
On the material for an entire year out of procrastination.
Hey, sweet thing.
Actually, I'm Rich Thing.
Zach hasn't said that since the Maddie episode, but apparently the Bermuda Triangle changes that here. I can't help but question how this could possibly be their first time crossing the Bermuda Triangle. Think about all of the countries they've been to so far, and then consider that they have docked at the port of Miami multiple times, which is one of the tips of the triangle. They were in this triangle the moment they set sail, but apparently this cruise has been taking the most insanely inefficient routes to Europe ever conceived. Wizards of Waverly Place's 4th season had an episode focused on the Bermuda Triangle called Ghost Roommate, in which a specter named Lucy missed her boyfriend who crashed into the triangle long ago. Alex brings her there to reunite them, only to discover that all magic doesn't work in the triangle. Only when Mason, her, dare I say, abusive werewolf boyfriend, comes to rescue her wearing special Bermuda shorts that counteract the triangle's effects, is she able to escape. That episode aired nearly 2 years after this On Deck episode. I bring this up because there, the Bermuda Triangle actually follows its conventional historic mythology, a ghostly magnet for ship and plane wrecks. In On Deck, as bizarre as it is, the fact that this takes place in the triangle means absolutely no wizard magic could have caused this timeline swapping, meaning it was purely the effects of the Bermuda Triangle, which apparently does this as well as causing crashes. Good to know. Cody, a new student at 7 Seas High, rubs everyone the wrong way with his abrasive attitude. Also rubbing everyone the wrong way is Zach, who everyone largely hangs out with due to pity. He's a loser. This episode sort of paints a picture that the twins really wouldn't be likable without each other's presence. I'd argue that even with each other's presence, they still aren't likable. I've noticed the fact that London, Mosby, Woody, and Bailey's personalities have not been influenced by Cody's absence in their lives whatsoever. Zach and Cody discover a ton of frightening coincidences. They were born in the same hospital on the same day.
So was I. What hospital? St. Joseph's. So was I. What time? 6:40. I was born at 6:30.
For a second there, I was getting a little spooky.
You two must be
aliens!
No, twins.
Twins?
Twin aliens!
After a phone call to their parents, they learned the truth. When Carrie and Kurt divorced, Cody went to live with Kurt's band on the road, while Carrie took Zach to shelter and baby him, apparently. This episode accidentally creates the impression that Carrie would have failed as a parent if Zach didn't exist to counteract Cody.
Bye, Dad. Bye, Mom.
Discovering they're twins, the brothers reluctantly hang out. Cody teaches Zach how to have fun, while Zach teaches Cody the value in having friends. Also of note, both of them have a crush on Bailey, who in this timeline is not into either of them.
I have a 6-month plan to woo her. How many months has it been? 9. I'm gonna go hit on those girls at the hot tub, but stay close in case it doesn't work out.
Once the twins come to their surprise birthday party, Zach's newfound freedom allows him to explore interest in other women, freeing Bailey up to be interested in Cody.
You really want to do something nice for your brother?
Of course. I mean, not only is he my twin, but he's not a bad guy. Must be why he has so many good friends. Like you. Are we having a moment?
Maybe so.
Wow, he has a single solitary shred of human decency. That's enough for me, says Bailey, who is cosmically drawn towards Cody in every timeline, regardless of what his personality is. The ship passes through the Bermuda Triangle again, returning everything to the original timeline. Zach and Cody have a newfound appreciation for one another. When their replacement check comes, Cody wants to buy Zach his game console, and Zach wants to buy Cody his microscope.
Game console. Telescope.
I'll call your parents. Good thing they didn't buy you a Picasso.
See what's new on The Sweet Life on Deck. New friends.
Meet your new roommate, Marcus Little.
Roommate! You started a fake beauty pageant to meet girls and told them I'm judging to make it seem legit. All right, I'm in.
Jordan Sparks is on the boat.
I love her. I voted for her like 100 times on Idol.
Leave Miss Sparks alone.
And I thought Simon was mean.
New classes.
Hello, class.
I think I have a crush on the teacher.
Beautiful. Just one more little touch.
New sights.
I'm ready for Thailand.
I've never been to Sweden. I thought this might be my only chance to see the ABBA Museum.
You're a fan of ABBA?
No.
Discover what's new on The Sweet Life on Deck. Fridays at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Season 2, Episode 13, The Beauty and the Fleeced, opens up with Zach and Woody scouting out girls as they arrive on board the SS Tipton. Zach is nothing short of a dashing young man.
But check out her suitcase. Luggage locks. That means she's suspicious and cautious. I'm looking for naive and vulnerable.
Disrespect I woman, not any woman.
He and Woody decide to hold auditions for a beauty pageant, so girls can submit auditions with photos and bios. Then they can cancel the pageant and ask out the prettiest girls. This is how we had to do things back before social media, by the way. Marcus hops onto the babe scheme as well, and the boys relish as they canceled it. However, when Mosby catches wind of many upset passengers, he uncancels the pageant and forces the three boys to judge it, as well as do setup and cleanup. Any contact with contestants is banned.
Now I have a bunch of disappointed girls on my hands.
Oh, come on. Can't be the first time.
Bailey wants to enter the pageant to show up London, who's been mean to her today. Cody spends the episode condescendingly coaching her on how.
Okay, no. We're trying to win a pageant, not audition for March of the Penguins. More smiling. Dazzle me. Yikes. First the Penguin, now the Joker. Someone should call Batman.
I do remember that joke. Banger. This episode also calls back to the second episode of the entire franchise, The Fairest of Them All.
I've been in a beauty pageant before.
You mean like for men?
No. Hey, don't judge me. When I met you, you were a dude.
Eventually, Bailey's had enough of Cody's insults, and he determines that she can't possibly win. He storms away and tells her he's not going. I hate his ass.
By the way, London does believe in aliens now.
I'm gonna win the Miss Tipton beauty pageant. Then I'll go into Miss America, and then Miss Universe. And that one should be easy because aliens are ugly.
The beauty pageant begins midway through the episode. Mr. Mosby sings a song for some reason. Why doesn't Mosby just fill in during the countless episodes where the entertainment is missing if he's capable of putting on a show like this? I've never mentioned this yet, but Marcus has an obsessive crush on London. It never goes anywhere and it's kind of just the same jokes over and over and over. Jokes we've already seen with Zach's crush on Maddie. I haven't even mentioned Zach's love interest of the day, Capri, who's hit critical mass stupidity, just the way he likes it.
Where's John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
So 2 of the 3 judges have crushes on 2 of the contestants here. London impresses the crowd with her shopping abilities.
Pink boots with red hearts, please.
Okay, London, I really don't think that they were...
Bailey sings a beautiful country lil ditty, and ultimately we end up with a 3-way deadlock tie between the only girls in the pageant with speaking lines in the episode. Mosby holds an applause off to determine the winner.
Next up, London!
Drop $10,000 in cash.
Cody ultimately comes to scold the crowd for not picking Bailey, the prettiest girl here. I want him to shut his fucking mouth. He called her ugly the whole day!
I do not have poor posture.
Oh, please. You look like you should be ringing a bell at Notre Dame.
But the crowd eats it up and Bailey wins the pageant.
What? No, this is an outrage! Boys, arm the bombs.
Mosby exposes Zach, Woody, and Marcus's depraved scam to meet girls, and the girls force them to strip and be objectified. A rare instance where the writers accidentally gave them a comeuppance for acting this way.
If you could have any historical figure for dinner, who would it be and why?
Good question. But I would not have anyone for dinner because I feel that eating people is wrong. Even if they are historical and already dead, it just seems gross.
Okay, it's not exactly the answer we were looking for.
Oh, fine. Santa Claus.
A stop in Sweden.
Your ancestors almost ruined this town.
Land Zach and Cody in the history books.
Who goes there?
Literally. Can the twins rewrite the past? Find out on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of 9 premieres on Disney Channel.
In the brilliantly titled The Swede Life, the SS Tipton docks in the fictional and icy Swedish town of Martinsgrove.
Hi, my name is William Steen, and I'm from Sweden.
Mortengravs Vinterfest. Mortengravs Winterfest. Welcome.
There we learn the twins are direct descendants of Martin Grav's namesake, Nut and Olaf Martin.
Vikings didn't even have horns in their helmets.
That's weird because like the stereotype of Vikings all do have horns on the side in like the, I guess, the US interpretation.
Yeah, that's some stereotype popular culture made up.
They're invited to join in the festivities, only to have fish violently flung at them. It turns out that back in the olden times, Nut and Olaf were in charge of guarding a barrel of fish intended to feed the whole town. They apparently kept this in the center of the village outside. One night, they abandoned their post and a bear stole the fish. The mayor's ancestor was able to heroically save the fish, though, and save the town from starvation. From there, Nut and Olaf were launched to sea to fall off the edge of the earth, where they ultimately wound up going to North America due to the earth's classic curvature. Mayor Ragnar will not let this grudge go.
The mayor in the town. The thing is that in modern time here in Sweden, we don't have mayors. We have something, let me see here, I was just going to take up what it's called in English. We have something that's called municipal council.
This is a claw from the thieving bear, been passed down through generations of my family. I keep it as a reminder of that night. Plus, it's good for opening bottles.
This man is in every show, and yet there's some sort of perpetual magnet pulling his name out of my brain. Cody notes some historical inaccuracies in the story and begins to doubt it entirely. Also, the mayor's daughter Dorda is in love with Zach.
I'm Dorta.
That must be Swedish for
I don't think Dorta is a Swedish name.
You don't think it is?
No.
I snook away from my father. I wish there was some way we could be together.
Dorta's accent is actually fake. It's not Swedish at all.
Sometimes I'm such a dumb brunette.
This is about all there is to her. There usually isn't much.
Hey, sweet thing.
Okay, that was kind of brilliant. Dorda leads the boys to steal Ragnar's ancestor's diary, which reveals the truth. In reality, Ragnar's ancestor dressed up in a bear costume to frame the Martins, who heroically took Dorda's ancestor to safety. The mayor's been coasting off that goodwill for years. The historical conspiracy unearthed, fish are flung at Ragnar. The end. The B story is possibly my favorite in the entire series. Mosby and Marcus head to an IKEA knockoff called Umaka to get a replacement screw for Mosby's nightstand he bought 20 years ago. We've never so much as seen Mosby's bedroom in this entire franchise, so I'm unable to confirm or deny whether he's had this all along. Mosby and Marcus are then sucked through the ringer of a terrifyingly monotonous maelstrom of bureaucracy. Choosing a number, filling out endless forms. At one point they leave for an hour and come back to a completely full store. Is genuinely Phil Lewis at his best as he absolutely suffers through these mounting minor inconveniences for an entire day.
Please take a number.
But we're the only customers here.
I can't help you without the number. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay, there's no one else here.
Please, sir, wait your turn. 4. You make a Helga speaking. Oh, hi, Astrid.
They call the nightstand Haggeboda.
For my Haggeboda.
Haggeboda or Häggeboda, as we call it in Sweden, is actually a place in Sweden. The thing with IKEA is that they usually give the furniture they sell some very odd names, like name them after cities or places in Sweden. It's in the sign it stands avföring. That is actually Swedish for feces, and that's supposed to be a joke.
Oh.
The accent they have, they were fake, but it was actually more similar to Norwegian than Sweden, actually.
Jiggle it!
No. I don't want to jiggle it. I'm tired of jiggling it. I want you to fix this stupid piece of junk. Junk!
And they also mentioned the ABBA Museum.
And go to the ABBA Museum.
The museum that it is actually located in Stockholm, you know, the capital of Sweden. They talked about, like, reindeer poopenflagen.
A reindeer poopenflagen.
The thing is that reindeer, I think they only live in the northern parts of the Sweden, actually. So no, they do not exist in Stockholm, no.
1 Jörkafasa. Ja.
We no longer make that screw.
He's ultimately able to swap out his nightstand for a new model when Marcus stands up to the woman. As he and Marcus build it in the middle of the cruise ship's lobby, they make the horrified realization that it's missing a screw, and they'll have to start this whole thing over.
I think it was like, let's just sort of maybe like mid-accurate or like between low and mid.
Hey everyone! With all the info on all things Disney 365 days a year, I'm Regina as Chelsea Starr from Jonas and Debbie Ryan and Doc Shaw from The Sweet Life on Deck team up here at the beach to help the environment.
Let's get started. Set it on!
Chelsea, Debbie, and Doc, and all these kids are here as part of Disney's Friends for Change, along with Hilda Bay and Ocean Conservancy. They've all volunteered to help clean up trash and have some fun along the way too.
We're making a difference. You found that? You guys are making a difference. Whoa.
Tell everyone about International Coastal Cleanup Day.
Well, International Coastal Cleanup Day is all about us getting out here, being with friends, to get out here and just help the environment and clean the ocean.
Now, what does Friends for Change have to do with the beach?
Friends for Change is all about coming together with your friends to make a difference. Right now, our big global project is all about water, so it kind of fits in that we're, working right next to the ocean.
I've learned that it does start with one person, and it's so easy, and you can just incorporate a simple thing like turning off a light when you leave a room.
We get to help them out and teach them about the environment and teach them how to keep the environment safe.
We are the kids that are going to be taking over this planet, and we have to start taking care of it.
So what are you doing today to help the environment?
I'm cleaning up the beach to make it a better environment for the beach and for us just to come here with our families.
What do you guys do on the show to help the environment?
Well, with Sweet Life on Deck, we have recycle bins, and we recycle all of our scripts.
And on Jonas, we find a lot of way to pass the time that doesn't require a lot of electricity. Rather than playing video games or watching TV on our downtime, we have some serious kickball games and some serious softball games going on outside.
Well, for all you guys out there who want to make a difference, you can pledge, join the team, and be a part of the change at
Disney.com/friendsforchange.
And enough talking. We've got cleaning to do. I'm Regina.
I'm Debbie.
I'm Chelsea.
I'm Doc.
And this is
Disney 365! See ya! Disney 365!
Season 2, Episode 15, The Mother of the Groom, is the first returning guest star episode in an incredibly long time and the very first of the second season. It's Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez.
Oh, Mr. Mosby! I'm back!
What would he have done if Mr. Mosby wasn't in the room? We learn that Esteban has been promoted from bellhop to assistant night manager, which is the next acknowledgement of his long-standing dream to one day become manager of the Tipton Hotel.
Now, how are things at the Tipton? Still crazy?
Oh, actually, since you left, things have been very calm.
I wonder why.
I'd like to point out that Mosby left 3 months before the twins, per the pilot, perhaps implying he was the common denominator, which would track because he was literally the single most disruptive man to ever step foot in his lobby. Esteban reveals that he's boarded this cruise liner to get married to his beloved bride, Francesca.
I have come on board to marry my sweetheart, Francesca.
Congratulations.
Maria Rosello Gonzalez.
That's awesome.
The Master
What?
Garcia Ramon.
Oh, how-
Lucia Greenberg Gomez. I am done.
I have missed this man so much. Esteban invites Zach and Cody to be his best man because he apparently doesn't have any other friends. Unfortunately, his mother joined the gang on the cruise and she utterly despises his love.
Well, she said she'd rather I marry a donkey. She even signed me up for Ehaw Harmony.
Esteban continues dropping beautiful lore about his home country.
Your song was a huge hit in my country. That is, until your freakishly high voice made the sheep stop milking and the village almost starved.
Sorry, my bad.
And yet, at the same time, he gives Bailey a bizarre look when she reveals she conditions her hair with pig's milk. Cody and Bailey fantasize about their wedding. Bailey crushes Cody's hopes and dreams.
Cause I've always pictured our wedding in the grand hall of the Palace of Württemberg, steps from where Einstein was born.
Outdoors. Okay.
Zach makes a ton of haha wife bad jokes, which were all the rage in 1987.
Why are you yelling at me? I'm getting married tomorrow!
He's preparing you for the rest of your life.
I will grovel!
It's like you're already married.
London continues to be fake as hell. Look at this shit.
I got this. Look, London, spoon. Shiny!
Bailey volunteers her to take Francesca and Senora Ramirez out to dinner in the hopes of healing their relationship. At Esteban's bachelor party, in which his only personal friend outside this series' main cast is Dudley the Chicken, Esteban's chicken who was frequently mentioned in the original series, but only actually appeared once. The entertainment is a man in a panda costume, and they play charades, which is as much fun as Disney Channel can allow to occur at a bachelor party.
Star Wars! That's not even a musical! What on earth would make you guess Star Wars?
I thought you were trying to cut off your arm with a lightsaber!
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard!
When Mrs. Ramirez refuses to change her ways, Francesca storms into the bachelor party and determines that this wedding is off. This is a disaster.
This is a disaster!
I miss Esteban so much. Zach has spent the episode telling Esteban not to settle down and insisting there's no point in limiting yourself to only one woman. But he starts to change his tune and gives Esteban the confidence to try and win Francesca back. Zach tags along to participate in this conversation for some reason. Esteban promises to stand up to his mother, and with that, the wedding is back on.
Oh, Esteban.
Oh, Francesca.
Oh, Neil.
Tasha.
Oh, Bob.
Oh, Barbara.
Oh, Barbara. Oh, Cody.
Bailey in London finally gets Senora Ramirez to loosen up when she rediscovers her love of guitar. Suddenly, she's a party animal and Esteban is shook.
You look!
I believe the word you're looking for is hot.
She is my mother. The only place she looks hot is in the kitchen.
He cannot fathom his mother's newfound independence, but Zach finally convinces him to let go.
When our mom came on the boat to say goodbye, there was a part of me that said, all right, freedom.
Oh, I can imagine. This is a great adventure.
But there was also a part of me that said, Mommy, don't go.
I hear you also dropped to your knees and cried like a little girl. Cody emailed everybody.
Mommy, don't go!
I'm pretty sure this is the first time the show has gone back and acknowledged a specific dialogue exchange from a previous On Deck episode. This, of course, being The Sweet Life Set Sail, the only episode the show has gone back and referenced so far. In the end, Mosby, assuming the role of the Llama Priest, initiates the wedding ceremony between Esteban and his wife.
We are gathered here today to join Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosa Ramirez and Francesca Consuela Maria Gonzalez Damaso Garcia Ramon Lucia Greenberg Gomez. Boy, your driver's license must be huge.
But suddenly, Senora Ramirez interrupts the proceedings.
If there is anyone who objects to this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. Stop!
Yeah. Excuse me. Pardon me. Mommy, I am going to marry my Francesca.
No. Not until I play a song for you.
Why the hell does she say stop like that? Why the fuck would she make this whole wedding about her? Why is everyone so happy? Bruh, hell no. This narcissistic woman's ruining her son's wedding. Also, the fact that we basically get a full music video where the episode grinds to a halt for a minute is what tipped me off to the fact that this is in fact a special guest star. Quero, a flamenco guitarist. As Stella pointed out during her commentary of the Greek episode, flamenco is a Spanish dance, not Greek, as that episode pretended. This episode has finally caught up.
I'll show you flamenco. Attitude, count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The ceremony is finally able to proceed after that rude-ass interruption.
Then by the power vested in me and the Binka Boopa Bappa Decapiti Boopa Dee, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
The Llama Priest is thrown into the volcano per tradition as everyone celebrates. I remembered going into this rewatch that there was one singular episode with Esteban, but couldn't remember for the life of me a single event that happens therein. Having seen it again now, this episode just makes me miss him and wish he was here, because this show would be so much better if Adrian Ramonte were still recurring. But we tragically don't live in any such reality. We actually never see Esteban again. In my opinion, they ate him.
Do you take each other to have and to hold, to love and to cherish, and to protect each other from poison spiders, poison snakes, poison frogs, poison leaves?
We have a lot of poison in my country.
2009 was a huge year filled with epic events, extraordinary episodes, and world premiere DCOMs. And there's only one way to finish off a year this big. It's the first ever Disney Channel New Year Star Showdown. Be a part of the action and see your favorite Disney Channel stars compete head-to-head in the wackiest.
I've been waiting for this.
Here we go.
Wildest.
We're gonna rock this for you.
And all new game shows made just for you.
Party along with us as we count down to 2010 and bring you all the actors from the Star Showdown set.
And you'll see all the winning shows and stars you voted for as the best of 2009.
It's gonna rule, and I'm gonna rule.
Play along at home and see which stars shine the brightest.
You don't want to miss this.
Be there for the first ever Disney Channel's New Year Star Showdown. Starting next month on Disney Channel.
In The Defiant Ones, Cody makes a horrified realization that he forgot to submit an essay about Napoleon because he was too busy spending time with Bailey.
Napoleon Bonaparte was a French military leader whose actions shaped European politics in the early 19th century. Born in Corsica, he was destined...
He lies on the spot and claims he was just too busy taking care of her after she broke her leg. Tutwiler gives him a one-day extension, and Cody spends the episode doing damage control as the lie spreads further and further. First, in response to his girlfriend refusing to play along, he fucking injures her.
Bailey!
Ow!
From there, the story becomes that Bailey tripped over Ivana in the dark, who we're supposed to believe has been on the SS Tipton this entire time despite not seeing her since the 9th episode of the show. Ivana is away getting a facelift, however, so the explanation for her absence becomes...
That's because, she...
Was eaten by a crocodile!
Attention, passengers and crew. This is not a drill. A killer crocodile is loose on the ship!
The entire boat's put on high alert regarding a loose crocodile. Ultimately, Marcus stages a fake fight with it and claims to have thrown it out the porthole window. Nobody asks any follow-up questions, but Cody tragically fails to do his assignment the next day because he was too occupied with the crocodile situation, and this time he confesses the truth. In the B story, Zach and Mosby are butting heads due to Zach's pranks and Mosby's short temper.
Oh, classic.
Near the very end of The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, the show started making a couple jokes here and there that Mr. Mosby's short. They didn't need to repeat jokes back then because they still had strong creative drive with lots of inspiration. But now, the show makes Mosby's short jokes multiple times in every episode. At least the episodes he appears in, because he's very noticeably absent on a semi-regular basis now, as we've discussed.
Zach, you rigged this thing to punch me in the face?
Of course not. I rigged it to punch you in the stomach. I forgot how short you are. Hey, Mr. Mosby, look, yours is life-size.
The show just makes the same jokes over and over and over and over as a crutch. Woody likes eating. Bailey's from a farm. London's rich and stupid.
We need your help.
I'll do it for $100.
Bailey, give me $1.
Thank you.
Every single episode feels exactly the same. It's just a monotonous chore to watch these series, let alone provide a meaningful dissection of its contents. But alas, here I sit. This episode sees the unfortunate return of Mr. Blanket, who shouldn't be allowed around children.
Stop it! I can't stand to watch two people fight! Unless they're old ladies in a vat of coleslaw. Sorry, off topic, weekend stuff.
He handcuffs Mosby and Zach together and swallows the key, forcing them to spend the story seeing just how hard each other's job in life really is.
I will get someone to escort you.
Okay, here we go.
However, even after learning this valuable lesson, Blanket hasn't extruded the key yet and won't get a replacement for at least a week, forcing our heroes to stay trapped together for a little longer. Are there no bolt cutters anywhere on this ship? Mr. Blanket apparently has a crush on Miss Tutwiler and has made a doll of her for role-playing purposes, and she's filed a restraining order.
Mr. Blanket, we agreed you are to come no closer than 100 feet. Farther. Farther.
Whoa,
Perfect.
When Cody fumbles at football,
it's pointy. A chair can catch better than you.
he gets coached by superstar quarterback Kurt Warner. Suit up for the Sweet Life on Deck. Next Friday at 9, 8 Central, part of New in January on Disney Channel.
Any Given Fantasy is an episode where almost nothing happens. Zach, Woody, and Marcus get banned from playing football on the sky deck.
I got it. Nice catch, Mr. Mosby.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, they're still writing this show like they're 12 years old. The boys start a fantasy football team instead. London, who enjoys the prospect of picking cute boys, joins the team and winds up considerably in the lead due to her drafting Kurt Warner. Woody says something a little zesty.
She picked her wide receiver because his eyes are dreamy. Well, she's not wrong. But still, that's not how you should pick.
This was back when the mere far-fetched notion of a guy being gay was the punchline in and of itself. London introduces a giant expensive trophy worth more than all the others will make in their lifetimes, apparently even including Marcus. So the stakes are raised and the boys desperately want to win. Zach decides to trade London Kurt Warner for Brad Pitt. A deal which leaves both parties fully satisfied until London obliviously exposes the deal, prompting an all-out brawl between Zach and Marcus on the ground. They apologize and make up or something, I don't care. This episode is probably the formal introduction to a running gag where Woody says, "Dang it!
Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! Dang it!"
He's basically gonna say that multiple times per episode from here on out, and you're just gonna have to get used to it.
Well, hello there.
Hi.
Meanwhile, Cody continues to be an absolute beta. He has no athletic prowess nor ability. Kirby, a former football player, trains Cody through a series of physical tests which prove horribly unsuccessful.
Drop and get me 10 push-ups!
But the floor is filthy.
Drop!
Ow.
High school theater ass acting.
I'm just giving up on being one of the guys.
Well, being one of the girls ain't an option.
This was back when the mere far-fetched notion of someone being trans was the punchline in and of itself. We learned that Kirby tried many times to eat his football mouthpiece.
If football taught me anything, it was to never give up. Well, that, and no matter how appetizing it may look after practice, the human body cannot digest a mouthpiece.
Then he decides to train Cody using science, framing everything from a physics and math perspective until Cody proves victorious. London brings Kurt Warner to the ship to explain football to her. Kurt and Kirby apparently go way back. Kirby once tried to take a bite of Kurt Warner, as it turns out. Cody uses his new football skills to play against him and severely injure him. London then purchased the Arizona Cardinals and rebrands them to the Arizona Sparklies. This episode was cringe, pardon my language.
A trip to London starts with a mystery.
Why are you dressed like my grandmother's love seat?
And continues with a crash. How will it end? Run! Find out on an all-new Sweet Life on Deck. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
Now we reach Season 2, Episode 18, Rollin' with the Holmies, in which the SS Tipton docks in the United Kingdom.
Man, I love London.
That's inaccurate, no one likes London.
Famous YouTuber Paperplane. Is it true that you're British?
Allegedly.
All right, well, let's go ahead and watch an episode of the hit show.
What is this? What is this?
What do you mean?
What is that? What is that? What are you wearing?
Oh,
why are you dressed up
shit.
like? Why are you dressed up like Captain Hook?
This is just what I put on this morning. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even realize this was a British red coat uniform.
It is?
Wait, you...
I don't know this stuff.
Oh, shit. Okay, they're all over American history books. I thought you would get it.
I think they leave that part out of our history teachings because I don't think we look very good and they don't want to teach us about that.
Have you not seen Hamilton?
I have, but I forgot about that part.
I wore this while I saw Hamilton.
Did you?
It was pretty good.
London debuts her new boyfriend, the insufferably snobby Lord Hartley Wicket, who looks down at Americans with a deeply condescending attitude.
I'm not talking about that wimpy offspring of rugby you colonists call football.
Aren't British people colonists or colonizers or...
The United States were originally the 13 colonies, so he's using colonists as like a slur for Americans. Have you ever heard of that euphemism?
No.
This video is representative of UK culture and history is off to a great start. Now remember, Marcus has a huge crush on London Tipton. Determined to impress London and win her love instead, he challenges Wicket to a game of hoops, which turns out to be a croquet match. Zack and Marcus have not a single solitary skill when it comes to this game compared to Wicket and his pal Snively.
Snively?
Snively?
Why are you hanging out with this fool?
Because there are only 24 people between him and the throne. If there's a really big earthquake at Buckingham Palace, I'm the queen.
You're already a queen, London. Luckily for Zack and Marcus, Mr. Mosby is a secret croquet champion, and he takes the boys under his wing to teach them all the secrets of the game.
I actually don't know a single person that plays this. I've never actually seen anyone play it in person. I like how they just sell that this is like London. They put a big London phone box right there. And the post box. You gotta have the post box.
And the British flags in the bushes.
Yeah.
Do I get extra points for knocking that hat off that old lady?
That was the queen.
That was actually kind of funny. Why was the queen walking there? Like, why was she just walking around like just at the croquet tournament, which is next to the Sherlock Holmes Museum?
Meanwhile, Cody is eager to take Woody and Bailey to the Sherlock Holmes exhibition, which Bailey is not eager to visit. On display is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's first draft of The Hounds of the Baskervilles. But when the lights go out, the book suddenly disappears from the case. And Cody is on the case. Cody is not content to let Agent Majors of the Scotland Yard handle this investigation all on his own.
A clothing fiber. With this, I can deduce that the culprit is wearing tweed.
They're all wearing tweed. The entire country wears tweed. Even the doggies wear tweed.
I've never worn tweed in my whole life.
Yes, you have. This guy just said you do.
Oh.
Do you think any of these are authentic British accents?
Not a single one.
Certainly as Maxwell, I am way too old. I mean, I don't think Fran would be, she would not be doing Fran either.
The gang gets kicked out, but when Cody notes how loud and heavy the door is, he comes to the conclusion that the book is still inside the building because no one heard the door close during the blackout. Seemingly, this door is the only entrance or exit to and from this building. A severe fire hazard, in my opinion. Bailey's not supportive.
Give me your magnifying glass.
Why? Do you see a clue?
No, but you need to get one. Read my lips. Let's go!
Cody and Woody break into the exhibition to investigate and realize the thief couldn't have gotten any further than his bust of Conan Doyle.
I think you can very clearly tell that's like a bust of David.
David who?
Like the statue of David.
Well, no, actually, that's Arthur Conan Doyle.
Arthur Conan Doyle looked like the statue of David.
After getting kicked out once again, he returns with his findings the next morning. Normally in basic children's mysteries, there aren't too many suspects, often a red herring and a culprit, not much else. Here, when there's literally one singular character who talks, I think it's a reasonable assumption it's him. And it is.
The wood stain transferred from your fingernails when you escorted us out. The same wood stain used to finish this handcrafted podium, which you've rigged to hold the missing book.
Sacre bleu.
Majors goes on the run. Mosby, meanwhile, teaches Marcus and Zack a game-winning move called the Bone Crusher.
Bend that hurts!
Zack is able to expertly execute it, closing the gap before the final round.
It's because of the way the tectonic plates are, like, positioned, that's how gravity works in this country.
Throughout the story, famous YouTuber Paperplane and myself heartily observed that this exterior of the exhibition was clearly the spot where Zack and Marcus were playing croquet.
You can just so, like, clearly see that it's the same set, like, they're not even trying to hide it.
Dude.
You can see, like, the little hoops from the polo, what's it called?
Oh my god, the croquet thing is still there!
I literally forgot the name of the game. I called it Polo.
It's at this point where Majors escapes through this door that we realize this literally is supposed to be the same location in episode. There is just many continuity errors throughout the entire runtime.
Oh, it literally is happening right outside.
This whole time?
London is just one street. Actually, where is the Sherlock Holmes Museum? Yeah, it's at because Sherlock Holmes lives at Baker Street in London, which is where the museum is. It's near Madame Tussauds. Oh, there's a Taco Bell right there.
Marcus opts to hit the escaping thief and forfeit the game. London hugs him and praises him as a hero. It's a real Chick Hicks moment for Wicket. Even Snively turns on him. Everyone learned a lot today, and Bailey is like, Cody, I believed in you all along, and Cody's granted a meeting with the Queen. He brings Bailey and Woody along for the ride.
The Queen has been informed that you saved her book, and she's invited you for tea.
That's the worst one, yeah.
After we meet the Queen, it's off to the Porcelain Museum to see Churchill's bathtub.
I don't know if Zach and Cody know this, but the Queen is dead, so...
It's because Zach hit her in the head with a croquet.
Yeah, that's how she died. I think my favourite shot of the whole episode was the cruise ship docked outside of Big Ben, which is literally impossible. Because the bridges don't like open up, so they wouldn't be able to get in. And I also really liked how they very accurately portrayed that everything in London is very close together. Because the Sherlock Holmes Museum is right next to the croquet tournament. I don't know what else I liked. I think that was it.
That's a new look.
Who are you?
I am Princess Zaria. How dare you touch me?
What's possessed Bailey? Find out in an all-new Sweet Life on Deck, Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Disney Channel.
We're going to end part 1 of this retrospective, or part 3, depending on how you count it, with season 2, episode 19, Can You Dig It? Also known as the episode where Bailey gets possessed by an ancient spirit, which I recalled going into this rewatch as the turning point of the series right before everything goes off the rails. The SS Tipton heads to South America for an archaeological dig. There's no specific country mentioned today, they're just somewhere on this continent.
Hello, I am Rosello. I'm Venezuelan.
Hi everyone, my name is Martinni. That's my nickname. I'll go with that for the video's sake, I guess. I'm from Chile.
Normally in these episodes, they go to a specific country. But in this, it's not like, we're going to Brazil or, we're going to Ecuador. It's just South America. So I have 2 consultants because you're representing a whole continent, apparently.
The music, I love it. It's jungle music, just default jungle music.
But the vibe they're trying to go for is clearly like Machu Picchu sort of vibes.
Yeah, Machu Picchu. At least they don't have the typical oranges filter that I was expecting.
The group's tour bus makes the treacherous journey to an archaeological excavation site.
So sure we're gonna fall off the side to a fiery death. Stop the bus, we're gonna die!
Oh well, that's an experience very Latin American, yeah? We're gonna die?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cody's determined to find the long-lost crown of the cruel Princess Zaria, insisting that the last thousands of years of research from indigenous people and archaeologists doesn't hold a candle to his own.
Well, Luis, I have my own personal theory. After extensive research, I believe the crown was never discovered because archaeologists were looking in the wrong place.
I'm very American. We can get it, but you can't.
Yeah, of course the South American episode had to have like this ancient artifact that's been buried for thousands of years.
These hieroglyphics say...
Hieroglyphics again.
What is he reading? What is he reading?
There's no hieroglyphics.
Those are just... That's just a sculpture.
Who dares defile my throne?
Cody's decoded ancient hieroglyphics to determine that the tomb holding the crown of Zaria can only be opened by the waters of mankind.
I tinkled on that big stone back there and a door opened up.
Zach has found the mystical ancient relic, much to Cody's annoyance. But when it begins vibrating and a spirit is released from a bust, it takes over an unsuspecting Bailey Pickett.
Do not vex me, peasant, or I will rip your heart out.
Well, it's nothing my last boyfriend didn't do to me.
Wait, so was it not Mosby? Or was it? Cody watches in disbelief as Zach receives endless attention from girls, the archaeological community, and the media for his huge discovery.
Okay, Indiana Jones. But if it's South American news, shouldn't it be in Spanish? Like maybe just subtitles. Were they that lazy to put subtitles?
Whatever. Who are you?
Correction sounds more Russian than anything.
Zaria apparently comes to the SS Tipton searching for the crown. Why her first instinct was to go to some random cruise ship is never explained. Like, did she somehow know Zach and Cody have it? She seems to have no clue who they are when London brings them up. She doesn't even seem to recognize London either, despite being in her dorm. So it's literally like Zaria awakened for the first time in thousands of years, and then decided to search for her crown in some random person's dorm on a random cruise ship, and by sheer coincidence was on exactly the correct track.
Where will I find him?
We're super strong in Latin America.
London tells Zarya to check the juice bar, and she's effortlessly able to navigate her way there. Now she emerges with all new drip, abducts Zach, and leaps off the boat.
Oh wow.
Whoa, okay. What is this?
Hey, that's not accurate. Latinas like to dress up a lot. We like to dress up very good. She's not good.
To be fair, this sort of outfit looks more Viking than what it should look like.
Oh, okay. I think I understand that the pattern of her cape and the skirt is supposed to be like snaky.
Oh.
If it's supposed to be something from thousands of years ago, it should have like native looking like clothes, right? Especially because it's not very cold here, and here in Latin America it's not super cold. They don't need the fur and the.
That's what I was gonna say. There should be no fur at all in any of the costumes, especially if this is like in Peru. A costume design that I think really gets South America is that of Namor, and like in Black Panther 2, like that sort of aesthetic is the type of aesthetic when you go to like Peru and sort of like the Incas and stuff like that.
Earlier in the episode, Bailey was being a huge know-it-all, and she explicitly stated Zarya had never worn her crown before she perished.
But sadly, she never got the chance to wear it before she perished.
But now Zarya claims to have worn it to prom.
Plus, I wore it to prom, so it has sentimental value.
And I guess that could just imply the ancient legend was wrong, but how is every other detail preserved so specifically correctly if that's the case?
I understand that this is supposed to be a kids show, and it will make it difficult if they spoke a different language, but it would have been cooler that she speaks mostly Spanish, or at least that's Spanglish, because she's supposed to be from thousands of years ago. How could she know English?
Well, what's even more interesting is that technically, if this was like from Peru, I guess, it'd even be more interesting, like, and more historically accurate if instead of even speaking Spanish, she spoke like what is the language they speak in Peru? Is it like Quechua or I think?
Okay. You mean like actual natives' languages?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed that Zarya is supposed to be with X. I thought it was with a C, but with I don't know, like the Zarya with a C with an X. I mean, the X is not so common in the Spanish language. Oh my god, do you think it's called Zarya because they just went Maria? Like they just used the Maria because Maria is a common name in Latin America, and they just changed it for an X?
To make it like more mysterious.
Yeah.
So Zarya brings Zach back to this excavation site. Given it's a miles-long mountaintop drive, that implies she either walked for like a day, or she drove a vehicle, or she just got on a tour bus, in which case the driver saw no issue with Zach screaming against his will tied up.
So they're docked in South America. Are there any places that kind of around the borders of the country, like the exterior, that would have jungles close by they could go to?
No, not really.
They're most in the center of the whole continent.
Yeah, like pretty much the only place where you can dock is very close to the coast, and it's just ports.
She's taken him to be eaten alive in a sacrificial anthill, as is authentically accurate to South American culture. But Cody's able to appeal to her and speak to Bailey from within.
How dare you!
Yeah, look at that Latin American strength right there.
Bailey then has a slap fight with herself, which must be why I conflated my memory of Bailey fighting with London when I watched Family Ties.
Whoa, chick fight with only one chick.
I disrespect a woman.
Bailey is able to excise Zarya from her person. Apparently she gets trapped inside this bust, and then is contained when Cody puts the crown on it. Excellent. But London's dumbass wasn't paying attention though, and the whole thing starts again.
Ooh, shiny!
No one was even around her, which means she deadass wasn't faking it for attention this time. She apparently was this stupid in this moment. Very early in the episode, right after the theme song, Marcus leaves to use the spider-contaminated restroom.
Is there a key on this?
No, the door is open. That's for the spiders.
You want me to stick this big to kill spiders?
Oh no, that's not going to kill them. It just knocks them out long enough for you to go.
And after that, we genuinely don't see him again until the final 15 seconds. Despite Marcus supposedly being main cast, he's never actually given the spotlight to lead a storyline. It's so weird.
Aren't there like big spiders in South America? That is a thing, right? Or is that a stereotype?
No.
I think the spider stereotype is more from Africa, no?
The only very dangerous spider that I can think of is actually like from Chile. It's called a corner spider. That's kind of the name. But it's like this. It's this little. I mean, yeah, it's lethal, but it's microscopic. There's no. Yes, snake. I guess that could be it. But spiders, not really.
Also, throughout the episode, Miss Tutwiler's had a huge crush on Luis, the tour guide.
And you are?
Single. But at least Luis looks good. Like, he just looks like just some guy. It's nice. He doesn't look stereotypical.
Luis does finally ask her out on a date. He reveals that he likes cats.
Luis asked me to dinner! This is the best thing that's ever happened to me!
Unfortunately, it turns out he liked the musical cats, not the actual species. Silly Miss Tutwiler. Let's all laugh at her, everyone. If you're watching this video, laugh at her with me. You just laughed like alone in your apartment or wherever. You're such a loser. I bet everyone around you was like, what's this person laughing at? And that is where part 1 and/or part 3 will come to a close. The conclusion to the Sweet Life on Deck and the Sweet Life franchise will come at the end of June. Remember that month? We'll cover the breakup in Paris, the I'm in the Band crossover, the god-awful movie, countless more international visits, and then finally, I can kill myself. See you there!